Hello, chat. I am late. FFS is calling me out in the chat. I am here. I am here. Guys, if you had to jump out yesterday, you didn't miss the start of Cross. They ended up coming back and deciding to break for the day. And we're going to start this morning off with what I think is going to be the first, long cross examination we get from Doug Weinstein. So, very excited to see where that goes. Again, if you're missing the context on this case, this is the case. It's Georgia versus Nicholas Kassotis. He's got a couple pen names, pseudonyms. He's a fiction, like a realistic fiction writer. Even had Sony Pictures pick up one of his short stories that he published to the No Sleep subreddit, which is meant for stories that are in the horror genre, but the reader's supposed to read them as if they are a witness to what's going on. So apparently a well-renowned writer in that space, but it's not clear if the jury is going to get to hear about that. And some of the details of what's happening in this case, his second wife is found dismembered. Her parts of her body, they're spread across this unnamed hunting club land, and some of it's very obviously found. There's cleaning rags all over. The knife is left at the scene. Tubs slash bin slash whatever we're going to call them, those Rubbermaid plastic containers for storage, just sitting out in the open. A head is buried. Her head is buried right by the side of the road with fresh dirt, very apparent, easy to find. So within a matter, I think the span was December 2nd, 2022 through the 5th. They end up finding like 4 different body parts spread across this area. Right? So it's kind of weird because not only is this guy a creative writer or whatever, but he was also a naval officer. He was JAG. So if he's supposed to have experience as a prosecutor in some way, shape, or form, it's kind of weird that he would be so obvious. But according to what the state has promised us in opening statements, we're going to have his phone location information. We're going to have the GPS from the infotainment system in his green Ford Explorer that he recently purchased and then apparently ends up setting on fire shortly after. And he gives, according to the state, we haven't actually seen it through testimony or other evidence, but he apparently expresses to the investigator while being interviewed, and they tell him, hey, we have your GPS tracking information from your vehicle. His response was, I turned that off, according to the state. So this is going to be a time, I think. Is this? Okay, so this hasn't started yet. They're still counting down. Court told us 8:45 yesterday. We're here early just in case. Short summary of the witnesses we had so far. We had a few witnesses that came in and said, I was on the hunting property. I was hunting. I was with my friends. And we came across one of the parts and we called somebody in. We get, I think, one of the first to appear to the crime scene who did some of the securing of the immediate scene but didn't secure the roads was Lieutenant Brown. Doug pretty much just on cross asked him, did you do anything to secure the road? He's like, no, I don't know. And then we have another witness. He was up there quick. There was no cross. Then we had this guy, John Murphy, from the Canine Search and Rescue Team. Everything seemed all right. Used to work in law enforcement, retired, continued to do this work, doing canine search and rescue, noble cause. But he keeps talking about this Rubbermaid container that's found near one of the dismembered body parts that was pulled out of a bush, as if to imply that somebody tried to hide things, but it was seen and somebody pulled it out and said, this is weird. But then Doug gets up there in cross-examination and he's like, did you see anyone take the bin out of the bush? No. Well, and you didn't take the bin out of the bush, did you? No. Okay, no further questions. So it's just these little things where, to me, my guess is that Doug is trying to point out these little things. Why, if it were Kassotis, why would he make it so obvious? Doug, in his opening statement, mentioned an individual supposedly by the name of Jim McIntyre. We don't know who Jim McIntyre is. The state, in a news article, they haven't really said it in court at all yet, but they said that there is no Jim McIntyre. It's just a conspiracy. That there physically is not a Jim McIntyre. He's not a person that exists that is being falsely accused by the defense of being the actual culprit. He just doesn't exist. And we haven't gotten into that yet, but it was mentioned in opening statements, so we got to see where it's going to come in. Little tidbit that I think is important: Nicholas Kassotis' middle name is James. So I'm very curious. I'm just very curious. I think Doug has an uphill battle, but you never know. You never know. Let's see. We left off yesterday with Brett Dickerson. He is the individual. There haven't been many objections in this trial, you guys. A very, very different vibe compared to, YSL. Even ASAP Rocky trial was just attorneys sparring constantly. But yesterday we did have this little bit where the current witness on the stand, GBI Special Agent Brett Dickerson, he had his glasses like hanging off his ears for the first portion of questioning. He gets asked a question about like time, something with time frames, and he snaps his glasses together. He starts looking down, and a question or two later, Doug's like, "Your Honor, can we approach?" So they approach, and they come right back. And ADA Lori Bayo is like, "Hey, Mr. Dickerson, you brought your reports with you today. You're not really recalling everything, but you brought your reports with you today in case you need to refresh your recollection, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Can you push those to the side until we ask you to use them?" He goes, "Oh," and he moves them to the side. So that was one of our fun moments we've had so far. He went through a lot of the evidence collection, like the 2 tubs. We saw him take the 2 Rubbermaid tub bins, containers. I'm changing what I call them now. Showed them to the jury, put them back in their evidence bags. Had a good time losing the evidence label for the lid. Um, and then we also had him talk about blood spatter. Blood spatter. I think that's going to be a main focal point for Doug on cross-examination. I think that's going to be a good time. And lots of questions because this blood spatter is found months later in an apartment in a property that's being used for Airbnb rentals. And there's a blood stain that and this witness, I think he was pretty forthcoming. He said, "We don't know exactly when it would have gotten there. It wasn't all that much blood. The technology we use can detect things for a long period of time. So it's, basically to say, if we can detect it, it must have been within the last year. It could have been from before Kassotis, the Kassotises were in this unit. And it could have been after. We don't really know with precision. We just know that we use this substance and it showed that there was some type of matter of interest here, usually blood, but not necessarily blood." So we're going to get into that. I think we're going to end up having some problems with this spatter because Doug was very excited to say he has no objections to him being qualified as a blood spatter expert. So there's my roundup. We should be starting off with Doug unless we get a throwback to the YSL trial and have some issues before the jury can come in. Shout out to FFS for doing the countdown on the way in. Although I heard, according to Factual Lie, he missed the 4-minute warning. Jordy's here hanging out. Always love having Jordy in here for a good trial. K-Bears, it will be Doug. It will be Doug. I actually haven't seen... has anybody seen co-counsel really sitting there with Doug? That's not to say someone isn't helping him and, but I don't know if as far as anybody else being there to do questioning as a trial attorney. I think it's going to be Doug from start to finish. So, and I don't think that's easy. I don't think that's easy. We've already seen, I don't know the other prosecutor's name. I know the lady, her name is ADA Lori Bayo. But one of her colleagues did questioning for, I think, two of the witnesses, maybe three. So, hey, Terkeisha. Good to see you. Too many meetings today. You're in the bushes. If someone sees you out of the bushes, we're going to ask if they actually saw you come out of them, if they were there when you came out of the bushes. Hope work goes well for you. Hey to Candace. All right, I've got the court volume up, just making sure. Danny, good to see you. Amanda's here. Yeah, tyranny for now. Well, I wish they. I guess he was just telling the jury to be there at 8:45. But remember, Whitaker used to have that court started early and had things going on, sometimes at 8:30. Hey to Charlotte. Hey to Dizzy, who just has like an incredible deep dive on this case. Dizzy actually had pulled the story, the my mother-in-law poisoned me and now I know why. That might not be the exact name, but the one that Sony Pictures acquired the rights to. So we can pull that up on one of the breaks and take a look at that. That's a big thanks to Dizzy. Good morning to Rhonda. I saw you last night. So Rhonda last night was like, new trial, I'm in. So super good to have you here. I think if you just caught that recap, you're caught up with everything that mattered. MLS says, well, what was she supposed to do? That's a question you could ask all the time, I think, and it would always apply. Jordy's still waiting for the camera footage from the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, just in case anyone's wondering. Oh my goodness. Good morning here to other people's drama. Angie, guys, shout out to Angie. Angie just had another grandbaby. That makes 10. That's amazing. Love it. Hope you had some good times with the family yesterday. Dizzy's also wondering, does Jim exist? And every time I think of, does Jim exist, I think of Happily Angry Lawyer, and as if we're just causing an existential crisis for him. Like, Jim, who are you? Hey, Mark. Mark, I think you might like this one. I think you might like this one. FFS, it really might be another Lil Mike and Quez situation. It might be. Shout out to Coco here saying hey to Jasmine. Oh my goodness. There's no way that that was that guy's first time testifying. There was something he said yesterday. I don't even know what the question and answer was, but he's like looking at something. He answers the question like, yeah, the tree was really tall in my experience. He looked straight at the jury after pausing for a second and then said, in my experience. So that way he could make sure it wouldn't be objected to as speculation, whatever the actual answer was. Um, I could probably search the transcript and pull it up. Kino, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, Coco. So he wrote a short story about how a serial killer that everybody thought was dead wasn't actually dead. But the thing is, we don't know if the jury's going to hear about not just any of these specific stories, but whether or not he wrote in this genre and was an author in this genre at all. The only mention of multiple names that we had in opening statements from the state was that he was moving different states and changed his name. And then we see in the notice of discovery that they have, I think it was state of Georgia. He had actually filed and there was a judgment for him to change his legal name. They didn't mention in opening statements anything about how he's an author, let alone an author in this realism horror short story genre, or that he had stories that kind of seem really related to what he's being accused of. And I'm not all into artistic works, fictional works coming into play, but if there's stories that deal with an attempted possible unaliving scheme of a second wife, like we're starting to get in that territory of things being particularized. And I imagine if we didn't hear it, Doug must have fought some fight to keep some of the stuff out. And if that's the case, what a victory that is. What a victory that is. And that's just me speculating because we didn't hear any more in opening statements from the state. Maybe it'll come in and the state just could have given a better framework in their opening and chose not to. But yeah, in factual law, you're right. A lady did pass him a note. So we do have someone coming in, giving him a note of some kind. No, his co-counsel is not ADA love. Oh, chat. So there is, let me just see if I can find the article since it was short. Last night I was catching up on some cases, and I don't know if you guys heard about the story of there's a bar in Fulton County in the Atlanta area. I think the name is X. And this there's an altercation that starts. I think this two guys, one of the guys that's out with his friend drinking. We find out later he's actually an APD officer that was involved in that Wendy's shooting that was all over the news like 4 years ago. Happens to be the same guy. They have issues with the bill and they're arguing with the waitress. People are getting concerned. They go and tell another employee. The employee comes out and it's a male employee, so they probably went to him to like make sure the smaller employee was okay. And some altercation breaks out. Apparently, the customers, the one who ends up being the cop, last name Rolf, ends up swinging and punching at the employee that came out to help. And there's 4 or 5 different witnesses that said it was this guy Rolf, the APD officer, the off-duty officer, that ends up starting the altercation. And yet, when it all unfolded, the employee was arrested at first. And he's still facing charges. They haven't been dropped. And then last week, after weeks had gone by and everyone's like, but it was that guy that did it, they finally announced that they're going to charge the officer. So I was looking for an update on that story yesterday. And I saw like this think piece. It wasn't really a think piece, but it was like, what do we do now? So I guess Atlanta's been using Waymo vehicles. So those like self-driving vehicles. And APD wants to give traffic citations to these vehicles that don't have drivers. And now there's a gap in legal procedure. Like, what do we do? Because our laws are written in a way that we're supposed to, the offense would be against the individual operating the vehicle. But there isn't, by definition, a human, a being, an individual operating a driverless vehicle. So APD is, I guess, freaking out because they want to issue all these citations, but that there's no legal mechanism for these citations to go anywhere. So there's a bit of a legal existential crisis going on in APD. I thought that was a really cool thing to look at. But all I could think of is, can you imagine Adrian Love prosecuting a robot? And her theory about why a robot was guilty of things. So that's how I got on this tangent from FFS's comment here. Um, Ohio grown Joe, good to see you. Member for 10 months popping in. It seems like you didn't catch the context yesterday. I think this chat as a whole wants to see the state, no matter what, always prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's some things that we've looked at as a chat that the jury has not seen and might not see that seem a little odd. But this is going to be the first time we really have a longer cross, I think, from Doug Weinstein. So far, we've really only got the state and the state's witnesses and what they elicit through their questioning. So I think today is going to be the first major needle mover if we see if Doug has something to work with or not. So we'll have to see. But I think in general, this chat is always, is the state doing their job? Even if this guy seems a little sus, maybe we don't think he's sus. Either way, are they doing their job? Yeah, and you guys are saying, yep, she sure would. She sure would prosecute. MLS, actual lawyer, says, I feel like they should be able to write a citation on the commercial motor vehicle code, which targets the owner of the vehicle and not necessarily the driver. Interesting. One of the proposals was to take it the civil route. But that's kind of different, right? Because then that's moving the arena from something that the government can prosecute and try to force some accountability, and then putting it in the hands of a private citizen who has to dedicate their time and resources to go the civil route. So, or maybe they would start up a whole new, like, civil, like us as a municipality. I don't know. I don't know. I think the bigger question would be is, I guess Waymo's having trouble where the vehicles kind of stall out and just like stay somewhere for longer than they should. And I don't know exactly what that would look like if it was a driver doing the same thing and they got some type of ticket or citation or whatever for just sitting there too long instead of driving when the light turns green. But imagine if it's something much more severe that happens, I would imagine that's when we start to get some action. Yeah, they just getting stuck. Woohoo. Charlotte says only a 1 hour meeting this afternoon. I hope it's not one of those meetings that's like it takes an hour and when you're done it like it could have been an email. It could have been an email. But this is awesome. We'll have Charlotte in the building most of the day. Hey to LL or double L. Not sure what you prefer. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. I don't tweet. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Hit it an odd number of times. Oh, and Jordy, I think this is commentary on Brett Dickerson, the GBI special agent that's still on the stand, just got done with direct examination. Jordy says he kind of was allowed to speculate quite a bit, I found, but I guess since he was presented as an expert, but still some of it was a little wild to me. Well, I think that's why we get the like because of my experience. And I think Doug did object to one part where it was a weird question from the prosecutor relating to blood between the paneling and the floor. And he objected for speculation. And I think the prosecutor said, well, he's qualified as an expert. The judge agreed. And so he was able to continue. But then his answer was like, just in general, I would guess that how else would it get in there? So it was kind of like a layperson response rather than a response rooted in his subject matter expertise. Um, but whatever. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what Doug does in Cross. Kelly's in the building. Alicia's here. Hey, Lawnert Amber. Yeah, what's going on with Jack Frost? We've been looking for this Jim McIntyre, but Dizzy's right. What about Jack Frost? Who is this Jack Frost person? Jack Frost is the actual real person, not the fictional name that we're looking for. Oh goodness. What a time. What a time. Jordy, thank you for the 2. I'm seeing this backwards. My bad. Jordy says, "Hey, cat and chat. So glad to have y'all here today. Right back at you." I don't know. We're gonna have to finger wag at this judge. Yesterday, we were like, "This is so efficient," and then they had like a 25-minute, 30-minute issue with whatever they were trying to do with a bunch of photos they wanted to get to the jury and started having a bunch of recesses, ended up ending a little early. They were doing so well for the first half of day 1, and now we're late. Now we are starting late. Shamina, good to see ya. Let's see. I never actually pulled up that APD. Let me see. Waymo. All right, so I can hear the court. We'll toggle back over. Um, but different rules for humans and robots. Atlanta Police Department says court system cannot process citations for Waymo. Atlanta says you've probably seen them before. Driverless vehicles crisscrossing Atlanta's biggest city. The cars normally have no issues, but multiple times, social media has been abuzz with malfunctioning Waymos stuck in the middle of an intersection and creating a traffic nuisance. These are all the SAT words, chat. If a human were behind the wheel, the driver would likely get a citation and potentially a fine or points on their license. However, if the car is driverless, there is likely no punishment. According to the Atlanta Police Standard Operating Procedure, they are told not to issue citations to driverless vehicles. The standards read in part, so this is the quote here. The court system is currently unable to process traffic citations for AVs. Is that like autonomous vehicles? With no human operator. If the vehicle violates a traffic law where a citation would be warranted, the officer must write a report providing the details surrounding the incident and the law that was violated. So we're still getting documentation, but you can't actually issue like the citation just kind of is dead if the citation's issued to the AV. So it looks like there's two sets of rules out there. This is a quote now from somebody else. One for people and the other for robots. Chris Timmons, a partner with the law firm Knowles, Gallant and Timmons, said. Timmons said many of our laws are focused on penalizing a, quote, driver, and in driverless vehicles, there's a gap of responsibility. And so if there's no driver, there's nowhere to cite, Timmons said. Timmons says Waymos can still be liable in civil court, and if a driver with Waymo is in the front seat, the operator can still be cited. So everybody sit in the back seat. It's just a matter of figuring out, it's an extra step of figuring out who at the company needs to be ultimately responding to these actions. I would say this is very much the beginning when it comes to the intersection of technology and law. This is from an Emory professor, Ramnath Chalapa. Chalapa said that as technology continues to develop, all right, we do have court, you guys, more adjustments to the law. So here we go. Doug's got the blue suit, warm tie. That's what I was thinking of, FFS. What about the Beth robot?
All right, everyone, please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you had a good evening. I know I got stuck in that traffic coming in today. I know some of you did. I'm hoping it was just the first day of school. It'll get a little better, but I'll leave a little earlier tomorrow. I come from the coast, so I came through the high school and then the Joseph Martin school. So hopefully it'll get a little better over the next few days. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get started this morning. And I believe Mr. Weinstein, it's your opportunity to cross-examine. Yeah, again, I trust that all of you were able to abide by the court's instructions about no access to the media. I assume everyone good with that? Yeah. All right, very good. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may proceed, Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Special Agent Dickerson.
Good morning.
Just to formally introduce myself, I'm Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I just want to make sure I understand your experience. You have been a crime scene specialist for about 4 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's with the GBI. I understand you have experience before that as well, right?
That's correct.
And did you say yesterday, and I understand you're not a statistician, I think that's the words you use, but you see about 20, or you analyze about 25 to 50 scenes per year?
25 to 30.
25 to 30.
Yes, sir.
So over 4 years, 100, 120, roughly. I won't hold you to that number, but 100, 120 is about right?
Sure.
Quite a few.
Yes, sir, right around there.
Okay. Let's go back to December the 2nd. You go to, I guess, the scene at Jones Road and what we're calling Hunt Club Road, that intersection where the gate is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you
Better than
get there
Torso Road.
at about 9:15 at night, roughly.
Yes, sir.
You said that there was lots of trash on the side of the road. correct?
Yes, sir.
You said there were beer cans, right?
Yes, sir.
You said there were Coke bottles. When you say by the side of the road, was that on Jones Road or was that on the Hunt Club Road?
Jones Road is a public road, so there's far more litter on the side of Jones Road than there was on the Hunting Club Road, but there was some on the Hunting Club Road as well.
And again, you saw beer cans and Coke bottles. What other trash did you see there?
Just your generic roadside litter that you would see anywhere. And I say Coke bottles generically, soda bottles. But I remember seeing a box that contained an alcoholic beverage, like a cardboard box. I think there was even a couple of old box TVs, CRT TVs that had been discarded in the woods there at the intersection. So there was a significant amount of trash in the area.
And as an old trademark lawyer, I appreciate you clarifying that when you said Coke bottle, you really meant that generically and not the Coca-Cola company.
Yes.
So now you did not elect to take any of those beer cans or soda cans, soda bottles, beer bottles into evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Now, isn't it true that beer cans, Coke bottles, that type of material, you could get latent prints off of those at times, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
And out of that 100, 120 scenes that you have collected evidence from before, have you ever picked up cans, bottles, other things like that?
Yes, sir. I picked up items that were later processed for latent fingerprints. Yes.
Okay. But in this case, you elected not to pick those up, correct?
That's correct.
You did also, there was a cigarette pack that was photographed, I believe a Marlboro pack, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took that Marlboro pack into evidence, right?
I did.
Are you the person, once you collect this into evidence, it then goes to a crime lab?
That's correct.
And what crime lab does that go to?
So when I say crime lab, the GBI operates a statewide crime lab, and we have several locations. The location that serves our area is located in Poole. Coastal Crime Lab.
I'm sorry. Are you through?
I am.
Okay. When it goes to the crime lab, are you the one that decides on what tests are performed by the crime lab?
To some extent, we can submit evidence to the lab and request that certain processes be conducted on evidence. We cannot require them to be processed. The lab does have to make decisions based on the resources that they have available to them.
I believe you testified that the case agent in this case is, I don't know what the right verb is, Tracy Sands. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Agent
correct.
Sands. Do you
Tracy
see Agent
Sands.
Sands in the courtroom now?
I do.
Where's Agent Sands?
He's sitting at the prosecution table.
Okay.
It's the guy.
So does Agent Sands also, is he someone that could also request that certain evidence be analyzed at the crime lab?
That's correct. We can request.
So either you might request, Agent Sands might request, might request, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did you request any analysis on that Marlboro cigarette pack?
Uh-oh.
So the evidence submission forms were made and the cigarette pack was submitted to the crime lab, but it would be a better question for Agent Sands than it would be for myself.
Okay. Well, you specifically did not request any particular analysis on the Marlboro cigarette pack, correct?
That's correct.
We mentioned the bottles and the cans and that you could get latent prints off of those, or you have at times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you also get DNA evidence off like a Coca-Cola can?
Certainly, it's a possibility.
But in this case, you collected none of those, correct?
That's correct.
And let's move to 311 East 65th Street in Savannah. So we'll talk about that for a bit. You called that a crime scene in your testimony. Why did you call that a crime scene?
It's sort of a shorthand for saying that it's a place that we searched for or examined for signs of criminal activity.
When you call it a crime scene, are you presuming that a crime occurred there?
So the presumption holds yes. We do need to, we're not going to go to a place that's just random and say, well, we don't think a crime happened here, but we're going to search anyway. I mean, we're going to go there based on fact and driven by how the investigation leads us, and then conduct an examination of a place, be it a vehicle or apartment, a house, wherever,
But you didn't
based
collect
on
it.
the fact that there may be something there.
Okay. And that property had a house upon it that we heard a lot of testimony about yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a shed in the back of the house, right?
There was.
Did you look in that shed?
I did.
About how big was that shed?
10 by 10, 12 by 12, not very big, but
And what was located inside the shed?
if I remember correctly, it was just packed full of tools and things you might find in a garden shed. There were some old paint cans, things stored. I don't recall exactly without referring to a photograph that I took of the interior, but it was not particularly well kept. It was a little haphazard the way things were stored inside.
Well, lots of folks keep their sheds in the back like that, I think, correct?
Me as well.
Did you do any luminol testing within that shed?
Not within the shed. I did, however, take a few items out of the shed and bring them into the house for testing.
What items did you take from the shed to bring into the house for testing?
There were some power tools.
And what was the result of your luminol testing on those power tools?
There was no result shown from the Blue Star application.
And when you say Blue Star, that's the Blue Star luminol that was discussed yesterday, right?
Correct. That's the chemical that causes the blue glow when it comes into contact with blood.
You also, and correct me if I'm wrong, always correct me if I misstate anything that you said, because I don't want to mischaracterize or get anything wrong about your testimony, okay? So please just stop me. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think you will anyway. I just want to make sure I hear it from you. Did you testify yesterday that you do not believe, and I'm sorry, I have to be indelicate because of the nature of this case. You believe Mrs. Kassotis was not dismembered in that house?
I believe that there's not enough physical evidence available to make that determination decisively.
One way or the other?
Correct.
If she was dismembered in that house, what type of evidence would you have expected to find that might confirm that she was dismembered there, or lead you to believe with greater certainty that she may have been dismembered there?
Without
blood?
sounding too jocular, hopefully a video of the inside of the house showing it, but that would be great evidence. There wasn't any video, obviously, of the interior of the house showing a crime having occurred, but if I were to remember yesterday when I taught, a lot of the questions that are posed to us asked about crime scene starts off with, well, it depends. In this particular case, it depends on, you would expect to see a lot of blood.
There you go.
But it will also depend on the preparations that were made prior to, and again, this is a terrible thing to talk about, but prior to her being dismembered, if there were any protective measures made. I put on a Tyvek suit before I got into a ditch full of mud and water and other biological hazards. If somebody were to lay down, say, a tarp or something like that, then.
What's the problem with him trying to give an explanation to the jury of how, if there's not a lot of blood, here's why it was still this guy anyway? I've talked about this, the incompatibility of this kind of contrast. And the state set it up in opening statement. This naval officer, this JAG officer, he's so smart. Of course he knows how not to get caught. And now he's going into that prong. He's going on that fork on the road. He's saying, if someone prepared in advance, look at me. I put on a whole Tyvek suit before I climbed in that ditch that was almost as tall as me. I'm almost 6 feet tall. It was a deep ditch. I was prepared. I put on the whole suit, didn't miss a beat. Contrast that, if that's what's supposed to be happening at this house, then why is every other thing that happens after this point 1,000,000% sloppy to the point where it looks like this person wanted to be caught for their crime? It can't go both ways. And this guy could still be guilty, but I still don't get why the state is playing this back and forth. They set up this back and forth. Maybe they didn't realize it by saying on one end, this guy is so smart. He's a prosecutor. He knows how to get away with crimes. And he's so sloppy. We obviously have the right guy because he left everything behind. Which one is it? Just which one is it? So I won't be opposing McPauserton, but if you missed yesterday, I'm trying to reconcile what the state's arguing.
That might protect items of furniture, the walls or floor from blood. So it just depends.
You found relatively little blood there, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, the blood that was on the floor, I think you said that you had to do a full 1 minute exposure in order to render an image of the luminol glow from the floor, correct?
That's correct.
What's your typical exposure when you take a photograph of luminol?
Typically, again, it depends. If the reaction is very bright and the picture is being taken from very close away from the subject, it's like a close-up photograph as opposed to an overall photograph of the room where I might have to use a smaller aperture that lets less light into the camera per second that the shutter's open, then I may be able to use a 15 or 20 second exposure. If it's an overall photograph of a room and I'm using a smaller aperture in order to get the entire room in focus, then I may need to use a longer shutter speed to compensate for that darkness.
Well, let's compare it to the luminol glow that came from the futon that was found in the residence.
Okay.
How long was the shutter exposure when you photographed that luminol on the futon?
I honestly wouldn't recall.
Would that be in your notes?
So it wouldn't be in our notes. However, the digital cameras that we use contain a small piece of information called an EXIF file or exchangeable image file. And you can think of that file like a tag on a Christmas gift, if you would. It's got a little bit of information about the photograph in it. It's limited to about 64 kilobytes of data. And what that contains is information about the date and time that was set on the camera when the photograph was made. It can tell you information about the make and the model of the camera that took the photograph. And it'll also tell you things like shutter speed, aperture, the ISO setting, or how sensitive the digital sensor was at the time that the photograph was taken. And for newer cameras and for your cell phones, it'll also contain geographic information like your GPS coordinates. So I could refer to that file, but we'd have to take a break and I'd have to load the file and look at it in the computer.
Okay. That EXIF file, that's essentially metadata, correct, about the photograph?
Yes, sir.
So you don't recall exactly how long. Was it less than 60 seconds?
Uh-oh.
I'm assuming so, yes. But again, I couldn't speak with any certainty, but it wasn't as long an exposure, I believe, as the overall of the entire room.
And as far as, I guess, what you've been referring to as the arc on the wall, the arc of blood that was about a foot long or so,
yes,
that was so minimal that you couldn't even photograph it, correct?
That's correct.
You made an initial application. I believe you said you had to get, did you say you had to get really close to even see that there was a glow?
Correct. It was very, very difficult to see.
And that futon, the location of the blood on the futon, you testified yesterday that, well, I guess you went to the house in May of 23, correct?
That's correct.
And Mrs. Kassotis' murder was back in that November, December 22 timeframe, correct? It was 6 months prior. Mrs. Kassotis was murdered about 6 months prior.
Yeah, her body was recovered on December 2nd, yes, sir.
Okay. So it had been 6 months, and you said that futon, you don't know what position that futon was in 6 months prior to you being at the house.
No, sir, it's movable within the scene, so I have no idea.
So the futon could have been flipped around, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw the futon, I guess the blood was would be, I guess, behind on the backside of where your head would rest if it was a couch, correct? But it could have been flipped around.
Yes, sir.
And that blood could have been in the seating area of the futon if it was flipped around in that way.
Yes, sir. It'd be more on, like on the edge. Like if the futon was a mattress, so to speak, that was just foldable, but instead of it being on the top or the bottom, it would be kind of on the side.
So if you were sitting on the edge of the futon, then that blood could be beneath where you're sitting, correct?
Possibly.
When you do the luminol testing, that is just showing the presence of blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be human blood, could be animal blood, right? You don't know what type of blood.
Yes, sir.
Does the luminol tell you whether it would be venous blood or menstrual blood? Does it tell the type of blood at all?
No, sir. Again, this chemical reacts with the hemoglobin, and the iron in the blood, so it doesn't differentiate between where the blood came from within the body. It's just blood.
So because you just know it's some kind of blood, I think you testified that then you do an OBTI test, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just maybe to refresh everyone's memory, that OBTI test is the one that looked like those kind of COVID tests that we all had to suffer through a few years ago, right?
Yes, sir. Very similar.
Very small. The OBTI test, that tells you whether or not it's human blood, correct?
It can give you an indication thereof. Yes, sir.
Does it indicate whether it's menstrual blood or not?
No, sir.
Can we pull out, let me see which specific exhibit. Give me just one moment, please. You still have all your exhibits from yesterday up there behind you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you pull out exhibit 1.8, which is the package that contains the wipe that you found wrapped around the handle of the knife? Could you open that up, please? Would you remove the wipe once you have that open? Okay. Is it possible to open that up anymore without damaging it? May I approach, Your Honor?
You would.
I'm not going to touch it.
They're gloves if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm
also.
good.
Rhodey.
Right, so there's actually two wipes there. Is that correct? They're perforated. There's a perforation keeping them together.
That's correct.
Okay. You may put that away now. Thank you very much. So you collected all of these wipes as evidence and you submitted them to the lab, correct?
That's correct.
You testified yesterday that in some cases, these cleaning wipes can destroy DNA, correct?
That's my understanding in conversations that I've had with the folks at the lab in the biology section, is that is a possibility that the DNA can be damaged by certain brands of cleaning wipes, depending on the chemicals that are involved in the process.
But then there are also other brands of cleaning wipes where DNA would not be destroyed, correct?
That's possible, but I couldn't speak to it with any certainty.
Did you ask that these wipes be checked for DNA?
Again, with Agent Sands having submitted the evidence himself for testing, then those requests would have been made through him.
So if you could just answer that one question, did you request that these wipes be tested for DNA?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much, especially.
Briefly, Judge.
All right, so we're gonna get to redirect chat. He's snapping the glasses off. It's very nice to see Doug as standalone. This is a single defendant case. He still went for brevity. I think he hit all of the important questions. And sitting here, if you guys were able to be in the chat yesterday, you guys already know the questions that everybody was asking. Well, do they know whose blood it is that's in this apartment unit that's being used as an Airbnb rental with other people coming in and out, renting it out for weeks, months, days at a time? Did they test who it was? Because the Kassotises hadn't been there in months and months at this point when they actually searched this home. So there's a little bit of blood on the futon. There's some spatter on the wall. There's this long exposure photograph, which if you're trying to say a spatter is indicative of something, but you use a long exposure photograph setting to be able to capture the reflection at all, the light that's illuminating at all, is that really an accurate visualization of the spatter shape? I don't know if you guys have ever tried to look at those when you try to take a long exposure photo of the sky with your phone, but it's all out of whack because it starts to illuminate beyond the actual shape of itself. It captures too much. All the key questions. Also, these questions about the cigarette pack, you don't collect the containers. Maybe that was just litter, who knows? But you collect the Marlboro cigarette pack. And now we have these wipes that are just conspicuously found around the handle of the knife. No apparent blood stain on what was used. And when we saw the hunting knife, it didn't look like it had that like shield guard that would help protect your hand from moving forward and over things and contacting the material of the stuff you're cutting. Not to be gross. We know it was a very difficult cut. They told us that for whatever reason, this person decided to cut through the femur bone instead of cutting the legs at the joint, which would be an easier cut. So a difficult cut, and somehow the wipe that's found around the thing doesn't have apparent blood on it. We don't know where this body was actually dismembered, but the knife is there as if to suggest that it was dismembered on the spot. And we have Doug very clearly for the jury asking, did you send the Marlboro cigarettes for testing? Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask Tracy Sands. Did you send the wipes for DNA testing? Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask Tracy Sands. I can't wait for Tracy to get on the stand. So, oh my goodness. My goodness. Let's get to redirect.
Agent Dickerson, you were asked by counsel whether you saw certain drinking containers on the roadway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
How far were they from the body?
So as we spoke several times yesterday, the body was about 650 feet away from the intersection, down the Hunting Club Road, and then Jones Road itself. There was an orange gate pretty much at the intersection. The majority of the trash that I observed on scene was pretty much as you would expect to see. It was in the ditch and along the edge of the road on the public road.
That's on Jones Road?
Correct.
Okay. And if that trash, including those drinking cans, had been found in proximity to the torso, would you have taken them?
Of course.
Did you, with respect to the Marlboro pack that you referred to?
I did. It wasn't exactly found near the body. It was about halfway back toward the intersection from the body. So there wasn't necessarily a direct connection between the two, but we took it out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. And I believe you testified yesterday about the conditions of the weather in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022. Can you refresh us as to what it was in those days?
Yes, ma'am. We spoke with, as part of our initial briefing, when we arrived on scene, we spoke with.
He's just saying who he spoke with. He didn't say what they said.
As long as he doesn't say what they said. All right.
Did you speak with anybody about the weather conditions?
I did.
Were you yourself in Liberty County on those days beforehand?
I was not.
Did you see if there was any rain in the ditch anywhere near these areas?
Yes.
How much rain? Meaning on your body, how deep was the water?
Well, there was standing water in the ditches, and the ground was very saturated when we got there, even though it wasn't actively raining at the time.
Okay. And just so we're clear, we're in South Georgia, so sometimes we have standing water all the time, right?
Yes. I
Sometimes
can
all
also
the
say
time.
that as part of the forensic entomology that was done, there was some weather conditions that had to be researched, and I was able to access weather data from a nearby weather station. And while I don't remember the exact numbers, I can tell you it recorded precipitation in the area in the days leading up to the discovery of Mindy's torso.
Do you know if anybody else actually recorded, or without telling us what was recorded, whether that actual data was secured in connection with this case?
Will you repeat that question for me?
What I'm asking is, do you know if anybody else secured the precipitation data in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022 without telling us what it was?
So again, in working with Dr. Edward Mondor at Georgia Southern, the forensic entomologist, part of his studies are to include weather data in his interpretation. So yes, I know that he accessed data.
So he knows how much rain there actually was.
I can't say what he knows, but that's a possibility.
Okay. And with respect to rain, and again, if I am going too far afield of your forensic expertise, please let us know. Counsel asked you whether or not the cleaning wipes, the chemicals in them, can destroy or damage DNA. Do you know what water can do to fingerprints or DNA if it comes into contact with it?
And there's a possibility that it can remove both from the surface of a piece of evidence or a piece of potential evidence.
What about wiping with a cleansing wipe? What could that do to fingerprints or DNA, if you know?
Well, again, there's a lot of unknown variables to the question that you're asking, but even something as simple as a dry paper towel rubbed across latent fingerprints, which are primarily made up of oil and water, will cause some mechanical destruction of those prints. They wouldn't be there anymore on a hard surface. Now, on a porous surface, that may be a little different, but on a plastic or a metal surface that's smooth, then yeah, certainly rubbing something across it could destroy those fingerprints.
Okay. And do you know if light has any impact? Only if you know.
On latent prints or DNA?
On either or.
So sunlight is got a large component. A large component of sunlight is ultraviolet light, and ultraviolet light is not good for DNA at all. In fact, you may see ultraviolet lights being used to sanitize certain things, and that's given enough exposure. My training indicates that DNA can be damaged by sunlight.
So at a minimum, you're aware that as of December 2nd of 2022, that's when a portion of her remains were recovered, correct?
I'm sorry.
A portion of her remains were first recovered on December 2nd of 2022.
Correct. That's when Mindy's torso was found.
Okay. And the rest of her body was recovered over how many days?
The right leg was recovered on the 3rd. Her left leg was recovered on the 5th. And her head was the last item to be recovered, and it was recovered on the 7th.
And do you know
7th.
where that head physically was? Meaning, was it on the ground or in the ground?
I wasn't there. I'm aware of it through the circumstances of the investigation, but my understanding is buried.
Okay. Could being buried impact the ability to recover any additional DNA potentially?
It'd probably be a better question for someone from the biology section.
From the biology
lab
section.
than myself.
Okay. Now, cleansing wipes. Counsel asked you about those cleansing wipes, and you, I believe, pulled out the one that was in 1.8. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As we sit here, did you see stains on that actual set of wipes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you don't know what those stains are, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you have been able to field test those stains out at the scene?
I could have.
Okay. Why didn't you?
Because those items are small enough and portable enough that we could take them to the lab and have them tested there without any trouble.
Okay. And would that have been something potentially they might have done?
It could be.
Okay. And DNA generally, that gets handled by whom in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation forensic teams?
So DNA processing is conducted by the biology section of our lab.
Do you do that?
I do not. The crime lab is actually a different division. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is made up of 3 divisions, and the lab and the medical examiner's office is one of those. I'm in the investigative division, so while we're the same parent agency, we operate independently of one another.
Now, I just want to talk for a moment about the items in the shed. Do you have any idea who those items belong to?
I do not. I'm assuming the homeowner.
Do you
But
have
that's
any-
an assumption.
Okay. Do you have any idea if they were there when Mr. Kassotis and Mindi Mebin lived there?
I have no way of determining that.
Do you have any idea? Well, let me back that up. Did you see any blood on any of those items?
Not the ones that I processed them in.
And which items you processed, you said were the power tools, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what type of tools you
Uh,
processed?
Again, I'd have to look at the photographs, but there was a circular saw and honestly maybe a drill and something else. I'd have to look back to make sure that.
Okay. Do you have that in your notes
Uh,
or would that be in a photograph?
it would probably be in a photograph.
Okay. And can you tell us what a circular saw is? Not everybody uses those.
Certainly, a lot of folks down in the South call it a skill saw, which is kind of like calling a soda can a Coke bottle, but it's basically a saw that you would use to cut wood, lumber. It's handheld, about that big. There's a blade on the side that loads in, spins, and you can push it through wood to cut it.
But you didn't see any blood on it.
No, ma'am. I
But you
didn't see any
tried.
blood on any of the tools that I checked.
Did you try to find any of the tools that could have potentially been used as cutting tools?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those all of the ones that you looked at for blood?
Only the ones that could have even potentially been used are the ones that I checked for blood. And again, out of an abundance of caution, I didn't see any, but since I already had the chemical mixed and it was there and I had enough left to test, I went ahead and pulled the tools inside and tested them
So you
before we left.
you blue starred those in the blacked out house as well.
Yes, ma'am.
But as you sit here, you have no idea if Mr. Kassotis even had access to those tools back in December or in the time frame around her body being recovered.
I have no way of knowing.
But if a catch-22
You mentioned
there,
yesterday that it was an Airbnb. Is that correct?
Our investigation indicated that.
And do you know if it was active? Only if you know if it was actively being used still as an Airbnb?
That was my understanding, is that it was still for rent.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else?
oh, okay, recross. The tools in the shed?
The state mentioned that, or asked you about the location of most of the trash that you saw, cans, bottles, and it was along Jones Road.
Yes,
And that was approximately 650 feet away, correct?
yes.
Looking at Exhibit 1.4 that was introduced yesterday, do you recall this?
Yes, sir.
In Exhibit 1.4, evidence placards 1 through 3 and 4 through 7. Those ones down by the gate. That's approximately 650 feet away as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
So even though those were also 650 feet away, you felt that that was evidence that should be collected.
I did.
And that evidence
Yes.
included the Husky storage container. You took that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took the Milwaukee knife that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
You took cleaning wipes that were 650 feet away from her torso.
Yes, sir.
You took torn, cut gray cloth that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
And you took literally a black plastic trash bag that was 650 feet away from her torso.
Yes,
correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you, and when I say you in this case, I'm meaning the team that was there. So y'all picked up an empty cigarette pack that, at least on exhibit 1.4, looks to be several hundred feet away from her torso, correct?
That's fair.
Was there no trash in exhibit 1.4 between the gate and the location of her torso?
There may have been small pieces of trash that I just overlooked. That's a possibility.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can the witness be excused?
State has no additional questions.
No question.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
All right.
All right, our next witness, please.
Say Tracy Sands.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Lindsay Smith.
Boo. Shout out to Lindsay Smith. She's just getting caught in my crosshairs because I want to hear from Tracy Sands. Lindsay Smith could be a good witness.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
May I?
GBI.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask if you could just keep the microphone nice and close to your mouth so that the jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Lindsay Smith, Lindsay, Smith, Smith.
Where do you work?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I'm the special agent in charge assigned to the Statesboro Field Office.
What is a special agent in charge?
So my responsibilities are to supervise the personnel assigned to that office. We have 6 case agents, 2 crime scene specialists, and an assistant special agent in charge, an office manager, and an intel analyst assigned to the office.
And in that capacity, have you ever been a field agent yourself?
Yes, I have.
How long have you been with the GBI total?
19 and a half years.
And in your time with them in the 19 and a half years, is that the only role that you had, meaning special agent in charge, or what are your other prior titles?
So I began my career as a narcotics agent. I was promoted to special agent where I worked field work cases. Then I was promoted to assistant special agent in charge, and then now special agent in charge.
Would it be fair to say that each of those were promotions, essentially?
That's correct.
Okay. And prior to the GBI, were you in law enforcement, or is this your first law enforcement position?
I was in law enforcement previously.
Where were you?
I was assigned to the Altamont Drug Task Force as a narcotics agent.
How long were you with them?
Almost 3 years,
Okay. So in total, how long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
And in that time, would it be fair to say that you've also assisted in crime scenes and investigations of cases?
That's correct.
How many cases do you think you've managed over the course of your career? Estimated, not exact.
Hundreds.
Okay. And in that capacity, have you worked in partnership with other agencies?
Yes, I have.
In this case specifically, were you working in a partnership with any other agencies?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury what agencies were involved in the investigation of this case?
Sure. We received our request from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, but also during the investigation, we coordinated with other state law enforcement agencies, the Department of Natural Resources, Georgia State Patrol. We also coordinated with some federal agencies such as the FBI.
Okay. And you indicated that your title now is Special Agent in Charge. Was that your title in December of 2022?
No, it was not.
What were you at that time?
I was the Assistant Special Agent in Charge.
Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between the assistant special agent in charge and the special agent in charge?
Sure, we have similar roles. As the assistant special agent in charge, my involvement was more operational, whereas now I'm more administrative.
Were you on duty December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
What was your role that day in connection with this case?
It was actually after hours, but I was contacted by the case agent, Tracy Sands, to let me know that we had received a request for assistance from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And how does that work, receiving a request?
The majority of the time, the call comes into our communications center. They have our on-call roster available. Once the call comes in, then they contact the on-call agent.
And the on-call agent that evening was?
Tracy Sands.
And as a result of Agent Sands being contacted, would that have been him who then gets assigned basically to that case?
Yes, that's correct.
Did that happen here?
Yes, it did.
Did you go anywhere to assist in the investigation at that point when you received the call from Agent Sands?
Not on that evening, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't respond yourself?
I didn't feel that there was a need for me to be there at that time.
How long had Agent Sands been working with the GBI by the time you had gotten that call?
Probably 25 years.
Were you confident that he was able to handle that?
Yes, I was.
And when you got the call initially, you said it came in from Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Did you know what county that the remains, the initial piece of her remains were recovered?
Yes, it would have been Liberty County.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the relationships of the counties are kind of in that area where Jones Road and Barrington Ferry is? Is that all Liberty County or is that near other counties? How does that work?
No, it's Liberty County, McIntyre County, and Long County kind of converge together in that general area.
Okay. So her physical remains initially were in Liberty County. Do you know if any of the other remains were found in places other than Liberty County?
Yes, they were.
Where were they found?
In McIntyre County.
Okay. So Liberty and McIntyre?
Yes,
Okay. And when the initial call came in, though, her remains were in Liberty.
that's correct.
Did that impact who you partnered with in connection with this case?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So since we got the request from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, we would be working with them.
Okay. And when you ultimately, well, let me back up. Did you get to the scene at some point?
Yes, I did.
What day did you go to the Portal Hunting Club down in Riceboro?
I went out that Monday, December 5th.
Okay. And when you got there on December 5th, why did you go there?
We were doing an extensive search that day, and I wanted to participate.
Okay. When you say extensive search, can you tell the jury what you mean by that? What was going on?
Sure, we coordinated with some canine handlers out of South Carolina, the Department of Natural Resources, obviously some more personnel from my office, and individuals from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. And so our task was to go out there, saturate the area to look for additional remains that we were still missing and any other evidence.
Was it important to find the rest of her remains?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell the jury why?
At that point, we were missing her head, which is obviously a large piece of the puzzle that would help us identify who she was. We'd know what she looked like, what her eye color was, hair color.
And at that point, did you have any idea who she was?
We did not.
Had steps already been taken to try and identify her?
On the 5th?
As of even the first day?
Yes.
Okay. But had they yielded any results?
No, they had not.
Okay. So when you get out there on December 5th, can you tell us who was present at the scene?
Tracy Sands was out there, our crime scene specialist, Brett Dickerson. There was a representative from Department of Natural Resources, I believe 3 canine teams, and some members of the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. I don't recall specific names.
Okay. And you mentioned Special Agent Dickerson. Did you assist him at some point on that day in the course of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did to assist Agent Dickerson?
Sure. He had collected a sample of maggots from the left leg that we had found. Those maggots needed to be boiled, essentially. So I was able to perform that task.
Okay. Was he able to do that out in the field?
No, he was not.
So did you physically take them somewhere to do that?
I did. I had contacts in the area that were able to provide me with this outdoor kitchen, so to speak, where I was able to heat water and then pour the boiling water on top of the maggots.
And that processing, did you receive any guidance without telling us exactly what was said? Did you receive any guidance on how to perform that task?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive that guidance from?
It was through Agent Dickerson, but from Dr. Mondor.
Okay. And do you know what his role was in this case?
He's an entomologist that works for Georgia Southern University that we consult with sometimes.
Okay. And when you boiled the maggots, what did you do with them afterwards?
I went back to the crime scene and turned them over to Agent Dickerson.
Okay. Did they remain in your custody the entire time that you went to process them before you returned them to Agent Dickerson?
Yes, they did.
And so when you gave them to Agent Dickerson, he was the last person that had them after you.
That's correct.
Do you know if they were submitted at some point to Dr. Mondor for review?
Yes, they were.
And would the special agent in charge and the assistant special agent in charge have to manage somehow the funding for taking care of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory have the ability to do that kind of testing itself?
No, they don't.
So that would have required you to go somewhere else?
That's correct.
In your career, how many times have you had bugs processed?
That was the first.
Why did you do that?
To preserve them as they were, so that we could get a better timeline on how long the remains had been in the woods.
As of that date, December 5th, did you have any idea exactly how long they were in the woods?
No, we did not.
So what would Dr. Mondor be able to provide you in terms of that you were hoping to accomplish?
A date range of how long they had been out there, particularly when they were placed there.
Now, when you learned that the deceased, in this case, Mindi, had been dismembered, did that cause you any concerns for the investigation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
At that particular time, we still did not have her head, which was going to be useful in identification.
Did you contact anybody once the head was recovered?
Yes, I did.
Who did you contact?
I contacted the GBI's forensic artist, Kelly Lawson, to request some assistance with the photograph at that time.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what would the forensic artist have to do with this case?
So initially, I received a photograph from the autopsy of the face of Miss Mindi. And my initial request to the forensic artist was to ask if she could make the picture look better so that it could be released to the media. And that was not an option in this case. So what we did was have her basically draw an image to be used to release for the media.
So if you had had a, for lack of a better word, non-traumatized face, would you have released that photograph?
It's possible, depending on how it looked.
So it's the condition of the body?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, given the condition of the body, you were not able to do that?
That's right.
Okay. So did you provide anything to Kelly Lawson, the forensic artist, in conjunction with your request?
Yes, I sent her the photograph that we obtained from the autopsy.
And if you know, was that head modified in any way during the course of the autopsy in terms of the photograph you received?
It had been cleaned, but other than that, nothing else.
Okay. And did you give her any other details concerning the appearance of the deceased?
Yes, I did.
What did you provide to her?
We were able to provide height, possible weight, and the hair type, essentially.
Okay. Did you discuss with her eye color?
Yes.
What eye color did you tell her?
We told her brown at the time.
And you say at the time. Why did that change at some point?
It did.
Why?
I don't know the scientific reasoning behind it. During autopsy, the eyes appeared to be brown. I do believe they were naturally a different color.
Okay. Would Dr. Lehman be able to explain that as he did to you at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And I say Dr. Lehman, who was he?
He was our medical examiner who performed the autopsy.
Okay. So initially, you simply thought the eyes were brown.
That's correct.
Okay. And so when that information was provided, did that include that information to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it did.
Ultimately, did you ever receive a drawing back from Ms. Lawson?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury what you did with that drawing?
Sure. We were able to create a flyer per se with the photograph on it and some additional identifying information. And then we've included our phone number and ways to contact the GBI should someone recognize the picture.
And do you know what day that was that you received and posted, so to speak, that flyer that you just referred to?
So I received the flyer on December 11th, which I believe was a Sunday, and it went out to the media that Monday, the 12th.
Okay. And that was in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of receiving that and posting it, did you receive any leads or tips from people seeing that photograph?
We did receive some leads.
Okay. Tell us how you managed those tips coming into the GBI.
We have an intel analyst assigned to our office, and she was able to maintain a spreadsheet with information that we were getting as the calls came in. We received tips from over 17 states across the country.
Okay. Were you fielding those tips and investigating them?
I believe I may have taken a call or two, but mostly that was being handled by a case agent and the intel analyst.
Okay. When those tips started coming in, did you ultimately identify her through the tips?
No, we did not.
So subsequent to that first photograph, did there come a time when there was a second drawing?
Yes, there was.
When was the second drawing?
If I can refer to my notes, that was on January 3rd.
On January 3rd, did you receive a second drawing?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive it from?
From Kelly Lawson.
Okay. And when Ms. Lawson sent you that drawing, tell the jury what you did with it.
We submitted another flyer with some additional information and put it out to our media.
Okay. Did that also get posted to the public media?
Yes, it did.
Did you receive additional tips?
Yes, we did.
Did you do any better with the second drawing than the first?
No, we did not.
No identification?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you. What I'm going to mark as 1.16. Your Honor, I'm not going to show this because it's a manual photograph. So I'm going to ask the jury when ultimately I publish it, just to keep it so that it can't be seen. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1.16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the photo that was taken at the autopsy that was provided to Kelly Lawson.
What is it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of Mindy's face.
Okay. Is that her whole head?
That's her face. The neck is not in the photograph.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate duplicate of exactly what you sent to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to tender 1.16.
No objection, Your Honor. It's in the-
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would just hold it closely so that it's not exposed to me.
back to the witness, please.
That was the photograph you sent to Ms. Lawson, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you indicated that you had received some sketches back from her afterwards. Is that right?
That's correct.
And ultimately, you said there were some flyers that were produced as a result using those sketches.
That's right.
I'm now going to ask, Your Honor, that these be marked as 1.17 and 1.18. I provided counsel with a copy already. May I show these to the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's in 1.17 and 1.18?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what's 1.17?
This the first rendering that Kelly Lawson gave us.
Okay, and that was back on December 11th of 22, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and with respect to 1.18, what is that?
It's another rendering. It's the second one that we received.
And when was that one received?
That would have been on January 5th.
I believe you tested.
3rd, I'm sorry, 3rd.
Okay, so it was January 3rd. What was January 5th? What happened on January 5th? Did that get posted or something?
I don't recall. I think I just misspoke. So it was the 3rd.
Okay, so when you received that from her, did you then process that into a second flyer?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender states 1.17 and 1.18.
The intent, no objection. But they both have been.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish those to the jury. Thank you. Now publishing 1.17 for the jury. Was that the photograph that was made into the first flyer?
Yes, it is.
And I'm now publishing 1.18. Was that the second photograph that was made into a flyer?
Yes, it is.
At some point, were there side-by-side flyers as well?
Yes, I believe so.
And ultimately, you indicated that you would receive tips on both of those photographs,
That's correct.
but no results.
Not to identify as her officially, no.
Did you investigate other individuals other than Mindi, Mebane, Kassotis potentially being the deceased?
Yes, we did.
Were there one, more than one? Do you have any idea approximately how many?
I would say anywhere between 75 to 100.
So you ran down a lot of leads.
Or my office did.
Not you personally, my
Yes.
apologies.
Nope.
The GBI.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you wound up with no results from the forensic sketches and from all these leads, what did you do next?
So I reached out to another special agent in charge within the GBI who had had success in identifying an unidentified individual. He put me in contact with an FBI agent.
And why did you call the FBI?
They were in the process of doing some genetic genealogy testing, and I reached out to him to see if he could help us with this particular case.
Do they normally help you? Not disrespectfully, but I mean, do they normally work as your partner unless requested?
No, they don't.
Okay, so in this case, you reached out for assistance?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they explain anything to you about procedures for following through with that?
Yes, there were some steps that we had to take before they would take on the case, which included providing details about what we were dealing with, what the investigation had uncovered at that point. There were some other processes that had to be undertaken where some data would be entered into some databases.
Can you explain to the jury what VICAP is?
Sure. It's the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. Essentially, it's a database that collects information from law enforcement and compares it to other cases to see if there are similarities or connections.
And what is NamUs?
That's the National Unidentified Missing Persons System.
Okay. And what does that database do?
It also collects information from loved ones and law enforcement about missing and unidentified individuals to see if they can also make connections that with other cases that are entered into the database to hopefully resolve those cases.
Did either VICAP, and just for the record, VICAP, or NAMUS, NAMUS, did either of those ultimately yield a result that assisted you?
No, they did not.
And after going through that documentation process with the FBI, who did they put you in touch with?
Gene by Gene.
How do you spell that?
GENEBYGENE.
So gene, like as in a gene in the DNA?
That's correct.
Okay. And what kind of a organization or company is Gene by Gene?
It's a private forensic laboratory.
Okay. What kind of testing do they do?
They do a genetic genealogy testing.
And how is that withdrawn? Is that something available from the GBI Coastal Crime Laboratory?
No, it is not.
Is that available by any GBI laboratory?
No, it is not.
So you had to go to a private laboratory to be able to try the genetic genealogy?
That's correct.
And as a result of that process, did you have to provide them with information about your case?
Yes, we did.
Specifically, what did you provide them in connection with this case?
I'm not sure we actually provided them with information about the case, but we did have to send them a sample of blood that was obtained from the autopsy.
Okay, and that would have been the blood from the deceased?
That's correct.
And at that time, did you know who she was?
No, we did not.
So when you sent it to Gene by Gene, what were you hoping to accomplish?
We were hoping to learn who our victim was.
Okay. As a result of that process, did you receive any information that assisted you in locating individuals that may have a connection to your deceased?
Yes, we did.
And who was that you went to speak with after that process?
The Agent Sands went to speak with Betsy Mabane.
And that's Mebane?
That's correct.
Okay. Why did they go to speak with her?
So during the testing, they were able to basically build a family tree with connections to potential family members of the victim, and she was identified as a possible mother.
Okay. And only if you know, do you know if they ultimately were able to collect a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Mebane?
Yes, we were.
Did you assist in any other way in the investigation?
No, other than just general oversight, supervision.
Now, the crime lab, I want to be sensitive here because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Are there times when you submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes.
Does your team submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis as well?
Yes.
Do you always have every item tested you request?
No, we do not.
Can you explain why?
Sure. The resources at our crime lab are limited. We are short-staffed with some scientists in certain areas. So it's impossible for them to be able to test every piece of evidence that's submitted.
Have you had your fair share of conversations hoping for potentially more items to be tested?
Yes, I have.
Did you do that in this case?
I believe so.
And can you explain what a briefing is with the crime lab? Who would do that?
So it would be a supervisor from the office and a supervisor from the crime lab get together and discuss potential additional steps that we would request be taken.
Okay. And did anyone do that in this case as supervisor?
Honestly, don't recall, but I believe so.
Do you know if you had any conversations with the crime laboratory?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you make requests for evidence to be examined?
Yes.
And did you do that in assistance with any other agents from your team?
Yes.
Who was that?
Would have been Agent Dickerson and Agent Sands.
Okay. And ultimately, did you receive reports back from the crime laboratory on the items they did ultimately test?
Yes, we did.
Without them being able to do the forensic genetic genealogy, is that why you went to Gene by Gene?
That's correct.
Did that ultimately provide you with identity for the purposes of knowing who that torso and the rest of the remains belonged to?
Yes, it did.
And who was that?
Mindy Mabane Kassotis.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Special Agent Smith.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. Just a few questions. You testified that you were hoping for more items to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What specific items were you hoping that the crime lab would test?
I would hope they would have tested everything that we submitted in a perfect world.
Which specific items did you hope they would test that they would not test?
I believe the Clorox wipes or whatever type of wipes those were. Specifically, that's what stands out in my mind.
So did you request those to be tested? You had discussions with the crime lab and then they would not test them?
I don't believe specifically we had the discussion of that. We were presenting them with the list of everything that had been provided. And once something was tested and we didn't have any success or any leads, we would ask for something else to be tested in hopes that we would get some additional information.
You said the crime lab is short-staffed in certain areas. What areas to your knowledge, is the crime lab short-staffed in?
I believe most of the scientific fields are short-staffed across the state.
And just to help the jury understand, what are the scientific fields specifically that are short-staffed across the state?
So I believe toxicology, the chemist, biologist.
And because of that, items that special agents or assistant special agents want to be tested or other agents want to be tested may not be tested by the crime lab,
That's correct.
even though you believe they should be tested.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. If you had thought something was critical to the case to be able to prove or disprove the case, would you have taken that somewhere else than the GBI Coastal Lab?
Yes, we would have.
Did you do that in this case?
We did.
And did you get results from it?
We did.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Real quick. Do you ask for items that aren't critical to be tested from the crime lab?
I believe all items that we collect are critical.
Thank you. No other questions.
All right. Any objection to the witness being excused?
That was a
No
short
objection.
cross.
No objection.
Thank you. You are excused.
Oh, Dougie.
You're free to go. You just leave that there.
Guys, I want Tracy Sands. That's all I want today.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess this morning. If you would step out with the bailiffs, please.
All righty. They're doing their research. Yesterday we had a comfort break mention. They mentioned comfort break one time. So that was a time. Yeah, that was a super, super quick cross-examination. Just in and out. Guys, if you missed the earlier part of the morning, hey, KP. Good to see you, KP. KP says, good morning, everyone. Please like the live. I think we had a powerful cross from Doug Weinstein with Brett Dickerson. That was me. I don't know. So StreamYard said that it wasn't getting permission to use my devices. And then I refreshed it instead of just allowing permissions. So sorry, guys. I died. That was me. I'm back. Everybody run. Everybody run. That was me taking my 10-minute break, guys. Hey, C-Mish. But do you guys want to have a pulse in the chat? I think there's a few questions we could go through and try to ask. Let's do since we're still in the state's case in chief, let's do based on opening statements. How aligned do you feel like the state's presentation of the case so far is with what they promised in opening statements? 10 is moving the ball along exactly as they laid out in opening. 1 is they're way off track. They're not going anywhere where I thought they were going to take us. So just a rating on state's promises and how it's going so far. 1 to 10. Yeah, weird image here on the screen. I could always hop us over. Do you guys want to do the short story? Dizzy found the short story that Sony acquired the rights to. I think we could read that in 10 minutes. Trying to think how long it took me to read. Let me see. All right, we've got a 7, 7, 8, 5, 8, 6, 9. From Terry, a descriptive. I don't know what. Okay, something has to be going on with StreamYard. They don't want us to see. So something's going to happen with StreamYard. This is how it's going to go. StreamYard's going to explode, and Tracy Sands is going to be called to the stage. That's exactly how this is all going to go down. Okay, is this short story really 1 page? I read it when I woke up this morning, so I wasn't really paying attention. Let me make a copy, open it up. And again, I'm listening to the court, so I'll hear if they come back early. And let's see. Sorry about all the underlined things, but this is the text of the story. My mother-in-law was poisoning me, then I found out why. Everyone has their own nightmare in-law story, though I couldn't imagine how bad mine would be. As it turns out, the worst thing wasn't my mother-in-law poisoning me. The worst thing was why she did it. I met Craig on one of my rare vacations. We had sort of a whirlwind relationship. And again, this is Nicholas Kassotis writing this. We fell hard for each other. We were married in a courthouse wedding within 2 months without ever meeting each other's families. Mine visited a few weeks later, and after the initial shock, really liked Craig. While we got moved in together and figured out married life, I got to hear more about his parents, who live near the rest of his extended family and a few hours away, though we never saw them. My work schedule's rough. I work 6 to 7 days a week, and my off days are a blur of appointments and errands. I think in the 2 years before I met Craig, I only left the city once. I finally got a few days off so we could head to visit his family. About 6 months later, his whole family came over, and everyone seemed thrilled to meet me except for his mom, Betsy. She was cold and distant and could sit there without saying a single word to me. It was creepy, but I kept trying to spark up conversation. On our last day together, he announced that we should take an afternoon hike up to the national park that their house sat on the edge of. Betsy made lunch, and I was changing to go out when it hit me, just waves of nausea. I wound up in the bathroom for hours that afternoon. I figured it was just a touch of something and thought nothing of it. We went back a few months later and again had a great time except for Betsy. She wouldn't talk to me though Craig brushed it off and said she's just getting to know me. He finally said we could rent jet skis and next day and explore a lake in the town as a way to get out of the house and unwind, which made me feel better. I was so excited to tell everyone that we were going, but it wasn't to be. After eating, I got so sick I could barely walk for the next 2 days. At this point, I started to get suspicious. No one else was sick, and we all ate the same food. It seemed like Betsy must have been up to something, but it wasn't until her next visit, when a night in a romantic cottage another hour up the road was canceled due to being sick, that I was sure Betsy was poisoning me. Craig said I was insane. He said it must be an allergy to something his mom used in her cooking, which actually made sense, though I never had the time for an appointment to get it checked out. Still, I decided on the next trip that I'd make a big casserole and bring it with us. If I cooked the food and served it, nothing could be added. Well, I hadn't had 2 bites before I realized I'd left the wine I was drinking unattended while I was heating up the casserole, and my stomach was already doing flips. You know what happened next, and it wasn't pretty. I was so sure his mom was poisoning me, and I confronted Craig about it. I told him I wouldn't visit his family again if she was there. It was our first big fight, but he finally said He wouldn't force me to visit, and we could figure out how to best deal with the situation. She had never been nice to me, so it wasn't a loss. The next time I got off, we decided we'd head to that little cottage that we had rented before and not been able to use. We were driving right by his family's place, and it seemed rude to not stop, so we compromised and bought some pizzas. I eventually decided just to not drink anything unless it was water from the tap. We got in and threw pizza on our plates when one of his cousins arrived, and everyone briefly left the food unattended. I realized my mistake almost immediately and decided to try an experiment. Craig and I both had 2 slices, so I just switched our plates while everyone was in the next room. Craig was so sick, I was really worried about him. The drive to the city was awful. We had to pull off a lot, and he was a mess. We had been back home for 3 days before I broke down and told him I had switched the plates. I've never seen such anger before. The rage in his eyes is something I'll remember for the rest of my life. He shoved me into a wall, then came flying at me. He threw me over the couch, but somehow I managed to grab my keys and phone and ran out the door, not even wearing shoes. I got lucky with the elevator and made it to a friend's place safely, finally. Turning off my phone after I missed his 47th call, I had no idea what to do or when it would be safe to go home. It was the scariest time in my life. It was 2 days before I turned my phone back on. When I heard the messages from the police, I drove upstate immediately. Craig was dead. Betsy had shot him after he broke into her house and charged at her with a knife. I learned that Craig had been married once before, and his wife had died in a tragic hiking accident. Craig made a lot of money in the life insurance payout, and Betsy always suspected Craig had killed her and was nervous about letting him be alone with me, especially out in the remote area he was so familiar with from his childhood, so she ensured that every time he planned an outing, that I would be sick. It wasn't easy, but she didn't think I would believe her, as no one else had ever shared her suspicions about Craig. I found the life insurance policies he took out on me without my knowledge afterwards, and I refused to press charges against Betsy. She was only trying to protect me. I still visit her from time to time when I need to get out of the city. I love her cooking. So there is the story, and that'll probably be, for you guys that are here live, I'll probably end up cutting that one out. But that's the story that was posted to Reddit, highly rated. Yeah. Yeah, that's some story. That's some story. Dang it, Betsy. Yeah. And, I thought the mention of the couch was a little interesting. We've got the futon in this story that has been part of an Airbnb rental, so who exactly knows what's going on with that there. Let's see. Let's get caught back up. Yeah, and it is fiction. It is fiction. But I do want to read the serial killer that everyone thinks is dead story. Oh, this guy. I was going to say that guy's just standing before everybody else.
All right, everyone, please be seated and let's call our next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kelly Lawson.
All right, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sorry.
May I sit down?
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Kelly Lawson, and that's KELLYLAWSON.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the GBI?
I am the forensic artist.
And you say the forensic artist. Does that mean you're the only forensic artist?
I am currently the only forensic artist.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what is a forensic artist?
A forensic artist is, well, an artist who helps with police investigations. And basically what that means is I do composite drawings, which is where if someone is raped or robbed or assaulted and they saw the face of their perpetrator, they would then come to me and I would take the description of the person that they saw and draw them on a piece of paper. Usually they're very large, 18 by 24 sheets of paper. And the police then can use that drawing to narrow the field of possible suspects and get an idea of what the guy looked like. The other half of what I do is working for unidentified remains cases. So if someone is found and the investigators don't know who that person is, then it falls upon me to do an illustration or a sculpture of that person representing what they would have looked like while they were alive in an effort to get their name for the police.
How long have you been with the GBI in that role?
I've been working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation since 2012.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training to be able to do the job that you do?
Yes, I have a degree in drawing, painting, and printmaking from Brigham Young University. I took a course, a 40-hour course from Betty Pat Gatliff in Oklahoma for two-dimensional skull and three-dimensional skull reconstruction. I also took a 40-hour course from Lois Gibson in Texas, who is a well-known forensic artist. And I completed a 13-month-long apprenticeship under Marla Lawson, who was the former forensic artist with the Bureau of Investigation.
Have you ever testified in court before as an expert witness?
Yes,
How many times and where?
multiple times in Cobb County, Fulton County, Clark County, and Clayton County, and DeKalb County.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce her as an expert or tender her as an expert in the field of forensic artistry.
No objections to that, Your Honor.
All right, she's so qualified, and you may proceed.
So I don't see the banner jumping on the bottom. So I don't know if this popping is just their camera pool feed. Because I was paranoid it's me. I'm still scared it might be me. But I think it's just the courtroom feed itself.
Can you tell the jury, did there come a time when you received a photograph in connection with this case?
Yes, on this, I believe it was definitely a Friday.
Let me rewind and see if it's the same jumps.
Jury, did there come a time when you received a photograph in connection with this case?
Yes, on this, I believe it was definitely.
All right, guys. So this is Court TV. They're the ones running the feed. So I don't imagine it'll be better with Law and Crime. But I'm going to go check that in another window. Sorry, in the
Friday,
meantime.
December 9th, I believe was the date of 2022. I got an email from Lindsay Smith containing a photograph of an unidentified Jane Doe that needed a drawing.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Counsel, I'm showing 1.16, 16, 17, and 18. Without displaying these,
Yes.
can you just look at those?
Okay.
I'm specifically referring to 1.16. Recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a photograph?
That is a photograph of the head of the Jane Doe.
Okay. And as a result of receiving that photograph, did you make any drawings?
I did.
And what drawing did you make?
I actually, throughout the weekend of December 9th through the 11th, I completed 2 drawings.
Okay.
I completed one drawing with the hair down and one drawing with the hair up because the hair is not very visible.
Okay.
So I completed 2 drawings.
Did you provide both of those drawings right away?
I did not.
Which drawing did you provide first?
I provided the drawing with her hair up
Okay.
first.
Would that be what's depicted in 1.17?
Yes,
And then the one with the hair
I
down?
feel like
would
it's
that
better
be
on Law and Crime.
18?
that's correct.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty drawing this drawing in particular?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury why?
It is very difficult to work from remains when a person has been beheaded. Because when we're tip associating with someone and communicating with them, we see them and gravity's pulling on us one direction, we're sitting up.
All right. We're going to switch to Law and Crime because trying to listen, I think it's not freezing as much over there. It's got to be court TV streaming stuff. So, and they're about to pass. They have another witness coming on right now anyway.
And the more people then end up seeing the case and the likelihood of that person getting identified is better. I often draw John and Jane Doe's almost as if they're getting their glamour shot done, but it's,
There's
the
no
last
closed
drawings no one will
captions,
ever have
guys.
them their entire lives. I just feel like it's a respect thing and it helps the public become more engaged.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Weinstein? No questions. All right, thank you very much.
All right. So no closed captions, but it's not choppy.
Bring those back over, if that's
We'll
okay.
try to switch back to court TV at lunch. But oh my goodness. I hate listening to choppy, popping audio.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Peter Hershey to the stand.
Peter Hershey,
Hershey.
like the candy bar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, before we begin, I'd like to tender states 1.19. These are the business records from J.C. Lewis Ford that the state served prior notice of.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they are admitted.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter and just stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you?
Peter Hershey, Hershey.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
Well, right now I'm retired, but I worked for J.C. Lewis Ford.
Okay. What did you do at J.C. Lewis Ford?
I was in sales,
And how long were you in sales?
40 years in the car business,
Okay. And how long with J.C. Lewis Ford?
30.
Okay. And which location were you
The guy
assigned
that
to in
sold the
30
car.
The Savannah location.
Okay. And while at the Savannah location,
Let's turn up the volume. We'll have it up here. Yeah, it is quieter than the other feed. So we're going to have it. We're going to boost it.
did
And we're
you
going
sell
to slowly
cars?
raise it.
I did.
Okay. And were you employed there as of July
that?
of 2022?
I was.
In anticipation of your testimony here today, I'm going to present you with states 1.19, if I may. Can you just look through that for a moment? Do you recognize those types of documents?
These would be customary documents that would be signed during the course of normal car purchase, yes.
Okay.
These
And does
snappy
that
glasses.
specific set of documents include the sale of a 2022 Ford Explorer?
It does.
Is that a car you sold?
Possibly. I've sold 600 cars since then, so I
Okay.
don't
May I-
remember specific, but
Approximately how many cars a year did you used to sell?
300,
Okay. So it would be fair to say you may not remember every single person that you sold a car to?
that would be very likely, yes.
Okay. When a car is sold, do you prepare documentation concerning the sale?
My side, in the sales side, it's very limited. We do a credit application. We capture driver's licenses, insurance cards, and that kind of thing to substantiate. Then it gets turned over to a business manager who actually contracts and does the documentation.
Okay. So with respect to this 1.19, I'm referring to page number 1 after the certification. I'm going to publish this if that's okay, Ron?
You may.
Does it indicate in the sales contract who the purchaser of the vehicle was?
Nicholas James Kassotis,
Okay.
or Kassotis, rather.
Okay. And you indicated that you
Me?
would secure a driver's license, correct, from an
Correct.
individual purchasing.
Correct.
I'm now going to show you the last page of Exhibit 1.19. Madam Clerk.
It's on our screen. This one's having a delay.
Okay. Is this a driver's license that was secured in connection with that sale?
I would say so, yes.
And is that also for Mr. Nicholas James Kassotis?
It is.
And the address that's listed there, how would that address be? Would that be from the driver's license itself?
Correct.
I'm going back to that first page of the sales contract. Would that also list the price of the vehicle?
It will, yes.
And will it also list how it was paid for?
It will.
So down here on the lower right corner of that document, I'm referring to, forgive me while I try to manipulate that.
No worries.
Does it indicate how much the total was?
After taxes, tag, and looks like a what I call a back-end product, which is your 3-for-1, looks like $44,853 and 74 cents.
Okay, so just shy of $45,000.
Correct.
And what is a 3-for-1?
3-for-1 would be like paintless dent removal, chips in the windshield, and tire and wheel. Basically covers your tire against road hazard.
Is this some type of insurance that you could purchase at the time of the car?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Kassotis purchased that coverage as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what a vehicle identification number is?
Oh, yeah. You need it broken down by digit or just the whole thing?
Just generally?
Okay, so one indicates, the first digit always indicates the country of manufacture. The second digit always indicates the manufacturer. Then the third, fourth, and fifth, the third and fourth digit indicate plant, I think. Then you go to the model, which is the next 3 digits, and then the engine, and you get to the year, which is, I believe, an N for 22.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that each vehicle has its own vehicle identification number?
It would be absolutely impossible for 2 vehicles to get the same VIN number.
Okay. So every vehicle has a unique VIN number?
Correct.
And you said VIN, is that the abbreviation for vehicle
Vehicle
identification?
identification number, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the vehicle purchasing process, what type of a car was this that was sold?
It was a Ford Explorer,
Okay. And that was what year?
22.
Okay. Do you know if Ford Explorers in 2022 had the ability to have Bluetooth or telematic connection?
They did.
Can you tell the jury what the difference is between telematics and GPS?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Well, let me be more clear then. Does the car have the ability to connect to a phone?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And in doing that, does that require some equipment inside of the car?
Yes, there's a modem inside the car.
Okay. And do you know, if you know, who Ford uses as their cellular provider for that modem?
That would be AT&T.
Okay. Did this car have an AT&T modem for that 2022 Ford?
I would say it would be very likely that it would, yes.
Okay. And would that be able to be tracked based on the vehicle identification number? Meaning AT&T records?
It should be, but that would more come off the phone rather than the car.
Okay. And with respect to this vehicle, there was that vehicle identification number associated that you just referred to.
Correct.
And is that listed here on that contract right there on the top left side under?
It is under serial number.
Okay. And that is a number. Can you tell us what that number is for the record?
Read it off.
Yes, please, sir.
1, F as in Foxtrot, M as in Mike's, S as in Sierra, K as in Kilo, 7, D for Delta, H for Hotel, 7, N for Nancy, G for Golf, B for Bravo, 37068.
Thank you. And with respect to this vehicle, do you see the portion where it says here at the bottom, amount financed?
I do.
And what amount was financed?
None.
So how was this car paid for?
Cash or check.
So that would be the full $44,853.74.
Or check.
Correct. Now there's a section on that buyer's order that'll show a lien holder if there is one.
Okay. And with respect to this vehicle, are there oftentimes recalls with respect to vehicles?
Yes,
There can be, right?
most undoubtedly are.
Okay. And would that be something that is preserved in the business records as well by J.C. Lewis Ford?
That would be a federal document.
Okay. And I'm
We
going to
pull a recall. We used to customarily pull a recall notice because it is against Ford policy to sell a vehicle with an open recall.
right, for safety's sake.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That is a yes.
Sorry, just the reporter needs to get that.
My apology.
Not a problem. I'm now showing you the third page of that exhibit. And that recall for that vehicle, can you tell us what it was?
It was a rear axle bolt fracture.
If there were other recalls, would those be part of the sales packet?
Yes.
Now, I'm just going to show one other item for you, sir. My apologies, I'm showing council the page. I don't know exactly which number it is in the exhibit, but I'll just see. Thank you.
And now we're in
I'm
one
showing you a
page.
single page from within this exhibit. On the top right here, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Part of the sales package?
It is.
And I'd like to point just up here to the far right. Does it say salesman?
It does.
Who is that?
That would be me, Peter Hershey.
And specifically, in order to gain commission as a salesman, do you need to get your name on a sales contract?
I do.
Okay, so you would be fairly convinced that that would be you that had sold that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein?
Good morning, Mr. Hershey.
Good
Just
morning.
My name
emphasize it
is
was
Doug
traceable.
Weinstein, and I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. Just have a few questions for you.
Certainly.
You were in the car sales business for 40 years, correct?
That is correct.
And when did you retire?
February 7th this year.
February of 2025.
Yes.
Can you tell me in broad strokes, what do you do when you go about selling a car to an individual? What's your approach?
Well, they have what they call the road to the sale. But basically, it's meet and greet, create a rapport, find out what they want, and sell them the car.
And when you're selling them the car, in your experience, do you tell them about the features in the car?
Generally speaking, yes.
Is-
Sometimes the customer knows more about the features than we do, but they've done research on one car. We have to know 10 or 12.
As a salesperson, do you go through training on the features on various vehicles?
Yes, we do.
And as part of that training, you learn the features of the cars, correct?
Correct.
This, and then of course, at times you explain those features, as you said, to your potential customers.
Call that a features benefit presentation. Yes.
What about after the sale? Like after you've made the sale, do you explain the features further then as well?
If the customer requires that, yes.
Okay. And we were talking about the connection features in this 2022 Ford Explorer.
Yes, sir.
And one of the features you mentioned, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that known as Ford Pass Connect?
It is part of that, part of the connectivity or what the telematics, whatever you want to call it, is Ford Pass. Yes.
Is Ford Pass.
I can take my cell phone, start my car, lock it, unlock it, see the oil pressure or the oil life. You can see where the car is. So yes, you can track your own car.
So if I had one of these 2022 Ford Explorers and I've got my phone and I'm not near the car, I'm somewhere else, I can tell where the car is?
Yes.
That's a great feature, right?
It's wonderful.
Is that something that you would sell people on?
Depends on whether that comes up that they're interested in it or not at the point in time. When I do finish up with my presentation, I will traditionally pair the phones and show them the features on Ford Pass Connect.
Okay, that's a part of your regular routine.
It is.
So you pair their phone up,
Mm-hmm.
you show them the features of Ford Pass Connect,
Correct.
you show them how, look, you can see where your car is if you're not near your car.
Mhm.
You can see, I believe, the oil level in the car, you said?
Fuel level, oil level, miles to empty, whether there's a recall on the car or not. There's all kind of information there.
Now, as I understand it, you don't recall specifically selling this car to Mr. Kassotis because you sell so many cars, correct?
Sir, that would be like 600 to 900 cars ago. Yes. And it was during COVID, and half the time during COVID, we didn't meet the customer.
I understand.
The car would get delivered to them and we would have done the paperwork.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask about, do you keep up? We were talking about recalls on these vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So this car was sold in 2022,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2022 vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that we saw that there was one recall at the time of sale.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the time of sale, you don't know about recalls that are going to pop up in the future, correct?
That is correct.
So if there's recalls that come in 2023, that wouldn't be on the sale paper from 2022.
It would not.
And if there's recalls from 2024, that's not going to be on the sales paperwork either.
Not unless you can get somebody to have a crystal ball and print from that crystal ball. No.
I know. I mean, my clients often want me to have a crystal ball, but I don't have one. And I'm sure your customers are the same way, right?
That's correct.
So you were still working as a salesman with Ford as August 2024, in August 2024.
That is correct.
So are you aware of the recall that Ford issued in August 2024 of 85,000 Ford Explorers for engine fires?
Objection, Your Honor, as to when? In August of 2024, or when was the recall counsel's referring to?
I'm asking if the witness is aware of a recall that was issued in August of 2024 for 85,000 Ford Explorers for engine fires.
Which would only matter, Your Honor, for relevance if that was applicable to a 2022 model.
Let me be more specific. I'm sorry. I'll rephrase the question. Are you aware of a recall that Ford issued in August of 2024 for 85,000 2020 to 2022 model year Ford Explorers for engine fires?
I probably knew about the recall at the time. I probably had some kind of issue, would have called the service department to see if they could fix them, because I would get phone calls from customers that would ask about the recall. Do I remember that specific recall? No. Ford has literally, I hate to say it, but literally several recalls a year.
And Ford is not unusual in that, right? To
No,
just protect Ford here.
every manufacturer has those.
Okay. But again, an August 2024 recall would not have shown up in 2022 paperwork, correct?
That would be obvious. Yes, sir. It would be correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else on read it right?
You simply said, correct me if I'm misunderstanding, you just don't recall if there was or wasn't one.
Yes, you are right.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. Can the witness be excused?
No objection from the state.
Mr. Hershey, thank you very much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
You too.
Wow. Okay, so can we talk about, to me, this is a clear example of, and we know that Doug treats his client like a partner in trial strategy. We heard him tell, how he approached the YSL trial strategy with Diamante Kendrick pretty much as like a mini lawyer in training next to him. And he was learning stuff as the trial went on. Good rapport with his client. We also see great rapport coming from Doug with the way he interacts with different witnesses. If you watch the body language of Kassotis, and he has some like finicky movements, but there are things that it seems like he's actually reacting to what's happening in front of him. He'll nod along with certain things that are being said, and with other witnesses, not this one, there was some like wincing and kind of looking to the side as if to suggest that's not right. And I have this vision of Kassotis and Doug having a conversation, and they're talking about this Ford Explorer, the purchase, and, the state. They have this Ford Explorer. They tracked you. They said that you were shocked. They disclosed to us that you were shocked. It seems like you told Tracy Sands, oh, I turned that off when they told you they had your GPS location and knew where your Ford Explorer was. And they're going to come after you for this car fire and suggest that your car was burned to the ground as if you wanted to destroy evidence that may have been within that vehicle. And then Doug comes in and he's like, well, you walked through this whole sales process, right? Where you give white glove service. You take this customer through all the bells and whistles, all the features and benefits. And shout out to all the salespeople, marketing people in the chat. Features and benefits. This is why this is so great. This is why you want the iPhone 16 Max over the cheaper phone over there that we don't make as much money on or whatever. And I can imagine this guy going, why would they think I didn't know the GPS was on? When I bought it, they told me this car had this. They had my ID when I bought this. And Doug gets these ingredients and he knows exactly how to get up there and cook with it. This chat today is like, I don't know. Like the states were mostly doing 6+. We had a lot of 7, 8s, 9s. I think we even had a 10 on how the prosecution is approaching this case based on what they promised in opening. The evidence is a scary prospect for any defendant to overcome. I know it shouldn't be their burden, but thinking in terms of the way humans think, when jurors hear there's phone evidence, there's GPS location, you had an affiliation, you were married to this woman, and you said weird things to investigators. Pretty strong anchor for a jury to be like, well, how would this guy not be guilty? Who else would have done it? Right? So unfortunately, even though it shouldn't be, in a way, it does become a burden for the defense. What a beautiful witness. We find out that there's, at least in the air, we're considering that these cars may have had an issue where they were known to catch fire. And Jordy said, this is exactly why you would want the set fire to my engine feature. So, wow, what a twist. Besides Jordy, who I don't know how serious or how just, because Jordy, you're a funny guy. I don't know how serious or how joking, and then it came out to be true, but did anybody expect this? Because this was a moment. I think this was a moment. So, and again, I think it's reasonable doubt to this one piece of evidence, right, with the car burning, and then a little bit of reasonable doubt to, if he's supposed to be so good in hiding his tracks, why would he go buy a vehicle with, I know he said cash, but then he also said it would have been cash or check at a second time, because this prosecutor repeats questions, right? So a little bit of a problem for the state. They initially get him to say that the purchase was with cash, but then later he said cash or check, which would also have a name and signature on it, the address, all of the information that's on a paper check. And then he also used his ID. So that's a little bit of chipping away at this idea that he did all of this as some grand, untraceable scheme to kill his wife. So, and yeah, we think Jordy has the crystal ball. And Jordy says, I didn't expect it, but if I was Doug, I certainly would have explored it at least. So, and I wonder if we'll hear more about this. Somehow, maybe a Ford expert will be called. Not sure. But let's get going, you guys. Let's get on to the next witness. That's a turn. That's a turn. A little bit in the defense's favor.
Our next witness, please.
At this time, the state calls Dean Glover.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, sir.
I mean, I think that was great lawyering. Thinking somebody's doing great lawyering isn't exactly dependent on what's going to be the outcome of a trial. It's the lawyering I wish that every defendant could have. So.
Can you please tell the court reporter your full name and spell it, please?
Dean Stanford Glover, DeanStanfordGlover.
Mr. Glover, where do you work?
City of Riceburg.
What do you do for them?
I'm the public works supervisor.
And as the public works supervisor, you said that was with the city of Riceboro?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us, where is the city of Riceboro located in Liberty County?
Wow. It is between Hinesville and Brunswick, actually. So about 20 miles away.
Okay. So if you headed south on I-95, would you hit basically your
Yes.
area?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do as the supervisor for that department?
I'm pretty much is the director, for the public works, sanitation, and, just wastewater, sewer, and
Okay.
public, just anything dealing with the city.
Okay. And in that capacity, do you have a location that you're assigned to?
Yes.
Where are you assigned?
793 Barrington Ferry.
Okay. And is there a building at that location?
Correct.
Okay. When I'm going to turn your attention back to December of 2022, were you assigned to work at that same building at the time?
Correct.
And where is that building located? You gave us an address, but how would you get there?
Basically on Barrington Ferry is just go to Riceburg to the caution light and take a left.
Okay.
A right, I'm sorry.
Okay. And if you were coming down I-95, would there be an exit that would take you there as well?
52.
Okay. And what roadway would you come off of I-95 to get to that building?
That is 17,
Okay.
Highway 17.
Okay. Does that also connect at some point to Jones Road?
It passes by, correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Barrington Ferry and Jones Road are kind of the same name, just at different places on the roadway?
Correct.
Okay. So depending on which county you're in, will kind of depend on what you call it?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
12 and a half years.
And in that 12 and a half years, do you know if there are any cameras at that location?
Yes, there are.
When did those cameras get installed?
After 9/11,
Why did you install cameras after 9/11?
it was mandatory after 9/11.
Federal government required it,
Correct.
and they were installed?
Yes.
Are there cameras on the pumping station building? I believe that's what that is. Is that correct?
It's a well.
It's a well, okay?
Yes.
Are there cameras on that building?
Correct.
And is there any type of security surrounding the building?
Fencing.
What kind of fencing?
Chain link.
Okay, is there anything on top of the chain link fence?
Barbed wire.
Barbed
Yes.
wire, right?
Correct. Yes.
And were the cameras at that building working in late November of 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what area the cameras capture from that building?
The roadway and the entrance of the well.
Okay.
Yes.
And does there exist a security system to preserve that video footage?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to call it a DVR, that digital video recording device. Was there one present inside of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you have been responsible for maintaining that?
Correct.
Would you also have been responsible if there were any problems to get it fixed?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you had a chance to look at that video footage and determine if there was a timestamp on it?
Yes.
Is there a timestamp?
Yes.
Is that timestamp accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is because it's controlled by the satellite, just like your cell phone.
Okay, so that is correct and current.
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated that those cameras do record, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And that video recording equipment, who has access to it?
Basically, just myself in the city when something happened. It's myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did there come a time when law enforcement asked you about that video footage?
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
Date and time, no, but it just happened when we had an incident now.
Okay.
And the reason why, because I am a volunteer fire department on that. So when we get situations, we do.
Okay. So if I direct your attention back to December of 2022, is that approximately when, even if you don't recall the exact date?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when law enforcement requested to see that footage, did you show it to them?
Correct. I gave them the DVR from them to extract.
You gave them the whole thing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that, would that have enabled them to download any footage from that device?
Yes.
And you turned that over to them yourself?
Correct.
Did that device include footage from November 29th of 2022 that you had a chance to look at before your testimony today?
Yes.
And was that a accurate and complete documentation of the entire time period surrounding the very end of November into December of 2022?
Yes.
Specifically in anticipation of this court date, were you able to look at just smaller clips of that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those a fair and accurate depiction of what was captured by the cameras on those dates?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Did it display the timestamp?
Yes.
I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that the witness be shown 1.25, a USB. May I approach?
You may.
I've had this marked. Do you recognize the initials on that USB?
Yes, that's mine.
Okay. And is this the actual USB that you watched on that day?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to determine if that captured the same area that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
And did it?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm actually going to plug this in so we can see it. If you want to just leave it off for one moment. Were you also shown some still photographs?
Yes,
And were those in fact just snaps of the actual original video?
yes.
I'm going to show those to you right now. These have been marked as 1.20 through 1.24. I'm showing those to counsel. Your Honor, may I approach?
Even.
Mr. Glover, I'm showing you 1.20.
Okay,
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
yes.
What is that, sir?
That is the, well,
Okay. Is there a building there as well?
correct.
Okay. And is that building the one that has cameras on it?
Yes,
Does that building have that fencing and the stuff you just described
Yes.
to us? And I'm now showing you 1.21 through 1.24. In that order. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
yes.
What are those photographs of?
And well, I'm looking at a vehicle and the fencing, and this is the, that big box is just what we have our electricity come through for the well. Yes,
So you recognize that as being where you were working?
yes,
Okay. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what's on the camera and your building on photographs 1.20 through 1.24?
yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to introduce those and tender them.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
Thank you. I'd also, Your Honor, like to tender 1.25, which is the video footage of those two clips I was referring to,
USB.
the USB.
No objection. It's also admitted.
One moment, my apologies.
No.
We only have a little bit to move forward.
The file ending in ID 23302. Now I have this up on the screen. Do you see that video that's playing? Oh, maybe not.
He's just looking around like, get it together. We need some Kokomo emojis in the chat.
For the purposes of moving along today, Your Honor, it's in evidence. I'll publish it at another time.
Okay.
Mr. Glover, you did recognize, however, those two videos that we've talked about,
Yes, I do.
and those are on the USB that have your initials?
Correct.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'm going to show you the still photographs.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that the photographs that are here are simply just stills off of what's in that actual moving clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'd like to first show you 1.20. What building is depicted right here?
It is the well.
Okay, and that building, does that have cameras on it?
Correct.
That's the ones that we have here?
Yes, ma'am.
And this road that passes directly in front of it, what road is that?
Well, a lot of people call it different things, but we know it's like Hometown Road. It goes into Homestown.
Okay.
Jones, Hometown.
Jones.
It's
Does that
got
also
very,
turn into Barrington Ferry?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's a lot of names for it, but that's the road that passes in front?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see specifically that chain link fence that you're referring to there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to show you photograph 1.21.
Yay,
You see
shots
this
to
up at
K.
the top
Schmidt,
left corner?
making it green.
Yes.
What is that?
Look at all the green in the chat,
Top
guys.
left is the,
Is that the timestamp?
yeah, it is.
Okay.
I'm
Does that list
looking
a
at you
date
on
and a
right.
time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was what you indicated was
Yes.
on there? Okay.
Yes.
And now specifically, do you see the fence there that you were referring to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's that chain link barbed wire fence?
Mm-hmm.
Is there also a vehicle that is captured there?
Yes, ma'am.
And that still photograph, that was just taken off of the camera?
Correct.
Do you know that car?
No, I don't.
Do you know who drove that car?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that also have a timestamp on it?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that's about 2 seconds later?
Yes.
And is that car now depicted here as well?
Yes.
Is that passing in front of the facility?
It's moving, yes.
And just so the record is clear, what side of the car, driver's side or passenger side, is closest while passing here?
It is the passenger.
Okay, so fair to say you can't really see the driver of this vehicle.
No, I don't.
And now I'm showing you 1.23. Is there a timestamp on this one?
Yes.
And what time is that?
12
12
and
o'clock and
13
seconds,
seconds.
right?
Yes.
It's very precise.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see anything on that roadway?
Yeah, I see a vehicle.
Okay. And is that the same type of vehicle as the one in the last screenshot?
Yes, going in the opposite direction.
Okay, so now the driver's side is closer, is that right?
Yes.
And now showing you 1.24. Does this also have a timestamp?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say just a couple seconds later?
Yes,
He
Do you have
seems
a
so
better
bored.
view of that vehicle now?
I do.
Okay. And again, do you recognize that vehicle?
The same as we seen before in the pictures, but not, I don't know it.
You don't know
personally.
it personally?
No, ma'am, I
Okay.
don't.
Now, you indicated that law enforcement had asked you for the DVR and you provided it. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that the material that they were able to retrieve from there?
Yes.
Okay. Other than turning over the video footage, did you do anything in relationship to this case?
No more than not in relation, we just was searching around for some of the remains,
So you helped with the search too?
Yes, a little,
Okay.
yes.
You didn't find anything though, right?
No, I did not.
And the road that passes in front of your building, is that a paved road, a county road?
It's a dirt.
It's a dirt road,
It's half belong to Liberty, the others to McIntyre.
okay? And if you were to go down that road on Jones Road, would you ultimately come upon the Portal Hunting Club?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Weinstein.
Talk about the timestamps.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. I just have a few questions. With respect to this exhibit, which is 1.21, I believe you testified that you can't see who's driving that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 1.23, you can't see who's driving that vehicle there either, can you?
I cannot.
And exhibit 1.24, you can't see who's driving that vehicle there either, can you?
Okay.
How familiar are you with this LTS brand DVR?
Just something we purchased. I'm not familiar no more than that. It rewrites itself after so often, yes.
How often does it rewrite itself?
I don't know. I think it's something like every 30 days, if I'm not correct.
McDonald's.
Are you the individual that set up that DVR at the pump station at the well?
Far as, no, it's a technician that sets it up, but I am the one that's responsible for make sure it's serviceable, yes.
But you are not the technician that set up that DVR,
No, I'm not.
correct?
No, I'm not.
And you are not the individual that went through the setup procedure for this LTS Chinese DVR.
No, I'm not.
So you didn't set the time zone for the DVR,
I did not.
okay, or anything else. Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. I appreciate your help.
Well,
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Brittany Gresham to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
I think it's still good morning.
It is.
Okay. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brittany Gresham, Brittanygresham.
Please tell the jury where you work.
I am employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, which is also known as the State Crime Lab.
And in that capacity, what do you do?
I work in the toxicology section.
There's
What is
toxicology.
Toxicology is the study of drugs in the body. So we are testing biological specimens, typically blood, urine, but then also some tissue such as liver and muscle and gastric contents for the presence or absence of alcohol, drugs, or poisons.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
It's been about 14 years.
And in your role there, what would be the title that you carry?
A forensic toxicologist.
Okay, so they call you a forensic toxicologist?
Yes.
And can you describe your educational and professional background for the jury?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Georgia. And then upon being hired at the GBI, I underwent about 8-month training program, which included, but is not limited to, evidence handling, our extractions, as we call them, those are the laboratory tests that we perform, instrumentation, and then pharmacology, which is the study of what the body does to drugs and what drugs do to the body.
And you indicated, I believe you said 14 years?
Yes.
Have you always been a forensic toxicologist?
Yes.
And how many cases do you think you've handled as a forensic toxicologist? Estimate.
Thousands. We average about 30 to 40 a month.
Now, you work in which crime laboratory?
Headquarters, which is located in Decatur.
So is there a closer one than headquarters to this office or this location?
There is. There is also a lab located in Pooler near Savannah, the Coastal Laboratory.
Okay. Does the Coastal Laboratory handle toxicology?
They do, but at this point, they weren't doing postmortem toxicology.
Okay, so as of December of 2022, the GBI Coastal Lab was not capable of performing those services?
They were capable. It was just a decision that was made that they weren't going to do it yet. At this point, they are now performing postmortem alcohol examinations.
Okay, so at the time, they just didn't do postmortem yet, but they have since become capable of providing that. Okay. But at the time of this case, would your location have been the one requested by the GBI to handle those services then?
Yes.
And did you in fact get requested to handle something connected to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us the Atlanta facility, the State Crime Lab, is that an accredited laboratory?
It is.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Accredited means that an outside body has evaluated our practices and determined that we do meet the standards of the scientific community.
And what procedures are required to maintain accreditation?
We undergo surveillance visits where they come out and observe us performing our analysis in the laboratory and also observing our case management. They come out every 4 years, I'm sorry.
So they evaluate the laboratory itself, correct?
Yes.
Do they also evaluate the personnel at the laboratory?
Yes.
Who does that? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
They observe us.
Okay. And you said us. Who do they observe specifically?
We have scientists and we have laboratory technicians as well as evidence receiving technicians.
Do each of those different fields have to be maintained and accredited as well as the facility?
No, we're not individually accredited.
Okay, so the whole unit is accredited, but all of those different evaluations get conducted across the agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that include yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you personally get reviewed by that body?
Personally,
Mhm.
I've been actually observed, I think twice in my 14 years there. They don't observe everybody.
Okay. So it's a spot check essentially?
Correct.
So do you know if it's coming?
I'm not sure of the schedule at the moment.
Okay. So my question, I guess, to you is, other than them, who else verifies your work? Meaning peer review. Can you explain what that is to the jury, peer review?
Peer review is the process by which another trained, qualified scientist observes your work before it goes out the door.
Does that happen how often?
100%.
So every single case that you work, somebody else reviews it before it gets passed along?
In the toxicology section, yes.
Okay. Have you ever testified before in court in the field of forensic toxicology?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately 25.
Okay. And in those times, where did you do that? What counties?
Some examples would be Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Richmond, Chatham, Fayette.
Welcome to Liberty.
Add that to the list.
Okay. And in those times that you were brought to those locations, were you qualified as an expert?
Yes.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be deemed an expert in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection. Well, I think she is qualified and can give her opinions in the field of forensic toxicology. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to analyze any biological samples in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Before I show you any paperwork, can you tell the jury, how does a sample come into the lab?
A sample can be received at the laboratory via mail, hand-to-hand delivery, or via a lockbox, which operates like a two-way locker. One side of the locker is available to the evidence receiving technicians in our evidence receiving department, and the other door is available to the submitting agency. So either our medical examiners or any other agency. Once a submitting agency puts their evidence in that locker, it's locked and can't be opened again from the outside. And so it has to be retrieved from interior with the evidence receiving technicians.
Is that the case with every single submission?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no way that anybody could interfere potentially with those samples?
Correct.
Now, ultimately, when those samples are received by the evidence technician, do they get documented with a title or a case number?
Yes, they get a unique case number, and each piece of evidence gets a unique barcode and number associated with it as well.
Okay. And is that unique to every single item on each case that gets submitted?
Yes.
And would there be an overarching case number associated with a case being handled by the lab?
Yes.
How does that lab numbering system work, meaning internally?
It is maintained within our LIMS, our Laboratory Information Management System.
Okay. And when a case number is assigned to a case, if, for example, more than one piece of evidence came in at different times, would they be then attached to the same case file?
Correct.
And they would then bear the same number?
Right.
Okay. So you would know if potentially more items had been submitted and either needed your attention or some other division of the laboratory.
Right.
How many divisions are there in the laboratory? Sections, I guess is the right way to put it.
I am not sure. We have biology, we have trace, we have our firearms division, we have our medical examiner's office. I believe that's it.
And toxicology?
And toxicology. Oh, and chemistry.
And chemistry. Okay. So would it be fair to say that your area and field is limited only to toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't touch any DNA?
No.
Now, do you know where the samples in this case that you analyzed came from?
They came from the medical examiner after he performed the autopsy.
Okay. So the medical examiner, how would he submit them to you?
Via the lockbox. That's how he submitted it.
So even though he works for the GBI crime laboratory, he still submits a piece of evidence in the same fashion as every other agency?
Correct. Even though the medical examiner's office is under the umbrella of the crime lab, they still submit evidence the same way any other agency would.
Okay. And in this case, did you receive a sample from him that you reviewed?
Yes.
What kind of a sample was it?
I received a liver specimen.
Okay. Can you tell us what that means?
During the autopsy, the medical examiner took a piece of the liver and he decided that that was what he wanted analyzed. I believe that he also took gastric contents, I believe spleen blood, kidney, and muscle, but he submitted the liver to the HQ laboratory for analysis.
So this is another, and maybe it'll mean nothing, but the prosecutor asked a question that was unnecessary. And now we just got this extra information that the medical examiner made a decision to only say the liver should be tested. And remember, we don't have the medical examiner having a conclusion on the cause of death. But now we're getting this witness volunteering. This wasn't the specific question that was asked. Well, I believe, this other stuff could have been sent for testing, but they decided not to send it for testing. It might be worthless, but it might mean there could be a cause of death that the state didn't explore.
And did you perform an analysis on that substance?
Yes.
Okay.
Just an unnecessary question.
Can you tell us what the protocol or standard operating procedure you follow when you receive a sample? How does that work when you get it?
The actual processing of the liver or?
No. When you receive an item to analyze, how do you get it to go do your review?
We have a management that assigns various cases to us.
So you didn't select this case, it was assigned to you?
Correct.
And when that came, how did you get the sample to review and analyze? Where do you go to get that?
We store our evidence in a locked cold room, so I retrieved it from there.
And in doing so, can you tell the jury what you had to do to process that sample?
Yes, per our policy on handling liver specimens, we perform a 1 to 10 dilution. So we cut a small piece of the liver and we dilute it with water and we blend it up to homogenize it or make it uniform. And this allows us to be able to process it during our extractions or lab procedures.
Can you explain the difference between a physical liver sample versus a fluid like blood? How would you do it with blood?
With blood, you don't have to do any kind of processing with it. We can just sample it the way it is.
Okay. So are there limitations with liver samples?
Yes, the preferred specimen for toxicology analysis is going to be blood because that's what's actively circulating in the system at the time of death, and that's what's going to be affecting your brain.
If there had been amputation or dismemberment, could that impact the integrity of a blood sample?
It could.
Can you tell the jury what putrid means as it relates to toxicology?
Putrid indicates that a body has undergone some decomposition.
And as a result, how would a putrid sample affect your ability to forensically examine a sample?
I don't perform alcohol analysis myself, but it would affect the alcohol result.
So in terms of alcohol, how would decomposition impact alcohol?
The process of decomposition actually creates alcohol in your body. So that's going to skew the possible results.
So is it possible to tell whether that was, in theory then, for layman's term, drinking alcohol versus decomposition alcohol?
Correct, you can't tell.
So you would just know there was some alcohol, you just wouldn't know where it came from?
Yes.
So with respect to this, you then tested the liver sample, correct?
Yes.
And in testing the liver sample, can you explain if the body cavity was exposed, meaning there was an opening in the neck, could that have in some way impacted the toxicology results?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. If the head had been removed and there was an opening to the body cavity, could that have caused complications with any results?
The integrity of some samples might be, some samples might not be of integral value. I know that the medical examiner did take some chest fluid, but he deemed that not suitable for analysis due to the fact that the body cavity was open. And that's one reason why he submitted the liver.
So if you had blood, would you have used blood?
Yes.
Did you have any blood to use?
No.
All you had was the liver?
That's what was submitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury the specific methods of analytical review that you used? I know we talked about GCMS and some of the other equipment. What are those processes?
To start with, the specimen was screened on something called, on my report, it's referenced as a LCHR MSMS, which is high resolution liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. And what that's going to do is it's going to separate the components of a mixture, and then it's going to help us identify them via the mass spectrum. The other instrumental techniques that I used are LCMSMS and GCMS, which work similar. The GCMS is gas chromatography mass spectrometry. So once again, they're going to separate the components of a mixture and then help us to identify them.
That sounded very complicated. Is that where you get the specialized training?
Yes, we do have training in that.
And you're trained on how to use that equipment?
Yes.
Okay. So when you do that initial analysis, are you able at that point to determine what, if any, components may be in the specimen?
Yes, our screen looks for about 150 drugs, and whatever is found there will go forward for confirmation testing to determine if it is present above our limit of report.
Okay. Can you test for every single drug that's out there?
No, we don't test for everything out there.
Why not?
Some things aren't necessarily applicable to our casework, and other things we just don't even know are out there yet. So we're constantly improving our methodologies and adding new drugs to our libraries.
So you use the phrase library. Would it be fair to say that in order to know what's there, you would have to compare it to something?
Correct.
So if you ran the specimen and you didn't have a comparison for a particular type of drug, you wouldn't know if it's there?
Right.
Okay. When you performed this, did you recover or see any particular substances that were present during the analysis?
Yes, I was able to detect and confirm diphenhydramine in the liver.
Okay. Can you spell diphenhydramine?
Diphehydramin.
Sorry. I did not mean to put you on the spot.
Allergy
I was
meds?
trying to help our court reporter. What is that commonly known as?
Diphenhydramine is commonly known as Benadryl.
Okay, so diphenhydramine is the fancy chemical name for it, but Benadryl is what we're talking about?
That's a common brand name for it, yes.
Okay, can you tell us what the effects of Benadryl in your system may be?
Diphenhydramine is a antihistamine. That's the classification. What it's doing is it's acting on the histamine receptors in your body to prevent allergic reactions from occurring. One of the possible side effects of that, however, is drowsiness. And as such, it has also become a common sleep aid.
Can diphenhydramine be distributed over the counter or with a prescription?
It's over the counter.
And in that over the counter form, is it sometimes sold as a sleep aid and sometimes also sold as a allergy antihistamine?
Yes, ma'am.
What are common names that some of the jurors might know those to be?
For a sleep aid, you might see it in ZQuil or Unisom, or sometimes it's in combination with Tylenol to be like a pain reliever and sleep aid combo.
Now, when it's in a pain reliever combo, would you also see then potentially the acetaminophen, which would have been the pain reliever component?
Yes.
Did you see any of that in this case?
No, ma'am.
So the only item that you saw in the liver sample was the diphenhydramine, the Benadryl.
Yes.
And are you able to determine what's called a concentration?
Yes.
What does a concentration mean?
A concentration is an amount of substance that is present in the specimen.
Okay, so it's like how much is there compared to the rest of the sample?
Yes,
And in this case, did you determine a concentration?
I did.
Does the amount of the substance found impact the effect potentially on a person?
Yes,
So a higher concentration may have a more profound effect or less?
correct. A higher concentration would have a more profound.
Okay. And what was the concentration in this case, if you know off the top of your head?
May I reference my report?
If not, I can just, I'll introduce it first. I'll make that easier. I'll withdraw. I'm going to show you 1.26 that I have marked. Do you recognize 1.26?
Yes, this is a copy of my report.
Okay. Do you recognize that to be your actual report?
Yes,
At this time, I'd like to tender 1.26.
Any objection? No objection. It's moved.
Before I get ahead of myself, do you make reports in connection with the work that you do at the crime laboratory?
yes, ma'am.
Why do you do that?
It's going to be an official document of our results.
Do these get reviewed for accreditation?
Yes, they do review our casework.
And do you also potentially use it to testify in court?
Yes,
How many samples do you think you've done in the last year?
samples,
Yeah, how many cases do you think you've worked?
maybe 200.
Be fair to say this might help your recollection as well?
Yes,
Okay, so I'm now going to ask to publish this, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. That case number that you were referring to, would that be marked up here in the top right corner of this official report?
yes,
And would it also indicate at the end your signature here?
yes,
And the results and the information that you secured in connection with this, that would be listed, is that correct?
correct.
And is there in fact a concentration that you found of the diphenhydramine?
There is
Okay, and what was that?
2.9 milligrams per kilogram.
Can you tell us what that means?
It's difficult to say with a liver specimen. It's very limited in what you can say. Once again, a blood being our preferred source, since that's going to be what's actively circulating and going to be affecting your brain. Oftentimes in the field of toxicology, we have ranges that we refer to. So we have therapeutic, toxic, and lethal. Therapeutic would be what you would expect to see in the blood if someone is taking a drug as prescribed. Toxic is getting into more adverse effects, perhaps loss of consciousness, disorientation, things of that nature. Lethal is going to be what's consistent with an overdose or death. We have those levels for blood. We don't have those for liver specimens. In a research or clinical setting, you can administer a drug to somebody, draw blood, and draw correlations between doses and blood concentrations. With the liver, you can't do that. You can't give drugs to somebody and then just take a piece of the liver to analyze to make a correlation between. So it's difficult to say what this value is going to mean. What I can tell you is that in a study of 11 deaths that were attributed to diphenhydramine, the average liver concentration was 34 milligrams per kilogram. And this is nowhere near that. So you wouldn't expect this to be a lethal level.
Right. So can you also tell us what happens when a body is dead and it's potentially laid out? I believe you explained to me something about how there's redistribution. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, after death and blood is no longer circulating and the body just settles, drug concentrations can redistribute throughout the blood and tissues. So that could be affecting this level as well.
Now, given that this case involves a deceased and a dismemberment where the blood was not available, is that the best that you were able to do given what you had?
Yes, the medical examiner submitted what he had to get whatever kind of results to come up with his conclusion of cause of death.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
This might be
Cross-examination, counsel.
an important cross.
Good morning, Ms. Gresham.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. Let me ask you some questions because maybe I misheard. The state keeps saying the only thing available was the liver. Didn't you testify that the medical examiner drew spleen blood?
Yes, there were some other things that he acquired from the body. If it wasn't spleen blood, it might have been the actual spleen. I could have been misquoting there.
But you had said spleen blood, correct, earlier?
I said it earlier, yes.
What else did he draw from the body other than, that could have possibly been analyzed by you, other than the liver that was provided to you?
Well, there was the chest fluid, which he deemed unsuitable due to the fact that the chest cavity was open. There was kidney, there was gastric contents, there was muscle, and there might have there was brain, and there might have been other things, but I did note those in the case file when I was printing out my materials.
Okay, but you did not receive spleen blood from the medical examiner, correct?
No, those were never sent up to headquarters.
And
Should have sent the brain
I
fluid.
understand from your testimony, this figure you have of 2.9 milligrams per kilogram, because you don't have studies, as you said, that can administer and then check blood, that the figure you get, 2.9 milligrams per kilogram for the liver, that really can't tell you much about the level of toxicity, correct?
Correct. I don't know what was actually circulating in the blood at time of death.
So this number is essentially meaningless for us trying to determine the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis, correct?
Objection to the word meaningless, Your Honor.
Let's try again. I'll withdraw it. Can you tell anything from that 2.9 milligrams per kilogram about the level of toxicity?
I can just say that diphenhydramine was consumed at some point.
But you don't know the level of toxicity of that, correct?
This doesn't represent a lethal level based on literature.
Or does it represent a toxic level?
It's nowhere near the 34 milligrams per kilogram, so I wouldn't think it would be toxic either.
If you would have had spleen blood and you would have analyzed spleen blood, could you have made a more definitive analysis of the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis?
Objection calls for speculation.
She's an expert.
She is an expert in all
Once again, I'm not sure if it was spleen blood or actually spleen that was taken from the decedent, but that wouldn't have very much value either because it's not what's actively circulating in the body, in the blood at the time of death.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
No reason.
Thank you. You're excused. Thanks for being here.
Now, so Doug's strategy here is pretty, with the tangible evidence, not the circumstantial evidence, but the tangible evidence strategy is
Yes, ma'am.
you picked and chose what to collect. And then there's stuff that you collected but chose not to send for testing. So, and Sabata, it's not me that's hilarious. It's this prosecutor let some of this information come out by repeating questions. And when someone asks you the same question or something that seems so simple and doesn't even need an explanation, you might try to be extra descriptive in your response, because why else are you asking me this similar question again? Maybe I didn't provide enough, so let me talk more. And then Doug went up there and said, "You said this thing, didn't you?"
Gentlemen, that concludes all of the witnesses we have scheduled for this morning. The next witness is the medical examiner, and we were given information that that individual was testifying in another county earlier this morning.
Are we ending for
I
the
believe
day?
he's traveling here to Liberty County. We don't expect him here until after 1:30, possibly 2 o'clock. So I'm going to give you, it's 11:52. I'm going to ask you to come back at 1:30. So please don't be later than that. Be here at 1:30. We'll see you then. Thank you.
All right, so 1:30. So they're going to be a little bit longer on lunch. I think yesterday, did I say rewatching opening statements during lunch? Or was it something else? I feel silly asking because I clarified, like, oh yeah, we'll do that during lunch tomorrow. And then now I forgot. I was very preoccupied trying to make a blooming onion yesterday without messing it up. I'll show you guys those results. So we're going to have about an hour and a half here for lunch. Just a thought, food for thought type of thought experiment in the chat, you guys. What are your thoughts? Let's assume, for the sake of argument, Nicholas Kassotis did everything they're accusing him of doing. On a scale of 1 to 10, with that being assumed true, how acceptable do you find this forensic procedure for what we've seen so far in this trial? Because I don't think this is anywhere near the worst we've seen with some things, but I would still give it less than 5. So I'm curious what you guys think. I don't think it's acceptable to just pick and choose. If we have reason to want to do a toxicology, we want to see if, and I get that everyone says your liver processes things. If they were looking for alcohol concentration, for example, well, if you have the kidney available for testing, but you don't send it for testing, what if there's an issue like undiagnosed diabetes? What if there's other substances? We're talking about this component to allergy medications, over-the-counter allergy medications. And let me spell it right. I looked it up. I wanted to see what it's in. And coincidentally, it's been in the news a lot this week, with experts calling they want it to be taken out of these common over-the-counter medications. It's not useful and it's dangerous. So it's not providing a benefit, but it's putting people at risk of some type of harm that we don't think it should be in these over-the-counter drugs anymore. I also saw that Anne Burrell, the chef that passed away. Oh, I think I was talking about the Mahendra Patel, that we would watch that. There was a final pretrial hearing today. I'll look for an article update, but Dizzy looked, there's no cameras in the courtroom. So the medical examiner, this is a recent, if you guys didn't hear the news, she was known as a chef. She was on the Food Network. She died by suicide, and there was intoxication due to the combined effects of diphenhydramine, ethanol, cetirizine, and amphetamine. So some of these things could, like amphetamine could have been in one medication with the diphenhydramine. And they're ruling this as suicide as if she intentionally took an amount and maybe mixed it with other substances that would cause a specific outcome. So rest in peace to Miss Burrell. Sad news. But the interest here is now we're hearing about diphenhydramine and only diphenhydramine. And it seems like I can't really tell, but I feel like the state was trying to say, we looked and we eliminated the possibility of another cause of death. That she didn't die because of something she consumed. But we only sent the liver for testing, even though we had other materials available. And according to the witness that we put on the stand ourselves, she's telling us to say that it's difficult to tell the actual toxicological effect of this diphenhydramine at the time that Mindi was still alive, because we only had the liver specimen, and that's not the best thing to test for this type of thing. So Doug gets up there and he's like, well, you could have drawn spleen blood. And she's like, well, I did say that. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe they had the spleen but didn't draw fluids from the spleen. So Doug goes, okay, but there were other fluids that were extracted that you could have tested if they sent it to you, right? So he lists it off. He says from the kidney. He says from gastric contents, from muscle, from brain. And she agrees and even goes so far to like start leaning into the idea of these other materials. They would have been very helpful for her to do a more in-depth and precise analysis on this victim's toxicology at the time that she passed away. So, oh, Georgia Girl, that's cool. Georgia Girl says, I went to school with Brittany Gresham. I like Georgia Girl. I like Brittany Gresham as a witness. I thought she was very clear in how she explained things to the jury. I think the state let her get some oopsies out in the air because they asked weird questions. So, yeah, we also got to find out if the Explorer's covered under warranty. But yeah, so I just thought it was interesting. We've got all of this. And, you know, the jurors are not supposed to pay attention to discussion of the case. They're not supposed to go look out at news about the case or look up definitions. They're not supposed to go and do research on things related to the case. But imagine you're at home eating dinner and you see this news story come across the TV like, common allergy medications risk outweighs its usefulness, experts say. And you just hear this story and you're like, oh, I know what Benadryl is. Oh, that's that thing. It's just interesting, the overlap. So, and let me look up what we got. Mahendra Patel. There was one news article this morning before the hearing would have started that said the hearing was happening today. And I think all we have is a syndication of that same. Yeah, so far the only update I see in articles is just a syndication of the same article from this morning that actually said no trial date has been set. So either they unset the trial date or this article isn't very informative. So we'll see if there's Mahendra Patel updates before the day is over. And I think we'll rewatch some opening statements during lunch. I do want to rehear the way things were said. But let's go back to this thought experiment. So rating. Well, that guy, Nick, we read the stories yesterday during lunch. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dizzy. Dizzy remembered. I figured it out on my own, but it took me like my brain was starting its engine. Maybe there's a recall going on there. The World is on Fire gave a 1 for the thought experiment. Terry Friday says 3. They would need to prove it weighed more. Law Nerd Amber says 5. Dizzy says, so far, I'm not convinced of his guilt. And what I like about Dizzy here is Dizzy's looking at stuff and like, hey, this stuff is really sus. But when we look at it in the context of, is the state doing their job? Factual Lie says not the worst, but not the best. And this is like, can you imagine if this was the baseline for not being adequate? Right? I think if we didn't have so many, I think because there's so many extreme examples, it's easier for me personally, my own opinion, to say this isn't that bad compared to some other things that we've heard in other cases. But it could be a lot better. And testing can be expensive, but when you're specifically looking to find out. You want a toxicology report. And this is post-mortem. It's a little bit different than like, hey, this person's living, let's draw their blood and send the blood off for testing. This is post-mortem, and you're trying to figure out what happened to this woman. Maybe that's where it's worth saying, yeah, let's do the expenditure and request more testing than we would for some other situation. So, who knows? We'll see with the medical examiner. And that's going to be interesting. I think the state isn't loving that the medical examiner didn't rule a cause of death. We heard them talk about that a little in opening statements, which is why it's going to be good to watch that on break. But prosecutor really wants us to know that there was the, bruising, some type of indication of impact on the back of the head. And it seemed like in opening statements, they were laying out like, hey, just because the body was decomposed and we can't tell you everything because it was decomposed, there was nothing we could do to find out more information than what we were able to find out, doesn't mean that you, the jury, cannot conclude that this defendant caused the death of Mindi. Which is true, right? The jury can, without 100%, still determine beyond a reasonable doubt that even if we don't have a manner of death established by a medical examiner, that Mindi Kassotis' cause of death was through the actions that Kassotis is being accused of. So, but it seems to be a pretty obvious weakness for the prosecutor. She seems to be like insecure about that lack of evidence, and it's showing. So Robert gives it a 5. Tay Biz gives it 2. Brooklyn says the car pictures are pretty damning. And I think that's a good example of you just certain types of evidence, do what you can do. So for those videos, you can't see the license plate and you don't really know if those timestamps are accurate. Which doesn't mean that might not be his car driving there at a different time, but it's a challenge to the state's theory of the time frame that they say Kassotis' phone was in that area. It's the best you can work with. Let's see. Black Butterfly says, I'm not swayed in one way or the other. And thank you for the 2. Good to see you. Always appreciate your insight. The World is on Fire. Didn't Anne Burrell just have another season of her TV show? I'm the worst person to ask about this because by the time I watch anything, it's when there's already like 4 or 5 seasons and I just like go and start. Like I'm a latecomer to TV shows. So, and I purposely wait because I'll have a weekend off and I'll be like, all right, this is what's going to run all weekend. But always sad when someone has something coming up, and sad for Anne Burrell and her family. And, what an awkward thing to go through as a cast or production member where, you're excited about the opportunity and then something tragic happens. Lots of stuff to deal with. Grief comes in so many different layers. Let's see. Yep, Peter, they are stressing the budget of the lab. And one of the reasons I have this whole, like, yeah, you make the priority, you don't want, everything can be expensive. But this is a missing person. I feel like there's extra reasons to go out of your way to try to get an answer on certain things, especially because the body's decomposing. It's putrid. So we should be primed to know that we won't be able to get as much information from a precursory autopsy as we would if we found somebody right after they died. So to me, that's the way my mind processes it. That's just how I think about it. And we're going to see. Yeah, and you guys say diphenhydramine. It's like I can say it right once, and then I see it, and then now I have to question how I pronounce it when I see the word again. Diphenhydramine is just Benadryl, knocks the average person out if they're not used to it, but not the peep who either normally takes it or are insomniacs. And that's the thing. I mean, we don't have like if this is the case where, you can kind of get used to it. We don't have that information on whether or not the individual being tested here had allergies and was regularly taking this type of thing or not. It's just so it's really kind of vague in context. Um yeah, Angel, I think this is true. Angel says, "Do you think we dive deeper into doubt because we are trial watchers and we can challenge everything? I feel like the average juror may see as guilt. I now have doubts and I didn't before the trial." So that's why I had like a little rant earlier. I kind of went off the rails where it's not the defense's burden, but in a way, just because people are human, a defense might need to go on the offense and act like something's their burden. Because even though you can tell the jury what reasonable doubt means and how it's the state's burden, oftentimes if you say, well, we have their phone and their vehicle saying they were there and they knew this person, who else could it have been if not this person? Why would we be here if it wasn't them? So I don't think it matters so much that people dive into trials and dissect them outside, but I think it matters what the jurors in the jury box think and evaluate the evidence as, because they're the ones that make the ultimate decision here. But yeah, I think this is definitely true. And one of the reasons I think the YouTube chat feature is so amazing is because I mean, even just this thing with the Ford recall, we have Elizabeth Wright coming in and pointing out, like, there was actually a lot of I don't know if it's like tickets, but a lot of filings because of this Ford fire recall. It was actually a thing. And Jordy coming in like half jokingly, but comedy stranger than the truth sometimes. Just love the chat. Doug says suggestions. Doug, you know me and I love the brevity. So what I would say, a quick summary from the chat seems to be getting irritated. Nobody said anything like the prosecutor's harsh or not doing her job ethically, but people are getting bored of the way she draws out her questions. I think that's the biggest consensus I've seen in the chat from where I'm sitting. And your short cross-examinations, getting right to the questions that you want to highlight and get something on the record for, I think that time management is appreciated. But chat, if you have any suggestions here for Doug, drop them in the chat here. Other than that, also, I get the vibe that you did talk with your client, and you obviously don't need to comment anything in the chat on that. But I love the Ford recall thing. I never would have expected that. In my head, I'm like, well, why was the car set on fire? I thought it was a bit weird. It was burned to the ground. It was a little bit dramatic. When something's too dramatic, it does raise my eyebrow. But I never would have expected us to have testimony that, hey, yeah, there could have been a recall for engine fires. Perhaps on that model, that 2022 Ford Explorer. So never would have expected that. And yeah, lots of love here for Doug in the chat. And I think my personal feedback, I said it earlier, but you were busy. You were busy doing other things. I wish everybody had this type of representation. But let me give you like a 7 out of 10. There's room for improvement, Doug. Don't get comfortable. And we've got an active shooter situation. Oh my goodness. Fort Stewart. Yeah, Skillet Pan says, hey, Doug, prosecutor seemed worried about the blood evidence yesterday, I think. Yeah, show us Jim. Show us Jim. And I don't know, but if you got some information excluded about the specific types of fictional work that your client has written, congratulations. And that might be the right evidentiary ruling, but speaking from a position where we've seen lyrics be just vomited into a trial, going to somewhere where maybe we're not going to see more works of art introduced, is just a contrast between different cases that we've watched on this channel. So very cool if so. Leonard Amber says, love the short and sweet cross exams. Get in, get out, make solid points. Sabata says, just keep prodding the witnesses about inconsistencies like you are doing. Yeah, and he says criticism is more helpful than praise. I would say I really want to know. I don't fully understand the state's theory. I think this is a great place for you to work with if you take advantage of that. I don't understand if they're trying to lay out the theory that he's such a smart Navy JAG officer prosecutor, he would know how to get away with it. But at the same time, there's just so much at the scene that doesn't seem to make sense if somebody was trying to cover their tracks. So, like, there's got to be, the state has to answer that for me, or I'll just say, like, look, this doesn't make sense. But I think that could be an area. Which one is it? Yes, Abada, we can say the vehicle was roasted. Let's see. Brooklyn says, push her on the Benadryl. Where was it bought? And empty bottles of Benadryl. Unless we have, like, I don't know if there would be an opportunity for him to question on that, but knowing that the medical examiner is coming up, Brooklyn, I would say you probably want to know about some of the decisions to send certain things for testing to the GBI crime lab. So that could be somewhere, something close, something parallel to that. Oh, yeah, Michelle. Michelle is curious about how does the angry wife who was cheated on come into play? She would be who I think would be the most likely suspect. Oh, that's an interesting angle. And good to see you, Michelle. GV says, and thank you for the support. GV says, most of the chat is getting very insecure vibes from the state without knowing the case. They made big promises at opening. Make sure the jury sees that. Yes, this is a big question too. Nina wants to know, why didn't he report her missing? So I've seen this asked a few times. And it seems like we haven't really gotten to the witnesses that will talk about this subject area quite yet. So waiting to see, but just know, I think we're waiting to see that. Leonard Amber says this will probably come up, but if the state is saying he was running from paying his ex $1.5 million, why take out Mindi and not the ex? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, the money, the money. Terry made the observation that the defendant very calm and confident. Yeah, confidence level is huge. Ariel says Doug comes off as very genuine, and if I was a juror, I would trust what he's saying. The prosecutor isn't untrustworthy to me, but not as genuine as Doug. That goes a long way for me. I do think that there's been, when Doug is speaking to somebody, there is a balance of rapport. And I think every time that there's been good rapport, the chat it's resonating with the chat. So let's see. Rods, hey Betsy. Betsy says this one's hard because the state isn't making too much sense for me. Maybe be louder with the shortfalls of the testing/investigation. JG, good to see you. We're talking about a severe mutilation. I sure hope most aren't just writing him off as innocent. I think the general sentiment of the chat is this is an extremely uphill battle. I've seen a lot of questions on how did Doug even come to be representing this defendant, which to me, there's a bit of a connotation there that why would a defense attorney want to represent somebody who mutilated somebody? But legally, at this point in time, Nicholas Kassotis is presumed innocent until he's proven guilty. So this is the way we approach things, the way we watch trials here. I think this is a little bit of a different dynamic than, true crime nerds, where it's kind of more of a this is so sad and tragic, and we want justice maybe by any means because we're so emotionally attached to the story that it's hard for us to not remember that the state always has a burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So there's a distinction here between somebody could think Nicholas Kassotis did it in their own opinion, but still have the conversation here on, is this meeting the standard? Angel says, always follow the money. You know, more often than not, it seems to come down to something like that, you know. Let's see. Hey, Shannon. Let's see. Porky Marie says, like the hunting club members, I think it could be driven home more that there are tons of members and animals out there. Because we did have one bit of information where it seems like, not to be gross, but there could have been some animal chewing at the foot. So, and let's see. What a cool exercise, you guys. Thank you, everybody, for sharing thoughts. Some really nuanced and super specific commentary, some broader big picture stuff. Always awesome to see. And again, I love the YouTube chat feature. It's why I think YouTube is so great, even though I watch a bunch of static videos with no chat. But I really love the chat. And again, love chat side even before I was the one on this side of the screen. Yeah, for always for life. And it's a tough thing, right? Conceptually, but even the most disgusting defendants deserve an advocate and a fair trial. And I think the question people should always ask themselves is, it's not, if I committed a crime, do I deserve a fair defense? That's encompassed within the bigger picture of what I'm actually going to say. So the answer should still be yes. But that's not really the real question. The real question is, do the accused deserve the right to a fair trial and a defense? And that all-encompassing answer is yes, in multiple ways enumerated by our Constitution. So it is what it is, and I'm happy about that. Now, does that mean that just because somebody gets a defense that they'll get off? I mean, I would rather there be more good attorneys. A lot of people seem to have this dismissal of, oh, if you have a good attorney, you can get away with everything. And I kind of look at that as the reverse, where I unfortunately think a lot of people, they end up getting an outcome that's unfair and unjust, that they might be actually innocent, and they end up being convicted in one way or another because they didn't have access to competent counsel that had available resources to really put on an effective defense, let alone all the other constitutional issues that could be in play. So, oh yeah, we should do a polite sidebar counter. They had 2 approaches today, right? It might have just been 1. I know the one was scheduling. Polite. All right. And we're at the point in time based on how long opening statements took yesterday. This is about the right amount of time to replay if they're coming back in an hour from their lunch. I think it was 2 polite sidebars. If it's 1, I'll update it. And let's see. Day 1. Oh, let me cue it up to where we get opening. And if you missed opening statements, the state waived the opportunity to do openings first. So it's going to be Doug for the defense first, and then the state will do their opening. I'm going to put up a little banner thing that makes it more clear that this is a rewatch. Rewatch opening statements from day 1. Court on lunch.
Ms. Bayo, you may proceed for the state.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer, and I'm going to go second.
All right, thank you.
Hold on. Factual lie. I feel like I've said at this point in time like 3 times today and a bunch yesterday, and I don't know why I'm trying to bring in the Glanville motif into this trial, but I can't help it. I think it's because I'm trying to say Kassotis, so my brain is focused on not saying, using a name of one of our moderators here. So my brain's just occupied, and now I'm using the Glanville at this point in time over and over. Shout out to Amy E in the building. You guys, so Class C's also been looking at this trial in addition to other things. You know, the structure of his morning show is multi-topic. Here we only really get into other topics when we do a trial stream to fill the breaks. But Class C with his regular morning show is not only covering like a roundup of news stories, but also following the day by day of this Doug Weinstein, Nicholas Kassotis, and we'll say Lori Bayo. We've learned ADA Lori Bayo by this point in time. So make sure you go and check out his morning shows. And also, guess what day it is, guys? Guess what day it is? Is anybody going to say it? It happens 3 times a week. And it's also something that happens once a week.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
There you go. There you go. But it is also going to be, I'm assuming, Club Classy tonight. I don't see the stream scheduled. In addition to all of those amazing things going on over there, Amy E holds it down for all of those shows. She makes the chat pop. Amy also does a ton of like body cam, like surveillance style video archives. You guys will love it watching all of that stuff. And Amy, I saw this little, it was very short, but there's a case where a girl in the UK, Kirsty Carless, was just sentenced. It's like a life sentence, but I think at 25 is the way they do the parole. I guess they start considering at 25. So she's sentenced to life, but minimum of 25 years is the way they worded it. But there's some surveillance. A friend sent her a screenshot of her ex having a Tinder profile. And according to how the trial went, she gets in a taxi. She goes to get a knife from her parents' house, gets back in the taxi and has the taxi driver drive her to where the ex lives at, where there's already a restraining order in place. And there's surveillance of her running up. It's like just the outside. It's like real short. It's like 30 seconds. And she runs up and apparently he dies from a single stab to the chest, to the heart. And that single stab, the reason I paid attention to the case is it reminds me of Courtney Clenny, where we have the one knife entry. And then they also have a little bit of body cam of arresting her. Again, only short clips, but weird case over somebody that you're not dating having a Tinder profile. Christmas Day killing in the UK. Ooh, Factual Lies is close to that area. Yeah, that was a crazy story. And again, I don't know how the algorithm did it, because that's not local news to me or anything, but I feel like it was just very Courtney Clenny adjacent. And I saw that yesterday. But Amy E has a ton of, I'll show you, look at all this stuff to watch for days, all different cases. You got Mickey Steins over here, Koberger, we got Proctor. lots of footage from stuff that either is big deals all over the news and a bunch of stuff that went under the radar, which I love the mix. Amy, appreciate you. And then we'll get going. Let's get these openings going.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I introduced myself yesterday, but just so, again, y'all know who I am. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. It is my honor to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, my client, Nick Kassotis, is not just an accomplished attorney and decorated JAG officer who served his country in Iraq and in the Pentagon. He is also a man who lived in fear. Relentless, all-consuming fear. His wife, Mindi, also lived in fear. Mr. Kassotis is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable, murdering his wife. But the truth, what really happened, is far more complex. Mr. and Mrs. Kassotis were told that they were targets. You will hear testimony that a man calling himself Jim McIntyre, who knows if that is his real name, claiming to be with the FBI, told them that their lives were in danger, that they had to disappear, follow orders without question, and trust no one. Not their family, not their friends, not their loved ones. Every move they made, every lie that they both told, every strange decision, and there were quite a few that you will hear about in testimony, were driven by that fear. Mr. Kassotis lied to his friends. He lied to his family. He lied to Mindy's loved ones. He lied for years. Not because he wanted to deceive them, but because he believed that their lives depended on it. You're not going to hear testimony that Mr. Kassotis killed Mindy. You will hear testimony that he tried to protect her, but he was manipulated, controlled, terrified. And that fear, real and overwhelming, shaped everything that he did for years. Who's Nicholas Kassotis? Mr. Kassotis grew up in New Hampshire, in rural New Hampshire, in an area where there were quite a bit of hunting down a road. He graduated college from Boston University. He has 2 law degrees. He has a JD degree, which is the basic law degree, like I have, a JD degree from Northeastern University up in Boston, and he has an LLM from Georgetown. In Georgetown, he specialized in national security law and in cybersecurity. You'll hear that Mr. Kassotis is a decorated military veteran, as I've already alluded to. He served in the JAG Corps for a decade. He served in Iraq. He was in the Pentagon. When he separated from service, he left as a lieutenant commander. He achieved numerous commendations within the Navy. He got the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Joint Service Commendation Medal. And during Nick's time in the Navy, in the JAG Corps, he would sit at this very table that the prosecutors are at now, because he, during his time, at least in Italy, He was a prosecutor. You will hear testimony, I expect. I don't know everyone that the state is going to put forward, but you're going to hear testimony, I imagine, from Mr. Kassotis' first wife, Heather. They were divorced in 2015 when Mr. Kassotis learned that Heather was being unfaithful. He marries his second wife, Mindi Kassotis, the woman that was tragically murdered and that you're here to hear evidence upon, in the fall of 2016. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Kassotis separates from the Navy. He serves for a brief time as a civilian in the Navy, but then he leaves that. And why does he leave that? He leaves because, frankly, a lot of very strange and unusual things began to happen, and you will hear testimony on that. And he eventually contacts authorities, and a man calling himself Jim McIntyre appears. Now, Jim McIntyre claims to be with the FBI, and Jim McIntyre tells Mr. Kassotis, tells Mindi, that they're in danger. They're in danger, their life is in danger, and they have to go essentially on the run. You'll also hear that following Mr. Kassotis' divorce from his first wife, Heather, she gets a $1.5 million judgment as part of the divorce against Mr. Kassotis. In the course of providing that award, Mr. Kassotis was under the belief that he was the recipient of a sizable sum of money. But you will hear he never gets that money. That money was illusory. That money was allegedly being held by Jim McIntyre for Mr. Kassotis. So he believed he was getting that money. He never got that money. I imagine that the state is going to tell you that Mr. Kassotis and Mrs. Kassotis, Mindi, moving around the country is because of this $1.5 million judgment. But the reality is it was because of fear. So there's a lot going on with Jim McIntyre. There are a host of lies that are told by my client over the next few years while they are on the run. As I said, you're going to hear about the lies that they told to their friends. You're going to hear about the lies that they told to their family, and specifically that Mr. Kassotis told. But this isn't a case about that. I would like you to focus on the tragic murder of Mindi Kassotis. You're going to see horrific, awful images of Mindi Kassotis' body. Unfortunately, I imagine that they are going to stay with you long after this trial is over. You're going to see her torso. You're going to see her legs. You're going to see her head. And it will be difficult for you to see that. I'm sorry that any of us have to see that. You're going to see a Milwaukee knife that was found near the scene of her body. What aren't you going to hear? You're not going to hear evidence that that knife was used on Mindi Kassotis. You're not going to hear evidence from the state's own toolmark expert that that knife was used on Mindi Kassotis. You're going to hear about a tub that was found near her body that was likely used to transport Mindy Kassotis. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Kassotis's DNA on that tub. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Kassotis's blood on that tub. Just like in the knife, you're not going to hear evidence tying Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife. Now, you will hear evidence that Mr. Kassotis purchased the same brand and style of knife at Home Depot. But you will not see evidence again that ties Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife found at the scene. You're also going to hear evidence of a knife set that Mr. Kassotis purchased at Bass Pro Shops around the time of Mindy's death. But again, the state's own tool mark expert is not going to be able to tell you that those knives were used on Ms. Kassotis. There's a lot that the state will not be able to show you. The state will not even be able to tell you how Mindy died. They do not know how Mrs. Kassotis died. She was murdered, but how is unknown. You're not going to hear evidence telling you where Mindy was killed. They don't know where Mrs. Kassotis was killed, and you won't hear evidence about that. At the time of Mindy Kassotis' murder, Mr. and Mrs. Kassotis were living in Savannah. You'll hear evidence about the state's searching of the Airbnb that they were renting in Savannah. You'll hear evidence of her blood being found on the futon at that residence, along with another individual's blood. You won't hear evidence about whose blood that second individual's is. The state's case is going to be very circumstantial, which is why they will tell you it takes 2 weeks to put it on. You're going to hear evidence that my client's vehicle was at the scene because they track the GPS in the vehicle. And when I say the scene where her body was found. But you're not going to hear any eyewitnesses placing my client at the scene. They're just not going to see any of that. So while you're going to hear witness after witness after witness testify about the lies that my client told when he was on the run from the individual or individuals that were trying to harm him and his wife. You'll hear lots of that. You're not going to hear a lot of evidence tying my client to this murder. So what I ask you to do is focus on what's really at issue here. As you watch this evidence, focus on what evidence does the state have that ties Mr. Kassotis to the death of Mrs. Kassotis. They're going to want to distract you. They're going to want to get into all these other lies. They're going to want to get into his third wife. He marries another woman shortly after Mindy's death. A woman that he had been inappropriately flirting with during the last months of Mindy's life. And after Mindy's tragic death, he goes to Pennsylvania and he marries her. But none of those are issues that are the primary issue. So I would just like you to listen to all of the state's evidence, hear what their witnesses say, look at their exhibits, and see if, once you review all of that, the state is going to meet their burden. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your attention this morning.
Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Patel.
All right, quick check-in because again, we are on lunch. Court is on lunch until 1:30 Eastern, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. They're not doing like midnight overnight court. And we're rewatching opening statements. So today is day 2. We just got done hearing from the toxicologist, and we're about to have the medical examiner on the stand next. But we're rewatching opening statements, obviously from day one. Just to, always good to listen to stuff like that twice. But now we've seen some of the evidence that's discussed in these openings. So Doug went first. State deferred their opening. They're about to give theirs. And yeah, some of the stuff that hearing it a second time, what's going on with the second individual's blood? So we have Mindy's blood and somebody else's blood. But that blood doesn't belong to Nicholas Kassotis. We've got potentially not just this Jim McIntyre person, whoever they may be, but there may have been talk from both Nicholas Kassotis and Mindy Kassotis in the months before Mindy's death, while they're on the run, that more than one individual were worried about coming after us, not just Jim McIntyre. So all these little things, right? These are things that are sticking out to me. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is... So I don't understand knives, hunting, but it stood out to me when we had the witness say that they thought it was unusual that the femur was cut through. The femur bone was cut through instead of the leg being separated, perhaps with someone cutting through the joint, which would just be through the connective tissue rather than through the bone itself. And I don't really know how things work or how quickly someone can get something like that done while they're trying to drive somewhere or pull off the road. And we don't know where the state even thinks the dismemberment happened. But Skillet Pan says, I'd expect the knife blade to be rather damaged, though, going through bone. And we really didn't get to look that closely at it, but they did show a picture of it with the cloth around it. And it didn't look like it was obviously bent. And then now re-listening to this opening, we have Doug say we aren't going to get tool mark analysis. We aren't going to have evidence that that was the knife that was used to do the actions that Kassotis is being accused of. So again, and yep, tough case. It's a tough case for sure. But I think what Skillet Pan is getting at here, Doug hinted at in opening here. So let's see what the state says. We're rewatching this. This is a repeat. And this is Lori Bayal.
December 2nd, 2022. It was the week right after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving that year was on Thursday, the 23rd of November. That weekend for South Georgians is a big hunting weekend. It's deer season. You're going to hear that weekend, Portal Hunting Club, which is located in Riceboro, Georgia, Liberty County, right near McIntosh Line. Down off I-95, Jones Road, that turns into Barrington Ferry, but it's right over there. And you're going to hear that there were hunters out. It's a family weekend. They were all out for deer season. You're going to also hear that Portal Hunting Club is a dog club. What that means is that when they hunt, they use dogs to do the hunt. And the dogs run out into the woods and the deer run, and then the hunters shoot. And you're going to hear that one of those hunters shot a deer. And the dogs that he was using went to retrieve the buck. The dogs just weren't acting right. When he said, come back, dogs weren't acting right. So he went to look to figure out what was going on. He did not expect what he found. He found a headless, legless torso, nude, completely nude, with two arms. One almost severed. Her two legs severed. Her head severed. Just off the roadway. And as you can imagine, you will hear him testify. They were shocked, horrified. And I submit to you that the evidence that you will hear is that they returned to the clubhouse to try and get the police, to call somebody to come out. And you're going to hear testimony that that's when the onslaught of law enforcement kicks into high gear. They respond, and they get there by about 5 o'clock, 4:50 p.m. And you're going to hear what the hunting club area looked like. Portal Hunting Club and the area surrounding it, the adjacent territories, there's over 30,000 acres of logging territory. And they hunt on that territory with permission. That looked like a great place to drop a body if you're not from South Georgia. Because that's a busy weekend. Logging, hunters, dogs. If you don't know they're there, I submit to you, you're going to hear that that wasn't a great place to leave a body. Because they found it quick. Wasn't far off the road. And they found it quick. You're going to hear and see some of the information that law enforcement collected, where the torso was recovered. And you'll see those roadways. They're not asphalt. They're not like regular roadways of the highway, but they're still roadways. And the logging trucks use those. And there are cars that come through, and local citizens will cut through there when the season is going on because the locks are off the gates. And you're going to hear that people were coming and going. Lots of people. And over the next couple of days, you're going to hear what they found. But that very first day, on December 2nd of 2022, the crime scene investigator shows up and they start documenting the crime scene. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's right. I agree about one thing. There are tons of horrible pictures. And I submit to you that we will do our very best to limit what we show you. The state has a burden to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And dismemberment, unfortunately, is what we were dealt. And we have to prove that. So we will present photographs to prove that. But the torso wasn't all that was found on that first day of December 2nd of 2022. Crime scene is going to talk about what they recovered there. And that investigator recovered not just the torso, but the tubs that were used to transport it. And I submit to you, you're going to hear testimony about the blood that was found inside of those tubs, that they tested it on the scene, that they knew it was first blood and then that it was human blood next, because they can test for that. And they're going to tell you also about the knife. Counsel talked to you a lot about what wasn't shown. But I submit to you, you all assured us, and I'm going to ask you to use your common sense as much as possible, you're going to hear about that knife. A Milwaukee orange-handled, black-sheathed knife. And that knife, ladies and gentlemen, had a cleansing wipe wrapped around it. Call it what you will. Clorox wipes, things you use to clean up. Those wipes were everywhere. There were lots of them that were recovered. Because the killer didn't want to leave behind evidence. I submit to you that killer was a prosecutor. I submit to you that the evidence is going to show that he would have known to clean up. And I submit to you that there's more evidence. That knife was purchased, I submit, the evidence will show, by Nicholas James Kassotis. If you look at that picture, the state will introduce it, you can see that knife tucked under his arm. That's him on surveillance from Home Depot. And I submit to you that in case you were unsure that that was him, that's the receipt. Showing, if you look closely, that's his name, Nicholas James Kassotis. So I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there's no question that the evidence will show that Nicholas James Kassotis purchased that knife. And if you look at that, he bought it at 8:56 a.m. on the morning that you will ultimately hear was the day her body was dumped. The same day, hours after. And you will hear evidence of exactly how we know that. You'll see the tubs. They will be here in this courtroom. You will hear about the DNA analyst testing the substances inside of those tubs and that it was Mindi's blood in those tubs. They didn't know who she was then. They just knew there was an unidentified torso. Those tubs also get bought at Home Depot. And you're going to hear how detectives from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ran down every lead they could. And in the beginning of this case, you're going to hear that there wasn't a lot to work with. You're going to hear they found a torso with no head and no legs. And that was all they had. That, the knife, and the tubs. So you're going to hear how they started with the knife and the tubs. And then it gets worse. Because while hunters are still out hunting, we find more pieces. Over a 3-mile radius, pieces are dumped with no regard, I submit to you, will be the evidence. Tossed into the woods. The heavier piece, right by the edge of the road. But her legs, they're brought farther out in the woods. The second tub is recovered. I submit to you that was used to carry her leg. You're also going to hear how her head was ultimately recovered. First leg found by a hunter, separate hunter than the first crew. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about all of the victims in this case, because although Mindi suffered the most tragic loss, no question, every person this case touches suffered. You're going to hear there's a second hunter that finds the first leg. And then you're going to hear that they do a canine search. They deploy the dogs, cadaver dogs, to try and find the rest of her. That their job was to try and find this whole person to lay her to rest. You're going to hear that a canine recovered with his handler, of course, the second leg. And I'm not going to show it right now, but you're going to hear how they collected maggots, fly larvae from that leg to determine when these pieces were dumped. You're going to hear from the doctor. I call him the bug doctor. He's an entomologist, not that fancy. He's going to tell you when those bugs could have been exposed to her body and how that helped law enforcement to narrow down when she got there. That's the second tub. That was found next to the leg. And you're going to see where each of these pieces was recovered. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear that they were recovered exactly where Nicholas James Kassotis' vehicle was tracked. You're also going to hear him admit that he was there. And I submit to you, you're going to hear him admit it once he realizes law enforcement can track his car. The head, unfortunately, wasn't found until 5 days later. Buried. That's the shovel. And I submit to you, you're going to see the pictures that show that a shovel was used because you're going to see that there are roots that are disturbed where a shovel hit roots and a new spot was picked and her head was buried. And you're going to hear about how by some miracle that head was found. By some disturbed dirt by the roadway. And then you're going to hear and see Mr. Kassotis buying a shovel, November 4th of 2022. From Home Depot, just by his house in Savannah. Counsel had you believe it's circumstantial, you're not going to see anything, but I submit to you, your common sense is going to easily dictate what the evidence shows. An autopsy is conducted. 2 days because we didn't know if the head was going to be recovered. That's what you're going to hear the officers testify to. And Dr. Lehman, our medical examiner, is going to explain that. He started the autopsy on the torso and the 2 legs. He took what's called blood stain cards so that he could send the DNA to the laboratory to determine, is this the same person? We made sure we had the same person first. And on the 9th, he continued the autopsy because the head was recovered. And he's going to tell you there were 9 traumatic wounds to her skull. She was beaten on the head. You will see it. Those didn't go away. One of them resulting in a small fracture. I submit to you, you're also going to see her abdominal wounds. And you're going to hear why. The state is going to present to you a reason why there were wounds to her abdomen as well. And unfortunately, you're going to hear about the dismemberment. You're going to hear from the doctor. He can't rule out certain things. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the reason he can't is because of the defendant. I submit to you, he can't rule out, for example, asphyxia, choking, because her neck is missing. Parts of her body have been so damaged that he can't do anything about that. That's what you're going to hear. He won't guess. You will not hear any guessing from the state. You will hear facts. And I submit to you, those facts will be compelling. Who is she? That was the next step, right? Who is she? How do we figure out that it's Mindi? Now, I've called her Mindi, but the detectives and law enforcement, they didn't know yet. They're going to talk to you about what they did at the time. They tried to test her fingerprints at the scene. They had her hands. They weren't on record. You're going to hear that they went ahead and they checked after the autopsy. She had actually on the right side a dental implant, like a crown. They couldn't track that, but they tried. You're going to hear that they did her DNA. They're going to hear that it wasn't in the system. And they went to genetic genealogy. God bless our country. Technology gets better and better. And they were able to get leads to figure out who she might be related to try and figure out who this woman was. And you're going to hear that the lead that they got dealing with the FBI was for who might be her mother, Betsy Mebane. And Betsy Mebane, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear they did her buccal swabs. It's like a Q-tip, those cotton swabs that they put inside your mouth, and they collected mom's DNA. And it turned out that was her mother. 99.9999% statistically. That is Mindi. You're going to hear about the forensic sketches that came out, that they tried to find information, and the hundreds of leads that law enforcement ran down. You're going to hear about all of the work that everyone put in to try and figure out who is this woman.
I wasn't going to pause, but Betsy is Mindy's mom, and we read this story. My mother-in-law is trying to poison me, and now I know why. Except in that situation, that seems like it was a role reversal of who the partners were. Craig is the husband in the story. The first person narration, the story is being told from the first person position of the wife, with Betsy being the mother-in-law. But very interesting that Mindi, the victim in this case, her mother's name happens to be Betsy. And I think that story was written, we had 7 years ago, 2019. Was it 2019 that story was written? And I don't know exactly when he met Mindi, but if they were married, that's kind of I don't know if Betsy's that common of a name. The Mebanes, there's a Frank Mebane and a Betsy Mebane on the witness list. So we should be hearing from mom and dad of Mindi. But wow, just a little coincidence there on the name Betsy. Whew.
All while they were trying to run down the knife and the tubs, because that's all they had at the scene at the time.
Betsy is a lovable name, Betsy.
Remember I told you, the doctor, the entomologist, he will estimate the dates of exposure between a window. And he gives a window, and he'll explain to you why there's a window of the 27th through the 29th. And the mean, or the median, right in the middle is the 28th. But it could be a little bit before or a little bit after, because he's going to tell you how he did DNA on the fly larvae to figure out how far along they were in their life cycle. So he could know exactly when her body was dumped there. But that in and of itself isn't all you're going to have. Now that we know it's Mindi Mebane Kassotis, you're going to hear that law enforcement went and talked to the people that last saw her alive to, again, keep closing in that window, right? And you're going to hear that she was at her house with the defendant at the time in Savannah. Her parents had gone away for Thanksgiving weekend. Her dad's going to tell you that he saw her a couple of days before they left. They went up to Hilton Head with their youngest son, and that they were not at the house that weekend. The four of them, you're going to hear, lived together. Mindi, Mr. Kassotis, her mother, and her father. And that her mom and dad went away knowing that Mindi wasn't feeling well, that she was on bed rest from being 8 months pregnant. That's what her parents thought. In fact, you're going to hear that they thought that January was her due date. And that she didn't go because she was going to stay home. She didn't feel well. And you're going to also hear them tell you that they were very glad to hear when Mr. Kassotis advised them that Mindi was in the hospital, because they thought, great, she's going to get treatment. They're going to take care of her. We're not worried. So they weren't surprised when they came home and they didn't see Mindi. And you're going to hear one of the most compelling things. Her dad had hip surgery November 30th of 2022 when he came back from Hilton Head. And when he came back, he went into the hospital, St. Joseph Candler, near the house. It was an overnight stay. And on December 1st, when he came back, Mr. Kassotis helped him into the house with his wife. It's a couple of steps to walk in, and he had just had hip surgery. And you're going to hear Mr. Kassotis told her parents, "Don't worry, I'll take care of Mr. Mevin. Go back to work. Mrs. Mevin, go back to work. I'll watch him." And while they're in the house together, he says to her father, "I'm going to get Mindi." She's dead. "I'm going to get Mindi" is what you will hear, but she's dead. And he knew that. And I'll tell you why. The evidence is going to show that they were at this house in Savannah, and that in the house in Savannah, there's blood in the house, and it's Mindi's blood. And you're going to notably, you're going to see the photographs, that blood is right where her head would be on the futon. You're going to hear about blood specks on the wall that they needed to use Blue Star, a luminescent, to find, because it had been cleaned up. You're going to hear, we don't know whether she died there. But there was definitely a bloodletting event there. And the only person with access was Nicholas James Kassotis.
Okay, so this part is very problematic about her opening statement. I think, let's take it a step back further. When they're talking about the Hilton Head and being around mom and dad, Mindi's mom and dad, it's a little bit weird because everyone in the chat's like, well, why didn't Nicholas Kassotis report Mindi missing? She's gone for a few days before she's discovered, and obviously then nobody knows who she is. They don't ID her for quite some time. So did he not report her missing? That would be kind of weird. And if they were separating, they're legally married, but they're separating, they keep their distance from each other, that might make sense. Well, you're not even paying attention. You guys are keeping your distance from each other. You're not monitoring. You're not, hey, honey didn't come home today. Maybe they're living apart. But then he's apparently still hanging around with her parents, which is an odd thing to do if you were separated. So I don't think we're going to hear that they weren't near each other and were separated, even though they were legally married. But then the prosecution goes from this Hilton Head story right to this house in Savannah with the blood spatter and the futon. And they're promising in opening statements that the only person that had access was Nicholas James Kassotis. And I don't know that I would have made this promise in opening, because now I'm questioning, why would you say that when you knew that other people had access to this property? So I don't know.
So we follow his car, because now we know it's the 29th, 27th through the 29th. And what we find, his car is a green Ford Explorer. If you see at the top of that frame, there's a City of Riceboro building, and that building has a camera. And that camera captures a green Ford Explorer driving past it November 29th. I submit to you, the evidence will show that that's the same day, if you recall, he bought that knife that was found on the crime scene. 8:56 in the morning. You're going to see his car. I submit to you, drive right past it. And I'm going to submit to you that the evidence that you're going to see that tells you why we know it's his car is that car has Bluetooth. When you buy a new car and your phone can sync so you can talk on your phone, lots of those new cars do that. AT&T keeps those records. Not the Jim McIntyres, but AT&T. I'm going to submit to you an independent third party, no interest in this case. And those records are going to show his car ping from his house to Home Depot and his whole drive right down 95 to Riceboro, right across into where he dumps the body. And he's going to admit on the audio statements to law enforcement post Miranda, an attorney who waived his rights, he told them, I turned off my GPS. And you're going to hear the surprise in his voice when he learns they can track his car too. You're going to hear that the car and the phone follow the same path. You're going to see that witness from Riceboro, and you're going to see those photographs. And there they are. You're going to see his Ford Explorer drive right past it. You're going to see the Georgia records that show it's his car. You're going to see the car records that show he bought that car with cash. Almost $46,000 of cash. But he claims Mr. McIntyre was running all of his money and he had no money. That's what you're going to hear. And we're going to tell you where he had money from. You're going to see the car come and you're going to see the car go. And I told you, we followed the phones.
I don't know. She said we're going to tell you where the money came from. Maybe that's how they're going to get in some information about him being an author. Because we do have bank records in the supplemental discovery list. I don't remember when it was submitted. But maybe it'll say like something pretty obvious that it's coming from Sony Pictures Entertainment. I guess Tracy Sands might be able to expound on that a little bit, the investigator. So I don't know, but as of right now, the jury, there's nothing really cueing the jury into him being an author in this genre and writing this story about my mother-in-law, Betsy.
That's why I said December 1st. And he tells her parents he's going to the hospital to pick her up. She's already dead.
This is a rewatch. They're on lunch.
Because he put her there.
Sorry.
You're going to hear why everybody believed Mr. Kassotis. Counsel just told you all these wonderful things about his client. Decorated military veteran, prosecutor, judge advocate general with the Navy, Pentagon, Boston, 2 law degrees. It's not just her family that believed him. Everybody believed him. On paper, he looked like Prince Charming. I submit to you that's what the evidence will show. And then you're going to hear the statements from the...
Right, as she says on paper, he looked like Prince Charming, and then we have commentary, he looks creepy. Yeah, the Prince Charming, I don't know if I think that that's what he might look like to people on paper.
Defendant. I submit to you, you should listen to them very carefully. There's a lot of information in there.
Shout out to Taylor.
And it's information that law enforcement was able to run down. It's not just lies. It's things that are impossible, I submit to you. The question becomes why, right? Mr. Weinstein talked a little bit about the divorce. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that after 10 years as a decorated military veteran, Mr. Kassotis just leaves the Navy. But he leaves because he owes his first wife $1,500,000+, and the Navy is going to make him pay it. I submit to you that that divorce you're going to hear about, and you're going to hear about it from the understanding of why him and Mindi were on the run. I submit to you, Mindi will be afraid. I submit to you, he fooled her too. I submit the evidence is going to show that her close family and friends are going to tell you that she was afraid. She bought it, and she paid for that with her life. I submit to you, you're going to hear that there was a new woman, that Mr. Kassotis, before he even had this death, was already moved on. He started talking to a new woman. She didn't know. You're going to hear she did not know he had a wife. She was not from here. She was not in any way aware of what was going on. And that he tricked her too. And you're going to hear that he was running as quick as he could away from Georgia. You're going to hear that they got remarried. She was found on December 2nd, that he was already engaged by February, and that he was already married again by April. That he changed his name several times in multiple states. I submit to you, he didn't want to pay that money. That's what you're going to hear. And you're going to hear how he tried to seal off the loose ends. Changing his name, he burned the car. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show. To the ground. March. Brand new Ford Explorer. That's what the evidence is going to show. So let's
I think
talk
she
for just
goes
a
through the
moment about
legal
charges.
stuff.
You're going to hear that the state has charged the defendant.
All right, so she's gonna go through the charges and all of that fun stuff. We will go back to the live court feed to make sure we're there when they start up. They should be back in a few minutes. We were watching on Law and Crime. Do you guys want to try going back to court TV so we can get closed captions back? We switched because they had an audio popping. Let's see. Let's start with court TV when we come back. So we'll have this up in case they get going. They're supposed to come back at 1:30. Sorry for confusing you. Ian jumped in here while we had openings going. Ian's like, are they already on closings? Wow. No. Hey, D Wood, good to see you. And then also Michelle, this is beautifully said. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Thank you so much for the support. But guys, this sentiment, 100% agree. Lawyers should never be judged by the clients they take. The intellectual honesty, integrity, and professionalism of the government is put on display during the, quote, obviously bad guy trials. The government is forced to show their receipts. Yep. So when you have a type of situation where that guy looks guilty, this should be an easy win. We can cut corners. We don't need to do things by the procedures that are set in place, the things that we're supposed to follow. And then what ends up happening? What ends up happening when, that guy, we think we could convince a jury they're guilty, whether he's actually guilty or not. Well, then you get these circumstances where people are wrongfully convicted. Or they take a plea. They don't even take it to trial. They don't even face a jury. They take a plea because they're being told that they have so much against them. And if you don't think processes should be followed because you think somebody is a bad person and that they should be convicted by any means necessary, that same leeway that you find morally permissible as a means to an end to put a evil person behind bars, that same leeway will be used and abused against people that are not that bad guy that you hate and want to see prosecuted and convicted by any means necessary. So 100%. And then judging attorneys for the people that they represent, they choose to represent. I know there's attorneys that they won't take cases where it deals with things that are too gruesome for them, like child murder cases, which hard to do. But I actually think it makes somebody admirable if they can hear what somebody's accused of doing, especially in the most gruesome style of cases, gruesome types of cases, and still go, well, you know what? I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to look at the evidence. I'm going to look at this objectively, and I'm going to see what we can do here. I'm going to see if there's a way that, hey, you know what? this evidence is actually exculpatory. And then moving one step ahead of that, even if somebody is guilty, I think that everybody still deserves the right to have an attorney that will help them through sentencing and mitigation. So if this looks like a shut deal, this person absolutely did this. Well, if there's a reason that the court should consider that this person can be rehabilitated. I think it's important to have advocacy for that phase of trials as well, of cases. So, yep. And Joni says a good defense attorney protects the defendant's rights, and the defendant's rights are the rights of more than just that individual defendant, right? Those rights, they apply to all of us, and holds the state to their burden. Guys, we've had some lives where we've talked about it. So many other people talk about these cases where, hey, a medical examiner is ramming a dental mold that they took from the person they think did it. They think person did it. They take a dental mold, and then they take a dental mold and they put the impressions of the bite marks post-mortem on the victim. And then at trial, they say, hey, we had matches. We had dental matches to this guy that's on trial. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have all this evidence that he absolutely did this. Lo and behold, fast forward decades later, after someone's lost decades of their lives in custody for something that they didn't actually do, we have reviews of these cases. Oh, you know what? Actually, there was video of the examiner fabricating what they needed to win the conviction. It happens. It happens. And that's why the process always needs to be followed. That's why things need to be turned over to the defense. And here it looks like things were handed over to the defense. I don't know if I didn't really see motions challenging like late disclosure, but I haven't heard any. I don't know what happened at any of the hearings, that there may have been issues raised orally. But just generally speaking. So. And then T. Wood says, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think Doug should have taken this case as a second murder trial. So this case, it looks like, went to the apt firm. And then when Doug opened his own firm, there was a notice of substitution of counsel for Doug to continue the case. So it seems like Kassotis wanted to stay with Doug. And I think he's doing well. I actually think, when it comes to the banking records, the forensics, even in some ways, the expert witnesses, I think there's some strengths that come over from experience in the civil realm. So, and we haven't really gotten to, the business records, the bank records. Where are we getting this? We just heard in opening statements. I didn't pay attention to it round one, but replaying it, you're going to see where he got that income. How he purchased this Ford Explorer. I think the civil background could actually be a strength for that. So, but I hear what you're saying. And I don't know. At the end of the day, I wish it didn't come down to somebody, my future. I think the future should rest on the merits. In a perfect world, every case would have a just outcome. But I think one of the most awful things is the idea that somebody is found guilty just because their case wasn't presented the right way, if that makes sense. And that is not applying to Doug. But maybe somehow in the future, there'll just be some I think there's a movie about that, right? I can picture the trailer for it, but don't remember what it's called. But I think it had a big name actor, like a Matt Damon, where in the future they knew who committed a crime. They always just knew, whatever they had going on. And then somehow, obviously, in the movie, there's going to be an issue with that. And I don't know how it played out, but Very, very sci-fi forward thinking there. Minority Report. I think that's it. Yes. So let me add that to my list of things to watch. Minority Report. Look at you guys. Tom Cruise. There we go. Now let me put that one on my list. So, yeah, GB points out he has 2 law degrees. I think he can choose his counsel. And I think there's something great about Doug where he's not. I think I've watched some attorneys that they unnecessarily and unfairly, with no cause, no reasonable purpose. You have an expert called by the opposing party that's up on the stand, and you just, any way possible, you ask them all questions about their credentials and credibility. And I think a lot of criminal defense attorneys fall into that trap, at least from things that I've watched. And the issue with that is, maybe there's like maybe this person doesn't absolutely have all the information they need to do their job. Maybe there is a chain of custody issue. Point those things out, sure. But when you go up there and just say, you're not 100% right and everything you do could possibly be wrong and you absolutely suck, don't you? It starts to feel like bullying, and like you don't really have a good counter for what this expert witness was called to produce. And now you're trying to just discredit them through ad hominem rather than an actual viable, reasonable critique of their process or their conclusions. It just starts to become like a bullying. And what happens when people feel like somebody's being bullied? Well, if I'm in a position where that seems a little uncertain, a little less than certain, if you're bullying, now I've got to be more aware of how I'm interpreting what's going on and catch myself from thinking that attorney's bullying this person. So now just because of that bullying, I'm sympathizing with the witness, and my sympathy for the witness is making me buy into more of what they said for no reason other than I just feel like they're being bullied, and I feel like that's not right. Right? I know. And I try to think about these things for myself. But I don't know that everybody up there realizes it as they're happening. And I wasn't so aware of my own way of thinking and in pulling in information until I started watching trial after trial after trial. Right? It's almost like exercise that's gotten me here to even be aware in probably the slightest way that, hey, maybe I'm looking at this through a lens that really isn't pertinent to apply this lens. I should be aware that I'm looking at things through this particular lens. So, yeah, lots of minority. Everybody in the chat is like, Kat, it's Tom Cruise. It's Minority Report. How do you not know? Holy moly. Yeah, Michelle says, if I was accused of murder, I wouldn't want a lawyer who has never tried a murder case before. Well, and technically that label doesn't apply to Doug. We got Diamante Kendrick, the only not guilty, fully not guilty jury verdict outcome for the YSL indictment. And I think there's like a million other problems with things in that case, but still. Oh, was Casey Anthony Jose Baez's first murder trial? Actually, I watched a lot of that case, not like a gavel to gavel, but I didn't know that. And I would say too, yeah, you're facing your murder, you're gonna want the best that you can get, right? But man, people that have been in their way, in a certain career, in a certain position, there is that risk of having bad habits and not realizing that you have these bad or outdated habits that aren't following with the times or don't work for a particular job that you have in front of you. And if the newer you are, the greener you are, the more you might be open to learning from your mentors and taking the best of the best and trying to build yourself up. So, oh, they have the Patel case. Is that on Fox 5? Lizzie had said that Fox 5 had gotten some media. All right, so I see that that's on a wall. They're just so they're showing a wall, guys. Let's see what's going on with this hearing. This is the accused kidnapper, the Walmart kidnapper, Ashley Merchant's client, Mahendra Patel. We will hop back over and catch up when they start. Go to
Thank you for telling us. Okay, that's fine. Does she know this? I don't good. No, I see it. Thank you.
Sounds like they're playing with the cable.
You didn't know either? I don't know that.
Let's mute it and move to where maybe they're talking about something relevant.
He never gonna be happy.
Call September 30 jury trial calendar call.
All right, here we go.
Either way. Thank you. Have a seat, everyone. All right, we have our 1:30 jury trial calendar call for the week of August the 18th. This shouldn't take too long. We'll march all the way through it and receive announcements, have a few notes on the calendar, and we'll figure it out. Position number one. Oh, and the next jury trial calendar call, September 10th. September 10th. Not sure of the time, but I know the date, September the 10th. Position number one is the state of Georgia versus Joshua Clay Arp.
That's a Littrell case, Your Honor.
I think he was stuck in Cherokee County the last I saw. What's going on with the case?
Your Honor, I sent discovery out, or someone sent discovery out. We're just pre-trying it at this point. We need to
I'll keep it in pretrial.
Actually, it was Douglas County, and he knows to be here.
Mr. Luttrell? Super, thank you. I'll hold. Appreciate it. Position number two, Lysander Dante Alvarez.
We'll skip position 2.
All right, come up here and sign a report back for Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. Come over there if you want to. Tuesday for attorney status. Position number 3, Stephen Grady. Perfect honor, he was here earlier. H, is Mr. Christian your lawyer? Corey Darnell Elder.
They lost the screen.
When you let me know, we'll put it over on the status calendar. You won't be bothered anymore with this stuff. Okay. Position 10, Luis Manuel Camino. They were excused. That attorney, Mr. Benavides, is on trial or is in motions hearings in Cherokee. It'll remain in pretrial. Let's see. Position 11, Miracle Smith.
Full Roper, here from Miracle Smith. Obviously need some time to speak with Steve.
All right, I'll let it down, put it up for pretrial this afternoon. Just let me know. Is your client here? Gotcha. Perfect. Position 12, Richard Ray West.
That's my case, Your Honor. He is in custody. That's going to be a plea, Judge. If we can put him on the callback calendar for Tuesday to resolve it.
Yeah, I think so.
Have we got stuff in the afternoon on that day?
It might be better to put it like.
I'll come whenever the court tells me to be here. So
It would probably be better.
Or,
I believe announced.
Position 14, Brian Nick Davis. I've got several attorneys listed. Which one do you think might be the attorney?
The last one, Marcia.
All right.
Marcia
Let me
Guignard.
refresh, see where we
All right.
are with.
I had a note earlier that it was ready.
Kassotis.
The state would announce ready as well.
If I don't hear differently from her,
All right, they're still on lunch break, you guys, just so you know. Yeah, so Leslie, yeah, I didn't realize Fort Stewart was also in Liberty County. So possibly I wonder if people want to check on any family members that they may know. And, I always want to do a check-in when something happens close to home. So that could be one reason that they're still on their break here. I guess we'll keep listening to this calendar call, see if we get to Patel or wait for Kassotis to come back on.
It'll be ready.
That's
on the way. Thanks. We'll hope for a report.
interesting.
Position 16, Malik Richard Branch. Mr. Carlton was here earlier and offer has now been made. They're very close to resolving pretrial. Position 17, DeAndre Carr.
Judge, that's my case. This is we're not negotiating to have an offer to hopefully resolve it today. Maybe I'll speak.
Hearing? Oh, boy. Okay. Well, either way, I'll see you either way. Yeah, okay. Position 18, State versus Quentin Jamar Gibson.
Good afternoon, Judge Curtis.
Hey, Mr. Hubbard.
He is standing.
I got him.
See discovery in the case yet, Judge. I actually got in the case after the course left the bar, so I just entered my appearance back in June. Is this a Mr. ADA Winkler case? It is. I'll stay around because I have not had a conversation with him, but I guess it's in pretrial posture, but I have not received discovery.
I know, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 total defendants, I think, co-defendants.
Co-defendants, that's correct, Judge.
All right. I expect he'll come back in. Everybody's running around today, so I'm going to put it down for a pretrial. But if you want to hang around, that's fine.
I will, Mr. Gibson, may excuse me?
He may.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Co-defendant is number 19, Jartavius Johnson.
He was here earlier. He announced
Mr. Shepard was here earlier, announced pretrial on that, and I accepted that offer. 20 is another co-defendant, Kendavius O'Neill. Ms. Chelsea Thomas was here earlier. She's getting some discovery concerning Fulton County. That's in pretrial. The next co-defendant is number 21, Rontavius DeMario Pitts. Ms. Goldman was here earlier. Most of the discovery's in. She's going over the discovery and then with her client. It's in pretrial. The next co-defendant, 22, Deshaun Sutton. Mr. Kevin Rogers was here earlier. It's likewise in pretrial. And finally, number 23, I think the last co-defendant, Tayshawn Duncan. Ms. Goldman was here and announced that she needs an offer and expects the case to resolve. Make sense? Position 24, Felicia Ann Goss.
She's present. She's the one that's.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not ready yet.
Pretrial, I understand that. She can be excused if you don't need her.
Thank you.
Position 25, Jacoby Boston.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I represent Mr. Lawson. I've been unable to.
We're waiting for Mahendra Patel to be called for his pretrial status.
Every time I've gone down there, he has refused to. Floor. So I filed a motion for health evaluation because I'm competent for a trial.
Have I signed an order to that effect?
No, Your Honor, I just filed it Monday.
Okay, did you get a courtesy copy to my chambers?
Yes, sir, I did.
I promise you I'll sign it.
Yes, sir.
So it'll go down that road. It'll also go over to my status calendar. It'll come off the trial calendar until DBHD, MOUSE
Yeah,
takes
the
care of all
Walmart
that
case.
stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it on the status calendar now. If you get another computer generated notice to be here for a calendar call my secretary and say, this has been put on the status calendar.
Yes, sir.
We'll figure it out once they make a decision.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Can I
you.
conclude my business time? May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Good to see you. That leads to number 26, Matthew W. Moore. Mr. Jabert was here earlier. He's filed a motion to dismiss, I think. And he said he needs a motion date, so I put that in pretrial. And he's to contact my chambers for a date. Leads us to 27, Mackenzie, Curtis, Casey. They were excused. A motion to suppress is set for the 12th of August. Position 28, Glenn Allen Roberts. Glenn Allen Roberts, are you in the courtroom? What says the state?
Mr. Roberts, actually, if I'm not mistaken, he was here earlier at 9 o'clock. He was sent over to the circuit defender's office. I haven't noticed.
Is that the one that came back and showed us proof that he'd been there?
Yeah, I called, he got approved today, and they said they had the winner.
He's approved today, so that's great. That case will roll over. We'll find out who the attorney is. 29, State of Georgia versus Jeremiah Alexander Lockett.
That's my case. I need to pre-trial that with the state.
You got
In
it.
the state owes Mr. Bradley some discovery on that.
I'll put it down for pretrial. You don't have to check in with me unless you need something.
Thank you, Jason.
You're welcome. Position 30, Javon Delatorius Riddles.
It's fun that they don't have a video.
Who's your lawyer?
I'm currently going through hiring a lawyer process. I went to the circuit defender office and they had me.
Right. That's what we talked about last month. Are you going to see a lawyer? Come up here and sign a notice to be over here to come back Tuesday morning with your lawyer. Position 31, Carell Latrell Hambright is pled and sentenced. Position 32, Hunter Brian Smith. Mr. Greco was here earlier.
What do I got
He
that I
and the
could put
state
up
agreed
there?
that is in pretrial. Position
Gotta-
33, Shelby Joe Glass.
Get this guy up here.
You know, Ms. Donnelly was here earlier and Ms. Goldman, I don't remember them announcing on that case. My last
by SL attorneys.
reference from last month was the defendant rejected the offer.
And I
If
think there's a motion to withdraw on that from Ms. Goldman. I can confirm that with Lindsay.
Is that Lindsay's case?
It is.
Oh, I don't have that. Has it been signed? It might not be ripe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll keep it in pretrial either way. I'm certainly not going to call it. Position 34, the state versus Phelan, Phelan O'Connor Thorpe. He's in custody. Is Mr. Christian that person's lawyer? Do you know?
I did speak with Mr. Christian briefly. He thinks that he might be, he just hasn't filed an entry appearance. I haven't sent him over discovery.
All right, I see the
So
judge
we're still
taking
in
the
early
bench.
stages. So if we could leave.
So let's I'll keep the Patel.
Madam Clerk, call the circuit defender, see if Mr. Christian's been appointed on that case.
Watch them call Patel's case right
Number
now.
34. Position 35, Jonathan Michael Mills.
All right, we're gonna
That's
go
my
to
case, Your Honor.
Kassotis.
Mr. Mills is currently in custody.
And the court feed is still muted, but the volume is on. And I'll keep an ear. I'll keep the Mahendra Patel playing in another window. And when we have a break, we'll just go to that point when Mahendra Patel's called and we'll replay it then. So we tried, chat. We tried. They cut us back out. Yeah, they didn't have a camera on over in the Patel feed. That's okay, Nina. I think it's cool to see how it goes. Dolly Talks, his channel, he does a lot of courtroom roulette. So when there's something to talk about, he gets to play through the whole back and forth of the hearing. Lots of pleas, but he'll jump back and forth. And it's just cool to see how fast a docket can move on the days that come before a trial would actually start. And then let's see. We've got so Casey Anthony, by the way, I think she like lived somewhat near here because people have mentioned, I don't know if she still does, but oh, I just heard a Caleb Bumpus mention. Hold on, let's go. Hold on.
Here. Sherabantini Ben Abraham. Is that you? Is Miss Bumpus your lawyer? That's a, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Do you expect her to be here?
What time she hasn't been here?
Have a seat and we'll get to the bottom of that.
Filed an entry here.
I can send her a text message, Your Honor.
Make it kind of mean sounding.
I'll try.
Position 43, Theron Juanel Lindsay.
We'll just go to whatever screen has something going on.
Let's see.
Well, not screen, because this
Is
screen
Ms.
doesn't actually have video.
Oakley
but-
your lawyer?
Yeah, but I haven't.
We're still on the seal over in the
Wasn't that why
Kassotis
you here
trial.
earlier today?
He called me a couple of months ago, said the prosecutor offered for me. Is that
Well,
he
we'll
will
find out if
resolve
she
it
missed
today,
it.
whether he shows up or not.
We'll give him a phone call if you want to hang tight. I've got you checked in. I'm not going to make you stay here all day, but I've got another calendar at 3 o'clock. I'd at least hang around till then, or maybe come up here and ask me to leave later on. But let's find out if we can get the lawyer on the phone.
Okay.
All right. So Christine, we need to
Yes,
call the lawyer on
He's trying to find
43.
out.
Position 44, Brina Lynn
Mila,
Belcher.
they looking for you.
Here, that's my case. Got pre-trial, we're going to discuss now.
All right. Ms. Olivier, you okay?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
Position 45, Shannon Lee Butler.
I'm here, Your Honor. I'd like to pre-try this case, please.
Pre-trial today. Thank you. And there are several co-defendants. The first one is position 46, Kyle Cabral.
Your Honor, Ms. Vanderlinden, she actually showed up, but she's technically on leave. I told her I would let the court know.
Not a problem, pre-trial. The next co-defendant is number 47, David Floyd Cummings. There was a consent continuance. That's Mr. Schoolcraft's case. He is on leave. The next co-defendant is 48, Edwin Fred Hoklatubi.
And
Ms.
Mr.
what a name.
Arlington was also here earlier, Jeff.
Right.
We can leave that to yourself.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Susie is
49,
the
Michael Dacey Ryder. Mr. Graham was here earlier, same announcement. And I think that's all those co-defendants.
Yes.
Position 50, State of Georgia versus Michael Gerald Coleman. Mr. Kevin Rogers was here earlier. He believes this will be a trial, and it's not ready right now. And who's the law? Is that Ms. Reiner? Or is that you?
No, this is my case, Judge, and we agree.
Are you ready?
Oh, we have
Yes,
video.
we can be ready.
All right.
Position 51, Michael Allen Freed.
Here.
Is Mr. Hendrickson your lawyer?
Yes.
Is he gonna meet you here?
He's supposed to be here.
All right, he's probably in another courtroom. We got about 4 judges working right now like this. Have a seat and we'll hold for his
Keela's on her
report.
way. Yeah, court is
You're
open.
welcome. Position 52, Crystal Nicole Brim. They were applying for diversion. They filed it on the 18th of last month. It goes to the status calendar. Position 53, Malcolm Nicosi Purdue.
Oh, they're coming back on 8/12.
Thank you. Position 54, Michael Javon Wilson. You got it. Is that your client? Your client's here?
Yes.
Okay. Position 55, Kenesha S. Charles.
Here on that case, Judge, Mr. Charles is here. We'll pre-try that.
Thank you, Mr. Schnottmeyer.
We're still on seal over in Kassotis.
Position 56, Infinita Divine, if that's correct, Prince Roming.
Yeah, Your Honor. I've submitted the second documents for the public defender's office and the status is still pending.
All right, have a seat. Call the circuit defender on that case. Position 57, Ali Farad Bilal. Mr. Ross was here for Mr. Pugh. The state agreed that's in pretrial. It was announced that's close to a plea. Position 58, Sean Aiden Cherney.
Your Honor, that's ready for a plea, and I believe everything's been signed up for the court.
Thank you. Position 59, Charisma Porter. Ms. Adams, I guess associate was here earlier.
It was going to remain in pretrial for the moment. We're close to a plea.
That's what she said. So 60. Deshaun James Long.
This too is Mr. Coley's.
We're calling. Position 61, Malik Tavion Watkins. They were excused. They're awaiting discovery and agreed on a continuance. I said, okay. Position 62, Rodney Jerome Shaw Jr. Mr. Al Johnson was here earlier. That is set for a plea Tuesday at 9 o'clock. Position 63, Fari, F-A-I-R-Y Stewart. Ms. Zamberletti was here earlier. She was just retained like a day or two ago. That's in pretrial. Position 64, Hector David Sagustume Rivas. The attorney has an emergency family matter that I heard about this morning. That matter will be set over. Position 65, Mahendra Patel. That matter will be taken up in a moment. Position 66, Christopher Contreras. We have a motion set on 9/16 at 9 o'clock, whatever that is, pretrial. Position 67, Marvin Oswaldo Aguilar.
Your Honor, that's going to be a plea today. Mr. Soto just went downstairs to speak with his client.
Thank you. Position 68, Renard Gully Jr.
That's on the report back calendar for Tuesday for a plea.
North says GBI can be
69,
incompetent,
Jonte Creshawn.
as the Fulton County DA's office can be. In my son's case, they screwed up the ballistic test. They did the testing, and it showed results that it matched to the murder weapon police found. So, guys, and I always forget how to get your @ handle because it doesn't come up right away for a search.
Position 71, Marlon Levert Simmons.
Tom Ford represents Mr. Simmons, but he hasn't filed an entry of appearance. So we're still at the beginning stages.
But he hasn't filed an entry? All right, Christine, call Mr. Ford on position 71. Position 72, Aaron Reeves.
Yes, sir.
Have you reapplied to the circuit defender?
Yes, sir.
What'd they say?
Nah, I'm not sure. I barely make enough to pay my rent and stuff, Your Honor. And I was wondering if I was just to bring like the purchase receipt for the firearm they're saying I'm being charged with, because it's my wife.
I can't talk to you about the facts of your case. You can go back over to the circuit defender right now and ask them to reapply and then come back here and tell me what they say. Position 73, Lynn Ecolas Jimani Robinson.
Yes. My status is still pending. I had that first application, they canceled it. I don't have anything in there, but I reapplied and I'm still waiting.
Have a seat. Call the circuit defender on 73. Last case on the printed calendar, position 74, Tariq Edward Reedy.
Yeah, no, that's my case. We were just retained on Friday. We filed an entry in discovery. I'll give it to state. We haven't received it yet. Though.
I got you. Pre-trial.
Thank you, Judge.
Any other announcements from the attorneys on the 1:30 calendar? Anybody want to make an announcement on the 3 o'clock calendar?
I don't have an announcement. I do on the 3 o'clock. That's okay. I have a Leonardo Miranda, who I was just appointed on the 3 o'clock calendar.
Oh, 3 o'clock?
It is. Well, I thought it was 3 o'clock.
No, I'm not seeing the one.
I'll triple check.
Triple check. We don't see him.
And Judge, I just had that plea from 9 o'clock that signed up.
I'm here all day.
34, y'all were trying to see if Rick Christian was on it. Christine said he is.
Position 34.
Yeah.
All right. So chat, you guys have gotten to know the name North Media. It's hard to search to find North Media's channel. Sometimes with YouTube, when someone doesn't have a lot of content uploaded yet, it just won't pull a user search result. But I dropped the link. You will have to use the link in the chat to get there the most easy way. Otherwise, search for B North 82 and see if you can pull up the channel by her handle. Now, North has gone through as a family member of a victim with her son's case, dealing with the trouble that can come with the prosecution's office, the investigative process, and she's going to be rolling out a little bit of her story. But in addition to her own story, she gets in touch with the family members of other victims, gets their story. One of the families that she's spoken to is the Thomases. So going back to the YSL trial. I don't know if you have a time frame of exactly, and I do have to get back to you, but sorry to have something playing in the background. But if you want to, I got to get more to speed on how you plan to kind of roll out the content to tell these stories. But guys, get over there, follow that channel. That way, when it publishes, you don't have to go find and search for it. But I think it's really important. One of the things that bothered me about the way the YSL trial dwindled down is suddenly when we get those final plea deals, we read the articles, we got the statement from Donovan Thomas's mother that all of a sudden the district attorney's office isn't reaching out to them anymore. Whereas a few months prior to that, they're like, Your Honor, we can't move forward with, I think the state wanted to stop the verdict because the family members weren't in the courtroom. But then a few months forward, when they're ready, they, of their own choice, they're willing to offer plea deals. Suddenly they don't want to be advocates for the victims' families anymore. So it just, to me, it was something that felt really hypocritical. And, these cases impact the family members on all sides, all around. So definitely, again, drop that link. I dropped that link in the chat here. If you want to search, I can't pull up your channel when I type n.o.r. I don't know if it's the periods or because we got to get you launched. But try searching, if you're on replay, try searching B North 82. I'll also add it in the description of this video. But really important, and some extra details. North also says, because the GBI didn't follow proper protocol when doing the testing, it couldn't be used in court. They have to enter it in the system and in some form of written doc. They did one and not the other. So it's like right there and we don't get it. And that's a really, really crappy reason for justice to go to the wayside. So again, guys, go ahead and follow North. A ton of content there. Stuff that hasn't been seen that you're going to be publishing. Let's support North Media. And we'll get caught up. We'll skip past anything that's not Mahendra Patel.
All right, Mr. George, we verified that Rick
Kassotis
Christian
is
is the
still
attorney on
on the
position
field,
34.
by the way.
Thorpe.
Okay, I'll
Thorpe.
get with Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir. Is it? All right. For those calendars?
Might want to get ready some new glasses.
Yep.
I just want to make sure nobody issues.
I'm here to announce for Mr. Hunter Rogers.
That's it. It's Hunter. How are you? I'm good, man. I saw your name a minute ago.
Last name's Freed. I'll get it for you. Recently, case.
All right, so we're not up to Patel
Yeah,
yet.
a little bit, but nonetheless, I think the trial week on this, I believe, is the 18th. I have my announcement's going to be not ready for the 18th, only because
It's not going to be called on the 18th. I'll keep it in pretrial.
So I'm starting trial Monday. It's going to roll into the 18th in Carroll, so I'll be tied up that week, and I believe Sunday.
Don't worry about it.
I'll get with the state and figure it out. Thank you, Judge. That's my only business. No excuse.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that completes the call of that matter. We'll take up the Patel matter in about 5 minutes.
I know the judge is letting the court know, but I feel like he's letting us know.
Whatever the deputy wants to do.
Whatever he wants to do.
Anyone want to guess on the odds that Kassotis comes back into session right as Patel starts?
You just need to initial everything. So do y'all have sales up here? Say wireless.
I'm going to lower this a little bit. It's a lot of courtroom chatter. All right. Yeah, he knows the Ashley Merchant, that Ashley Merchant has fans. Gregory Poole, Judge Poole. I always think it's cool to see how efficiently courts can operate when they want to. Even when we watched the Lawrence Doherty trial last week, it feels like so long ago already. We're going on recess for the jury to have lunch, but we're going to go through some arraignment. We're going to get through the arraignment calendar before we come back. Just bing, bang, bong. Yeah, shout out Ian Fortin says, I just subscribed. Go North. Shout out to North Media. Oh, well, weird camera movement. Oh no, is the camera cutting out now? No. It's the Blair Witch Project. Oh, Mara, is that still... So Law and Crime has a pinned thing that, you know, the medical examiner won't get until around 1:30 to 2. They've had that pinned. I don't know if there was an additional update. This camera guy or lady. And this is 11 Alive that we're watching, by the way.
Oh, were y'all? No, go ahead.
What do y'all have actually instead of? Oh, they're finally. Okay, I was just moving out of Cherokee.
Okay, and so North Media's link is also now in the description of this video. For easy clicking.
Definitely. Because she was here like at 4 o'clock or something. And Judge hung her around until the end. Yeah, you can go, Mr. Charles be here this afternoon, but you had something to discuss with them. That's the case, you can come over. Because I don't think you would do. Yeah, I would just. Give him the 2 years. So if we do a 5-1, that's. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to say, I mean, you should have this. Was that? Oh, that's your, that's my copy. Great, all right,
I'm like so nosy. I'm like watching everybody in this courtroom now.
Thank you,
Already, I wrote in the attorney's fees thing.
Oh, perfect, great, no, that's perfect, so that is perfect, thank you.
I just got back over on screen, so I don't know. Why do you have a little pop-up preview?
Because I don't think you would do.
Yeah, that's not Kayla. I don't know how close like the courthouse in Fulton and the courthouse in Cobb County are, but I don't imagine it's like a 2-minute drive. I imagine it's a bit longer than that for her to get over there.
I was looking for, well, so I was
in any case, Kayla was coming from court, so would have been dressed from court to court or court. About 45 minutes. Yeah, that's not a quick little trip. Oh, interesting. Okay, so if you don't know about the Fraser Bohm case, a bit of a controversial case because it involves a young man, an accident that I think killed 4 young women. So obviously super tragic, but it's apparently a road that has a lot of issues with the way the road is designed and the posted speed limit. It seems like a safety issue. And it also seems like a case where perhaps the state is overcharging Fraser Bohm. Alan Jackson is his attorney. It's a West Coast case, California case. Ariadna Jacob, Little Miss Jacob, I'm going to grab her channel link, has done a lot of coverage and grabbed a lot of case files on this case and why she thinks it's important for people to pay attention, not just for Fraser Bohm, but also to call for action, do something about the posted speed limits on this road. to prevent these same types of traffic accidents, deadly accidents from continuing to happen. So that's going to be, since it's West Coast, that'll be starting up. We'll just go with Brooklyn's guess in a few hours. Good to see Adam Scott in the chat. Oh, it's a pretrial hearing. Oh, okay. Oops. See, that's my fault for, I see something on the screen and I go down a rabbit hole and start blathering. So pretrial hearing. So let's see. Well, wait. So Brooklyn, why are you saying opening in a few hours? Yeah, lots of sentiments here. Overcharge. So many others have had fatal accidents there, but weren't charged with murder. Yeah, overcharged. Frazier was being pursued by a road rage driver. I think it's going to be an interesting trial, right? You hear on the outside, reckless driver kills 4 people, and that's really tragic. But is the first part really accurate? And if we frame it as the only reason this accident happened is because someone behaved badly, but then the real problem, an additional problem or the only problem, it could be a mixture of both, is this road should be posted better. Limit the speed at these dangerous turns. Is framing it as if this only happened because of this one reason the right way to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future? Yes, Doug's case still currently on the seal. They're still in recess. So I don't know what's we have the Patel case finally.
Have a seat. Have a seat. Thank you.
Get the volume up.
Yes. I think I'm in front of the court reporter. How are you today? I haven't seen you.
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I believe you. Is that other matter? I can't think of his name right now.
Lawson. Is that the one?
It's on this afternoon. We can talk.
Yes.
Ms. Rayner, you know, is.
I know. I was looking. I didn't know if there was someone else that could talk.
We'll
about
talk.
it. Okay.
About Dustin Swanson?
Yes.
I can probably very briefly discuss it.
Okay.
We'll do it after this. I mean, it's going to be called at either, well, it's got to be 3:00.
Yes.
We'll call it on the 3:00 counter.
Okay.
But if y'all want to discuss with me before that, so you can get out of here and you can get out of here, we'll do that too.
Okay. I can.
All right.
Right after, if you're ready.
All right, the court will call for consideration that matter concerning the state of Georgia versus Mahendra Patel, case number 25 CR 01090. The record can reflect the matter was set by the court on the state's motion pursuant to OCGA section 17-8-3. The record can reflect that Mr. and Ms. Merchant are here representing his interest. Do you waive his presence,
He's
or is he
actually
here?
present in the courtroom with his family.
He's here someplace?
He is. Thank you, Judge.
All right. And Ms. McCauley's representing the interest of the state. She's the one that filed the motion. And I've read the state's bench brief and the motion, and I'm ready.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm ready.
I'm not going to be overly repetitive of what is already provided in the state's motion, which was filed this morning. The state is making a motion pursuant to 17-8-3 of the official code of Georgia for an entry of null pros as to the following. The district attorney's office for the Cobb Judicial Circuit and Mr. Patel, along with his counsel, Caroline Miller, on her own behalf and on behalf of the minor child, consistent with her election under 1717-1 at SEC met to discuss their respective views of the above captioned case. That was done on Monday of this week. That election was done after a thorough review of all available facts and circumstances, evaluation of the best interests of the community and goals of the criminal justice system. After both that review and the parties' discussion of their respective positions, the state is satisfied at this point that the ends of justice have been met, and we would move for an entry of nil pros.
We have no objection, Judge. Thank you.
All right. I believe it's in the court's discretion, and obviously that's fine with me, knowing what I've seen in the matter. I appreciate the state looking into it. You've complied with the Victims Notification Act by speaking with the alleged victim in the case.
I'm so happy.
And I'm satisfied. If you present the null pros, I will sign it.
Thank you, Judge.
Guys, I'm happy.
Null pros has been entered in the Patel case.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, everyone. That'll complete the hearing on Patel.
Oh, that was so worth the wait. I'm so happy.
We'll be in recess until we have some pleas ready. Do y'all want to talk with me about that other case? Just come around here.
Oh, that's it. They're ending the feed. I'm so happy. That was so worth the wait. Oh my goodness. Guys, if you missed the background on the Mahendra Patel case, I highly recommend going and at least just checking out the Walmart surveillance video. I mean, I guess we could pull it up. But that bond hearing, we watched the bond hearing, I think that was last month. And the judge already seemed over how hard the DA was trying to insist that what they were charging was a valid charge. So, I think the judge, he didn't like spell out his thoughts, but I think the judge's vibe at the bond hearing may have nudged the state to get it together this time around.
Our first reaction probably is.
So let's get back over. We're still on the seal over with the Kassotis. Get it back over here. Oh my goodness. Everybody, we need some yellow in the chat. Because everybody was wearing yellow. And let's see. Mahendra Patel. All right, they're all kind of slightly different timestamps. This one's slightly longer than the others, so we'll just hope that this one's got what we want.
The shopper in this video is accused of a terrible crime, snatching a little boy at Walmart. The mother's accusation was disturbing.
Did someone try to take you from mommy? Yeah.
Caroline Miller says it started when the shopper asked where he could find Tylenol at a Walmart in Atlanta.
It's over there. And as soon as I did that, that's when he just picked him up out of my arms.
What followed, she said, was a tug of war over the kid. She called 911.
I was in the Walmart and I had to rip my baby out of some other man's hands because he was trying to snatch him.
Someone trying to snatch your baby?
Yeah.
56-year-old Mahendra Patel was charged with kidnapping and simple assault. But this newly released surveillance tape appears to paint an entirely different picture, showing Patel asking Miller about the Tylenol. And you can see her pointing toward the drug aisle.
What is going on there? Because that is the point where she is alleging he was trying to grab her son and she was pulling him back.
Her children are sort of hanging off of this cart, and you see Mr. Patel almost lean in to help. And then moments later, literally split seconds later, she starts to rise to point out the Tylenol. Then within 1 or 2 seconds after that, you see her in a screen laughing with another gentleman.
The tape shows that minutes after she claimed he tried to kidnap her son, there was a subsequent encounter where Patel shows the woman he found the Tylenol. He then checks out, stops to talk to an employee, then leaves.
I think it's crystal clear from the video. You can see that there's no assaulting conduct. You can see there's no battery. You can see he doesn't actually take the child from the mother.
There we go. Oh, what good news. What good news. Let me get back over here. Oh, I think I gotta refresh this. So that little volume booster thing that I use, it's awesome for boosting volume, but it only lets you have one video running at a time. It stops anything else that's in another in another window. So whenever I toggle,
Good
it
afternoon,
kicks me
Doctor.
back.
Good afternoon.
So they're getting someone on the stand, they're getting the medical examiner. Looks like we'll be behind about 30
Be
seconds.
seated. And please call the next witness.
Great time management.
The state calls Dr. Keith Lehman.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you, and please be seated.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Keith Lamar Lehman, Keith Lamar Lehman.
And Dr. Lehman, where do you work?
I work at the State Medical Examiner's office here in Georgia. It's part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And specifically, where is your physical office?
I work, most of the time I work out of the headquarters office, which is in the Atlanta area.
Do you occasionally have to travel for that position?
Yes,
Did you ever have to travel down here to the Savannah location or Pooler Coastal Crime Laboratory?
yes,
And is that part of your job as well?
yes.
What are your duties at the crime laboratory or the state crime lab?
Yeah, well, my duties are mostly centered around the performance of autopsies. Autopsy is basically an examination of the body after death in order to make certain determinations, including determining why the person died. And so I perform autopsies and then do other activities related to that, such as testifying in court. We talk to local investigators about cases to gather information. We review medical records. We have residents and fellows that rotate through our office, and we're involved in teaching them, basically teaching them how to perform autopsies and do the same kind of stuff that I do.
How long have you been doing this?
For 26 years.
Has it always been in that role?
Yes,
And are you a licensed physician?
yes.
What kind of a doctor are you?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Okay. And does that mean basically the job description you just gave us?
Yes.
And as a physician, where are you licensed?
I'm licensed to practice medicine here in Georgia.
How long have you been practicing medicine?
I've had my full medical license since 1999, so 26 years.
And you've always done this?
Yes.
Are you still in that capacity right now?
Yes.
Where did you receive your training in pathology?
Yeah, I successfully completed a residency training at the University of North Carolina Hospital System. And during my 5 years doing studies there, I did a special year of study called a fellowship in the field of forensic pathology. It's basically the field that I work in now. And then after my training in North Carolina, I did another year of training, this time at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office in Atlanta, which was another year of fellowship training in forensic pathology.
And can you explain to the jury the difference between a forensic pathologist and a coroner?
In Georgia, the coroners are elected officials. The coroners are usually not physicians. They are involved with the county coroner's office. So they're like the first line of investigation of a death, along with oftentimes the local police agency. So the coroner's involved in doing the initial death investigation. And then if they feel like an autopsy may be warranted, a forensic autopsy may be warranted, they'll call us at the state medical examiner's office and talk to us. And then if we agree with them, we'll have them send the body to us. And then we'll perform an autopsy. One of the medical examiners in our office, one of the forensic pathologists, will perform an autopsy. And then at the conclusion of the autopsy, we will give our opinion as to what caused the death. And then we'll let the coroner's office know. And then the coroner is the one who fills out the death certificate.
So you don't personally prepare the death certificate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the coroner has a body that they want you to consider, they would reach out to you. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And is that always the procedure?
Yeah, almost always. Sometimes we'll get notified about a death by law enforcement, but the vast majority of the time it's the coroner's office who gives us the information and asks us about the case.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury you described where you went to school and that information. Did you do any training when you came to the Georgia Bureau to the crime laboratory, the state medical examiner's office?
Well, I in my last year of fellowship training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, which is in the Atlanta area, I rotated over to the GBI for 2 or 3 months and did some of my training during that year at the GBI.
And was that all that experience that you just described? Was that prior to you starting performing autopsies?
Yeah, well, we as a fellow in training, we do perform autopsies under the supervision of some of the medical examiners there. But that was before I started doing unsupervised autopsies.
Okay. And at some point, they basically cleared you to do it on your own. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that now on your own?
For 26 years.
Okay. Specifically, have you ever testified before as a medical expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 300 times.
What counties?
Gosh, a lot of counties in Georgia. I haven't testified in all of them, but many of the counties. I've testified here before.
Okay. Have you ever been denied expert status as a forensic pathologist?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce this witness as a forensic pathologist expert.
No questions and no objections.
He is qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to December 6th of 2022 and December 9th of 2022. Were you called upon to perform an autopsy on a person at the request of Special Agent Tracy Sands of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the coroner in this county?
Yes.
And as a result of that request, did you in fact perform that autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Did this case get assigned a unique case number associated with that medical examination?
Yes.
And I don't know if I asked you this. Can you explain to the jury just what an autopsy actually is?
Yes. So an autopsy is basically an examination of a body after death in order to make certain determinations, including determine what caused the death.
And specifically, you indicated that this case had a case number. Can you tell us what that number was?
Yes, it is 2022-6007185.
Excuse me. Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh. Let's update. Not too many objection updates in the banner for this trial, but when we have them, they've been interesting outcomes. So objection counter at 1 for Keith Lehman, the medical examiner.
Is that case number unique for each autopsy you perform?
Yeah. Each case that we go with each autopsy gets its own number.
And is that the same in every crime laboratory in the state of Georgia that you work with? Meaning if you're in Atlanta, you would get a separate case number for each case, just the same as if you were here in the local area?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of that case number?
Well, it's a way to identify the case. And so all of the evidence and all of the reports associated with any sort of examination within the crime lab, that all gets linked to this case number so that all the reports can be put together into one place. And so you can find from one case, all of the reports, you know where the report is and which for a report, which case it goes with.
How many autopsies a year approximately do you perform?
Per year, I would say it varies. It's varied depending on how busy we were in our staffing. I'd say I performed at the GBI probably anywhere from maybe 210 to 450 autopsies a year.
A
It
year?
could range. Yeah.
And is an autopsy always associated with a criminal investigation?
No.
Can you tell the jury when an autopsy might be performed that's not associated with a criminal case?
Yeah. So for forensic autopsies that would be ordered by the state to be performed,
Hey, Sassy.
there's certain types of deaths that we might autopsy. You know, everybody that dies doesn't get an autopsy. So certain examples of cases that would get a forensic autopsy might be relatively young people who die suddenly and unexpectedly and don't have a medical history that reasonably explains their death. Somebody who dies and is suspected to possibly be a death related to a drug overdose. You know, certain types of suicides will autopsy. In some of the examples we might see are hangings, self-inflicted gunshot wounds, people that die from drug overdose, intentional drug overdoses. And many of the deaths in custody, in police custody, will autopsy. And then deaths that are suspicious, in other words, deaths where the case appears to be or appears to possibly be a homicide. Those are autopsied as well. So those are some examples of the types of cases that we might bring in for autopsy.
And in this case, you indicated that case number and that came in through law enforcement. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
This case came in through law enforcement, though. It was not one of those other types. It was actually a criminal investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately perform an autopsy at the time of that receipt of the body?
I performed autopsy on December the 6th and December the 9th of that year, 2022.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as State's Exhibit 1.62. It is an 8-page document. I'm showing it to counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a look at that, please, Doctor.
I just looked. The Mahendra Patel bond hearing was May 6th. I didn't even realize how long ago that was.
Do you recognize that document, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This appears to be a copy of the autopsy report I prepared for this case.
And did you prepare that actual report in its entirety?
Yes,
And is that a duplicate of the original report that was prepared?
it does appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to seek to tender State's Exhibit, I believe it's 1.62.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I?
Yes.
Doctor, if at any time you need to review your report, can you just please let us know and I'll be happy to provide that to you, okay? Now, you indicated that you performed an autopsy on December 6th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall, if you recall, who was with you at that time?
I don't specifically recall. It would have been, certainly we would have had some of the assistants there in the office. There was GBI crime scene specialist Brett Dickerson and Liberty County Sheriff's Office Detective Jack Frost did attend the autopsy.
Would you have documented that in your report?
Yes.
And why do you document items in a report?
Well, so when I get asked about it later, I can answer the question.
Be fair to say with 400 autopsies a year approximately, you don't necessarily remember every single detail of each autopsy that you perform?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
And do you document things as you're doing them during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
Do you create medical notes?
Yes.
And are those preserved?
The notes are, some of the notes are preserved, yes, into the file.
Okay.
Some of them aren't.
Okay. And would those be done for the same reasons to assist you in reviewing your materials if you needed to?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that autopsy, can you tell the members of the jury what you do when you first receive a body at the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
Yeah, so the initial step is we photograph, we take initial photographs of the body. We'll photograph the body bag tag that comes in. The body bags will be sealed. And before we open the body bag, we'll photograph the body bag tag to show how the bag was labeled. If it's the type of case where we're going to do x-rays, we may go ahead and do x-rays at that time as well. And then the next step would be to open the body bag. And then really before we do any significant manipulation of the body, we'll go ahead and take photographs again, just to document the condition of the body, as it was when we started the autopsy. And then after that, we'll begin examination of the body, which may include, depending on the case, recovery of evidence. If there's clothing on the body, we'll remove the clothing. Sometimes there's medical devices on the body from a person receiving emergency medical treatment. We'll remove those and document those things as well. And then we'll do the external examination, basically looking at the outside of the body. We're looking for any evidence of natural disease or trauma or any other findings that might help us understand what happened to the person. And if we find potentially important things during our examination, we'll stop and take photographs of those.
And can you explain to the jury what a medical placard is?
A placard it's basically a structure where we can put some sort of inscription. We use a placard basically as a label in our photographs, and some of our photographs that shows the case number, the unique case number for this case that we were talking about before.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach the witness, and I'm going to ask to show him the state's exhibits 1.27 through 1.61. Doctor, did you have a chance to, and counsel has been provided a photocopy of each of these exhibits in addition, Your Honor, for the record. Did you have a chance to review all of those before your testimony here today?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And those photographs, are those some of the photographs that you took during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
Are all of those a fair and accurate representation of the photographs that were taken during the course of the autopsy, both on, just so we're clear, December 6th of 2022 and December 9th of 2022?
Yeah, I reviewed the sets of photographs shortly before coming in here. And during my review at that time, they did appear to be accurate representations.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender all of those exhibits.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. They're admitted without objection.
Thank you.
It's 1.27 all the way through 1.61.
Correct, Your Honor. Would it be fair to say, Doctor, that there are far more photographs than what I've handed you?
Yes, there are significantly more.
How many photographs do you take? Does it depend on the case?
Oh, it absolutely does. Yes, it can vary quite a bit.
So in this case, what photographs did you take of your autopsy? Do you recall what portions of the autopsy? Would it be the entire autopsy, just part of it? How does that work for the jury?
Yes, so we took many photographs on the outside of the body. And then in addition, we took some photographs, significantly fewer, on the inside of the body. So once we open the body during the autopsy, we start out just looking at the outside. Then we'll open the body, we'll open the chest and the abdomen, look inside, remove the internal organs there. Same for the neck structures and same for inside the head. And so we did take some internal body photographs, in the region of the head. Yes, but mostly external photographs in this case.
Okay. And the photographs of the interior of the head, can you explain to the jury why you would take photographs of the interior of a head?
Well, in this case, we took photographs to document injuries that were present, document there was significant bruising to the scalp that it was difficult to appreciate on the outside of the body. Sometimes there are things on the inside of the body that you can't see on the outside of the body. So in this case, there was significant scalp bruising that you couldn't fully appreciate on the outside of the body, in part because of the changes of decomposition that were taking place. We also documented some other findings too, documented what the brain looked like, documented what the skull looked like, and in some cases, we documented the absence of significant findings.
When you first started performing the autopsy, did you have all of the portions of her body?
No, when we began the autopsy on the first day, December the 6th, we did not have the full body.
Okay. Did there ultimately come a time when you received the remaining portions of her remains?
Yes.
And I say her, was this a male or a female?
Female.
And was she identified at the time that you first received her?
No, she was not.
As a medical examiner receiving a person in the condition that you received her, would some of your investigation of the body be in an attempt to assist law enforcement in identifying her?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case as well?
Yes.
What types of steps would you take to try and see if you could assist with identification?
Well, the first step in a case where we don't know who it is would be for us. One of the first steps would be to take fingerprints, if you can, because there's a large databases that can be searched for fingerprints. It's different than something like dental records. For dental records, you really have to know who it might be so you can get their dental records. But for fingerprints, there's large databases that are available that you could potentially test. It's also would be important to recover DNA. There's some DNA databases also available. So those are some of the first steps that we took in this case.
And with respect to DNA, as a medical examiner, what do you do to attempt to assist in that process?
We recover DNA from the body.
Okay.
So we'll recover certain blood or tissue that we think would have the best chance for the DNA scientist to be able to use to recover DNA.
Okay.
That explains why he didn't
can you
draw
explain what a
what he
bloodstain
could.
card is?
Yeah, bloodstain card is basically it's a special card, and you take blood and you spot it onto the card, and then you let the card dry. So it's basically a card with dried blood on it, and it's our typical sample that we use as a DNA collection specimen. Pretty much in every case where we have blood that we autopsy, we will recover a blood card.
And where would the blood card go after you collect it?
The evidence, once we collect our evidence, it's say during an autopsy, the evidence will eventually go to an evidence holding area at the GBI facility. And then from there, the evidence will be distributed to whatever branch of the crime lab would do the testing. So if it's a bullet, it will go to the firearms lab. If it's blood for DNA testing, it will go to the DNA or the forensic biology lab.
And in this case, did you take bloodstain cards?
Yes.
I'm going to show the witness exhibits, Your Honor, 1.63, 1.64, 1.65, 1.66, and 1.67. May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
There are gloves if you prefer.
And if you guys missed it, there's been a long recess today with this trial, but the witness before this, the toxicologist, told us that she was only sent a piece of the liver to do some testing on. There were fluids from the chest cavity weren't sent because they were contaminated because the chest cavity was open. But they didn't send brain
Do you
fluid,
recognize
kidney
the
fluid,
labels that are affixed
gastric
to each
fluid.
of those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Yeah, they have inscribed the unique case number for this case, and they have an inscription indicating what's present inside the envelope.
Okay. And are those, in fact, the actual bloodstain cards that you prepared and submitted to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes, they do appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd seek to tender State's Exhibits 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Thank you. Why are there 5 cards?
There are 5 cards because the body was received in 5 pieces. We received a right leg. We received a left leg. We received a head with a portion of the neck, the upper portion of the neck attached. And we received the torso with the lower portion of the neck and the arms attached. So we received the body in 5 pieces. The body had been dismembered. And so we collected a DNA sample from each one of those pieces, in part initially to ensure that they all went with the same person. The DNA from all 5 matched. And then hopefully at some point we'd be able to identify who that person was.
Well, and just for clarification, you've said 5, Doctor. Did you also take a sample from the spleen, or rather the liver inside of the body?
Yes.
Oh.
I can rephrase. Did you document on each of those bloodstain cards where each item was recovered from?
Yes, I did.
Can you please, looking at the first exhibit that's in your hand, tell us where that one was from?
Yes, this is from the torso, specifically the spleen.
Okay. And what about the next one?
The torso.
So the torso itself was 1 and the torso spleen was a 2nd?
That's right, yes.
And what was the 3rd bloodstain card?
The right leg.
And the next?
Left leg.
And the next?
The head.
So there were 5 in total, but those were from the 4 pieces plus the spleen?
That's correct. Yeah, there was.
Or rather, I said the spleen. I meant the liver. My apologies.
No, it was a spleen. You were correct. Yeah, it was. The body was in 4 pieces. That's correct. And there were 5 cards because we collected 2 from the torso. Yes.
Did you also at some point collect from the liver? And if you need something to refresh your recollection, please just let us know, Doctor.
Yes.
Objection to the extent he's looking at his notes right now. How long will the objection?
You can refresh your recollection.
Yes. Yes, we did collect liver, along with other substances that we would potentially use for a toxicology testing. Yes.
Okay. And all of them would have been prepared in the same fashion? Meaning a bloodstain card and then preserved in the way that you've just shown us?
No, the specimens for DNA that we talked about here would have been prepared on a card. The liver, we would have actually saved a relatively small portion of liver, the actual tissue, and saved it and kept it refrigerated for toxicology testing, a different kind of testing than DNA testing.
So without being graphic, doctor, does that mean you literally cut a piece of the liver off and preserved it so it could be transported to another section of the laboratory for analysis?
Yes.
That's clearly not in this courtroom today, correct? As far as you know.
As far as I know, yes.
He seems a little frazzled.
But that is something that you did in this case?
Yes.
Now, when you first testified, you talked about a placard. Your Honor, these are now in evidence and I'd like to publish. That's off, correct? Can you please turn that on now? I'm going to start on image 100 and counsel, if I may approach you. I'm going to start on December 6th with the first image in front of you. Just for the record, so I'm clear, Your Honor, I'm referring to slide 100. And doctor, if you can assist me, on the back of that exhibit, you'll see that there is a number written of slide 100. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just for your own records, did you have specific numbers associated with each one of the photographs as they were taken by the medical examiner's office in connection with the case?
Yeah. When the photographs are saved, they're digital photographs, so they're saved into a digital file, and each file has a name that has a number.
Okay, so on the back corner of each of those, I'm going to reference the number so that it's clear for the record, Your Honor. And if you would just tell us what exhibit number that is on the back of the card as well, just so the record's clear. So we're talking now, I guess, about exhibit 1.6. It's in front of you, the one I've already handed you, the stack.
Yeah, this is exhibit 1.27.
Thank you, 1.27. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 1.27?
Yeah, this is the placard that we've discussed. It's basically a placard where we put information about the case at the top. Coastal MEO stands for Medical Examiner's Office. This examination was performed at the Coastal Medical Examiner's Office, which is in the Savannah area. The date that the exam was performed, December the 6th, 2022. And then underneath the unique case number for the case.
And that is all done in an effort to preserve the information, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I turn to the next slide, that being 101, that would be 128, is that correct?
1.31.
Oh, my apologies, 1.31. And can you tell us what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the a label that was on some of the remains were received in a plastic box, and this is the label adjacent to the seal. It shows what the label said, how the label was inscribed by the individuals at the recovery scene.
So that's not your writing, that's the condition it was received in?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier that these items come in sealed, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that display the seal that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to this, you indicated there were 4 portions of the physical body. Would this have been one portion?
Yes.
I'm now going to slide 103. That is State's Exhibit
1.28.
And what is depicted there?
This is the photograph of basically the seal and the label put on the body bag, the closed body bag. It's that when a body bag has 2 zippers, and when you open the body bag, you spread the zippers out, and when you close it, you bring the zippers together. So the zippers are together here, and the seal and the label are through those two zippers, and it shows how the label was, the handwritten label there was labeled by the individuals at the body recovery scene.
Okay. And I'm now turning your attention to slide number 106. And what exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.29.
And what is depicted there?
This is the torso of the decedent. It basically, it has the chest and abdomen, the very upper portions of the thighs, and it's got the arms. And it's discolored because it's covered in mud. And then the handbags have been placed around the hands, which is a routine procedure done in potential foul play cases to preserve evidence that might be present there.
Okay. And what kind of bags did you say those were?
Those are brown paper bags, but we call them evidence bags.
Is there a reason that they're paper?
Yes. Plastic. If you have plastic bags, can result in degrading of some of the underlying evidence. So paper is used.
Okay. And this body does not appear to have clothing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the condition it was received in?
Yes.
So it was fully naked?
Yes.
Okay. From looking at this photograph, were you at least able to tell the gender of the individual that was recovered?
Yes.
And that's why you indicated female?
Yes.
I'm now turning to slide 107, which on your exhibit would be what number?
This is 1.30.
Okay. And what does this demonstrate?
This is the other leg, basically the bag that the other leg was received in. And it's similarly labeled. You can see the handwritten label there was prepared by the individuals the investigators at the body recovery scene.
And if a body comes into the medical examiner's office as an entire person, how many body bags would that come in?
One.
And would there be just one seal?
Yes.
So when there's more than one piece and more than one bag, do you document each of the individual seals?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Because each piece came in separately, so we will document each piece of evidence, each evidence that we received, just to show how it was received for each part.
I'm now turning your attention to slide 109. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
Yeah, this is 1.31.
And what is depicted here?
This is the left leg of the decedent.
And was there anything of note when you received the left leg?
Yes. Yeah, there are numerous fly larvae known as maggots on the leg and around in the body bag with the leg. There's discoloration largely related to likely fly larva activity. And then at on the foot, near the end of the foot where the toes are, there's loss of tissue there that appears to be what we call postmortem animal predation, basically where if a body is left outside in an outdoor location, especially in a wooded location, animals can come and will often come and eat portion of the body. So that appears to be postmortem animal predation, where after the death, an animal has come and eaten a portion of the foot.
So as part of your investigation, is it your responsibility to determine what may have caused each of the individual deformities to the body?
Yes.
So even if they're not potentially criminal, you would still document that?
We may. It depends on the case, but yes, we often do.
Okay. And in this case, did you?
Yes.
Okay. So the top of the limb, can you tell the jury, was there anything of significance with respect to the top of the limb?
Yes. At the top, the leg appears to have been, the leg has been cut from the body. There's areas where the skin surface the skin edge is smooth, consistent with having been cut with a sharp object. And then the bone, the thigh, a portion of the majority of the thigh bone is present in the leg, but the thigh bone, the femur, has been cut there. And so there's the cut end of the femur that's you can see in this photograph.
And can you tell us, doctor, is there anything significant about the femur, specifically in terms of bones in the human body? What's distinctive about it?
The femur, I guess what would be distinctive about it is the biggest bone, the longest bone.
I mean, it keeps us upright, correct?
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that somebody would not be able to obviously stand without their femur intact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you said the femur was cut through?
Yes, it was.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the next photograph. That would be 110. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.32.
Thank you. And what is depicted here?
This is a label, another label for a body bag. And the inscription indicates leg found in the woods of McIntyre County.
Okay, so would this be the other leg in connection with this case?
Yes.
And does this also reflect the manner in which you documented?
Yes.
I'm now drawing your attention to slide 111. Can you tell us what the exhibit number is?
Yeah, this is exhibit 1.33.
And what is depicted here?
This is the other leg. This would be the right leg.
Was there anything that you were able to make as observations with respect to the portion at the top of the thigh?
Similar to the previous leg. The majority of the femur, the thigh bone, is present, but the upper part of the thigh bone has been cut across. There's similar to the other leg, and similar to all the amputation margins, there's decomposition. There's more advanced decomposition right at the margin of where the amputation has occurred. So there's discoloration there that's a result of postmortem decomposition, and there's fly larvae on the body here on this leg as well.
Can you explain to the jury how decomposition perhaps looks different at different portions of this leg? Why that would be?
Yeah, the decomposition is more advanced at the place where the amputation was. It may be that there's more. It's a more suitable environment for fly larvae to attack, and also it may be less resistant to the changes of decomposition in the skin. The skin may be a little bit more resistant than exposed other tissue. You can see there's discoloration on the other part of the leg, likely related to fly larval activity, but the exposed tissue is more affected.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, I don't know if this approach is over speculation, but that kind of seemed like speculation. So we'll see how that one goes. And we've got 4 polite sidebars. JC from the D, we are hearing from the medical examiner. Also, while we have a break, shout out to Kayla Bumpus, also got her client a dismissal today. They cut the feed after Mahendra Patel. It was announced the null pros, but she got a dismissal too. It's awesome.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that exhibit number is?
1.33.
And
I think we're going to give that as a sustain. Oh my God, microphone. Yeah, the world is on fire says, can they tell what was used to cut the leg bone? And we heard about tool mark analysis, how we're not going to see a match to the tools. So the tool that was found super easily right there, led them right to the guy that did it.
Your Honor, if I can simply clarify for the record, counsel has pointed out to the state that it appears I have inadvertently marked two exhibits 1.31. So the first one will be exhibit 1.31A refers to slide 101 and 1.31B refers to slide 109.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Very well.
So as we progress through these, we were at slide 111, and we're now moving on to the next slide. That would be slide 120. What exhibit number is that for you, sir?
This is 1.34.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what, if anything, is depicted in that photograph of note to you?
Yeah, this is the end of one of the femurs, and this basically shows where it's cut. So you can see where the bone has been cut, and it's there's yes. So that's what we're showing here.
And was it physically cut all the way through?
It's been completely cut all the way through, but there are portions where the bone appears to have been or has been cut, but at that point wasn't cut all the way through. But obviously it's not attached to the other part, so it's been cut through it finally. But yes, there's a portion there where you can see it's been cut only partially.
Okay. So did you have an opportunity to weigh the different items that were received at the laboratory?
Yes.
Okay. And is that customary practice when you perform an autopsy?
Yes. Yeah. We measure the body, basically determine the body length, which is equivalent to the height, and the weight. We determine the weight.
Okay. And so were you able to determine the height and weight of each of the portions of the remains?
Yeah, we weighed each portion, and then we approximated. We put the pieces together and approximated what an overall body length or height would be.
Okay. And is that documented in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that next photograph, that would be photograph 132. What exhibit number is that for you?
1.35.
And that photograph, what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the decedent's torso and arms, that specimen. And now we've cleaned it up. So we've cleaned the mud off of it. And so now we can see the body surface.
And did you notice any defects to the body that are depicted in this image?
Yes.
Can you describe them for the jury?
Yes. So there's the defects that we've talked about where the legs were removed. So at the very upper part of both thighs are present, but then there's a large defect where the rest of the legs have been cut from the body, where the body's been dismembered. The same thing at the top in the head, where you can see there's a portion of the spine that's protruding up into the neck. It's the lower portion of the lower few vertebrae that correspond to the neck, cervical vertebrae, remain there with very little soft tissue left around it. And then there's a defect around that area. That defect extends into the chest cavities, basically the cavities on the right and left sides of the chest, where the right lung and the left lung are located, and the pericardial sac, where the heart is located. So the defect extends down into there. Normally, these cavities are not exposed. They're covered with skin and subcutaneous tissue, muscle, and and bony structures. But in this case, though the bony structures are intact, the soft tissue is not. So the defect up at the top, at the base of the neck there, extends down into the chest cavity and is associated with a loss of tissue there. The upper portion of the heart and significant portions of the lung are absent, and appears to be the result of animal predation, where animals have gotten into the body and have taken and, presumably eaten portions of the heart and the lungs, and then other of the organs in that area, including the upper part of the esophagus.
With respect to the esophagus and the portion of the neck that is no longer present that you described, did that make this complicated for you in any way in terms of some of your conclusions?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why and how?
Well, in part to evaluate the ideal is to evaluate the entire body to assess whatever findings might be there, injuries or otherwise. If parts of the bodies are missing, then obviously we can't evaluate those. And if there's the body's been damaged, presumably, say with the cuts to remove the legs and the head, there's damage that's made in those areas. So if there was findings in those areas, injuries or otherwise, it may obscure those and make it difficult or impossible for me to identify those.
Can you tell the jury what asphyxia is?
Yeah, asphyxia is a condition whereby it's a condition whereby oxygen is prevented from getting to the tissues. Our body tissues need certain things, certain nutrients, and one of the things our body tissue needs is oxygen. So when we breathe in oxygen into our lungs, our lungs take the oxygen out of the air, put it in the blood, and then the blood's pumped around to the body and provides that oxygen to the tissue. So if there's some process that interferes with oxygen being delivered to the tissues, that's asphyxia.
And so what is a manner in which an individual can manually be prohibited from receiving oxygen?
Well, one way would be smothering. For example, if a person covers up the airway, the nose and mouth of somebody with something that prevents them be able to breathe, that would prevent oxygen from getting into the lungs. That would be one form of asphyxia. Another form would be a neck compression or strangulation. When a neck is compressed in a significant way, in something that we call strangulation, the typical mechanism of injury there is the blood vessels that supply blood to the brain. Those are blocked. So normally the heart pumps blood around to the body, including blood up through the neck into the head. If the neck blood vessels are compressed in a significant way, that can prevent an adequate amount of blood and oxygen from getting to the brain, that's a form of asphyxia as well.
If you don't have the neck, how does that impact your ability to render a determination if strangulation was present?
Yeah, we're really, if you don't have a neck, there's no way to evaluate injuries in the neck. That's one of the things you look for to evaluate strangulation. You look for injuries in the neck, either on the outside of the neck or on the skin surface and on the inside of the neck. You may get bruising internally, and you may get fractures of some of the structures in the neck, such as the hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone in the upper part of the neck, or the larynx, basically the voice box.
So with those being missing, did that make this more difficult for you?
Yes, that would make it more difficult. Now, at this point of the autopsy, those structures were missing. When we recovered the head with a portion of the neck, some of those structures were present. For example, the hyoid bone was present and a portion of the larynx was present.
But the skin, was that present?
No.
Okay.
At least a portion of it wasn't.
Okay. Were there any other visible defects on the face or front of the body depicted?
Yes.
And what are those?
There are injuries that appear to be what we refer to as sharp force injuries caused by a sharp object, And there are two superficial such injuries on the right upper chest. The most prominent one is on the inner aspect of the right breast, the vertical linear, several inches in length there on the breast. There's a number of small injuries that look like cuts in the region of the right upper chest as well that you can't see very well in this photograph. And then on the abdomen near the belly button region, there are 3 areas of defects that are in the skin and soft tissue that appear to represent injuries caused by a sharp object.
And then what about the right upper arm? Can you tell us what you observed?
Yes. In the right upper arm, there's a defect in the skin, and there's a large amount of tissue loss there. So there's a significant amount of decomposition here. There's tissue loss, so there may have been animal predation there. There may have been an animal that came in and ate some of the tissue. The bone there, the upper arm bone, the humerus, is exposed, and there on the surface of the bone there are numerous parallel, horizontal, linear cuts in the bone, but they're superficial. They look like there was an attempt to cut the humerus, but then it appears that the attempt to cut the humerus was ceased.
I'm now turning to slide 139. What is that exhibit number for you?
So factual lie. You were asking about the arm. They tried. Apparently they tried.
And this is exhibit 1.36.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury what you see here?
Yeah, so this is the back of the right hand and the right forearm. And on the hand, close to the wrist, there's an area of discoloration that represents bruising. And then on the forearm, you can see 2 areas of discoloration that also represent bruising. So this is a bruise or a contusion, which is basically an area of bleeding in the tissue caused by impact with a blunt object or surface.
Can you explain to the jury what the phrase defensive wounds means?
Yes. So a defensive wound is a wound that you would receive that you might receive when you're being attacked by someone. If someone is attacking you and striking you with an object, it's what your natural tendency to do is to put your arms up to try to block. And so what may happen if you do block the blows, you'll get injuries on the arm. And so injuries, they're often on the back of the hand and on the back of the forearm. And those are called defensive injuries.
And is it possible that they are potentially also decomposition, meaning that you sometimes see bruising that isn't a defensive wound?
Yeah, so sometimes we'll, as a result of the decomposition process, there may be discoloration of the body that mimics bruising. So sometimes it can be difficult to tell if an area of discoloration represents decomposition or if it represents true bruising.
So what do you do to determine which one it is?
So one of the common things we do is we'll cut into it, because a lot of times if it's decomposition, it will be superficial and it will be involving the skin. If it's bruising, you'll see more typically you'll see more the bruising in the tissue, not just on the skin surface, but underneath the skin. So cutting into the area of discoloration can be very helpful to determine if it's a bruise or if it's decomposition.
Is that routinely part of your autopsy to make those determinations?
Yes, we often do that.
Okay. And in this case, did you find areas that were both bruising as well as potentially decomposition?
Yes.
I'm now going to turn you to slide number 144. Slide number 144. What exhibit number is that for you?
Yeah, this is 1.37.
Thank you. What is depicted in this image?
Yeah, so this is what we were just talking about. This is the right upper arm. There's loss of tissue. A large amount of tissue is lost because you can see the bone there. That white structure there with the dark lines as the bone, and those dark lines, those parallel lines, those represent cuts, superficial cuts into the bone, where it appears there was an attempt to cut that bone, but not a successful attempt. And there's discoloration of the tissue in this area too, This discoloration is similar to the discoloration seen at all the amputation margins. It's related to postmortem decomposition.
That'd
Now
be a
at
good
slide
thing to clarify.
145. What exhibit number is that for you?
So I'm going to just do a brief pause here, but this prosecutor is asking so many general questions. And it's like for every 10 general questions, maybe she's asking a question that pertains to, if that's generally what it looks like, did you find that here? And connecting the dots between generalities and what she's trying to actually prove to the jury that they can determine about this body, these parts. So that, I don't get why she didn't ask for additional clarification. The discoloration. Can you explain a little bit more how that relates to what you saw here? That was an opportunity and she didn't take it.
Would it be fair to say that that's simply a close-up of those cut marks?
Yes.
And you indicated what was the nature of those marks? Were they, I believe you said lateral? Is that what you said?
They're horizontal.
Horizontal, my apologies. Okay. And can you tell us anything about the humerus, similarly to as you described the femur? Is there anything distinctive about the humerus?
Yeah, with the humerus, it's sort of the corresponding bone in the arm to the thigh bone in the leg. It's a single long bone in the upper part of the arm, similar to the femur is a single long bone present in the upper part of the leg. And they're fairly thick bones, especially the femur, because as you mentioned, it has to bear the weight of the individual.
I'm now going to slide number 152. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.39.
And can you advise the jury what you observed on the left arm?
Yeah, on the left arm, what's most visible here are two areas of discoloration, one near the wrist and on the forearm, and one a little more towards the middle of the forearm. Those represent abrasions. Abrasion is basically a scrape injury. So it's caused by impact with the body, an impact with a blunt object or surface that causes a scraping of the superficial layer of skin off. So it's basically like if you fall down on the pavement and skin your knee, that's an abrasion. So that's what these two are. They're abrasions that are visible here. In addition, on the back of the hand, near the wrist, there's an area of discoloration that's suggestive of a bruise, but not clearly a bruise. And then on the back of the forearm, sort of in the middle of the forearm, not very visible in this photograph, there is a small bruise.
I'm now going to slide 153. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is exhibit 1.40.
Can you describe what is the condition observed on the left hand?
Yes, it's what we call a washerwoman hand. It's basically, you can kind of see it here. You can see it better if you look at the palm side of the hand, but it's basically where the skin of the hands and feet will get wrinkly if they're exposed to water for a period of time.
So if you stay in the bath too long, for example?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you the next slide. That would be 156. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.41.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you see here?
Yeah, this is the palm of the left hand, and you can see better in this photograph the washerwoman change.
Okay. What impact does washerwoman syndrome have with respect to taking fingerprints?
It can theoretically make it more technically challenging, but if all you have is a washerwoman change, we should be able to take fingerprints with proper techniques.
What do you do? What's the technique?
Oh, yeah, that'd be a better question for the impressions latent print section of the lab to answer.
So you don't do that yourself in the autopsy?
I don't.
Okay. So you would just document it and potentially make it available. Meaning, do you try to do prints anyway?
We do in our lab. We'll take we do some fingerprints in our lab. If they're difficult traditionally we've used latent prints. Now in the Savannah area lab where this autopsy took place, they don't have access to a latent prints department, so they do the fingerprints there, and they have they're used to taking fingerprints in difficult cases, so they are knowledgeable about techniques. Some of the DIS there are autopsy assistants there. I'm personally not, but they are.
Okay. And so, as a general rule, you do take autopsy prints, even if they're not, I hate to say, effective. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
We do in certain cases. We don't fingerprint every case. There's certain types of cases that we will perform fingerprints on.
Okay. Now, I'm directing your attention to the next slide, being 158. What exhibit is that for you?
This is 1.42.
And what is depicted here?
Yeah, this is a discoloration. This is the left upper arm. So you can see the elbow on the right side of the screen, and then the underarm region, right where they've got the L-shaped ruler, that's where the underarm region is. So they're really looking at the upper arm corresponding to the humerus, like we were just talking about. And there's discoloration there on the front of the arm that appears to be a postmortem change. It's not nothing that I could identify as an injury.
So in this particular body's evaluation, you did see items that you were able to clearly say that's not an injury, but rather decomposition or some change due to death?
Yes.
Okay. And does this represent that?
It appears to, yes.
I'm going to now turn you to the next slide. This is 167. What exhibit is that for you?
This is 1.43.
And what is depicted here?
So there are three defects here that look like they were probably caused by something sharp or fairly sharp. Three defects in this is the front of the abdomen, basically near the belly button. You can see right in the middle of the screen, there's the belly button, very close to the middle of these defects.
Those are 167. I'm now moving on to slide 174. Is that what exhibit for you?
1.44.
And are those, again, the right humerus with the cuts at a much closer view?
Yes.
I'm now going to slide 184. What exhibit number is that for you?
1.45.
And what is displayed here?
So this is one of the femur bones, one of the ends of the femur bones. So this is where the femur bone was cut, basically the cut end. And you can see there's a place where there's a fairly smooth cut in the bone that goes through much of the thickness of the bone, but not all of the way.
And is that the condition you received the body in?
Yes.
Now, what did you do with respect to the femur sites during the course of your autopsy?
So we removed the ends of the femurs where they had been cut. We removed the ends and submitted them as evidence so that it could be the potential for evaluation of these cut ends in case it may be useful to know what kind of weapon or what kind of tool might have been used to make the cuts.
Without being graphic, doctor, I'm going to show on myself. So both of the legs were severed, correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that the two portions from the lower portion of the thigh and then the two portions from the upper portion of the thigh, all four of them were cut by your office and turned over to the tool mark section?
Yes.
Okay. So did that preserve then each of the cuts that were performed prior to your receipt and then given to them for examination?
Yes.
And of course, did you mark where your cut was so it was clear?
Yes.
Okay. And I presume you don't do tool mark examination, correct?
That's correct.
I'm now showing you slide 186. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.46.
And Can you tell the jury what defects you see on the upper left portion of her back?
Yeah, there's a superficial cut on the left upper back in the shoulder region.
So that was an actual cut.
Yes.
I'm now at slide 189. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
At 1.47.
What is displayed here?
So what we've done is we've placed the legs together with the torso just to reapproximate how the body would have been had the legs not been amputated.
And are you able to now see some of the locations where you cut into the bruising or decomposition to make those assessments?
Yes, you can in this photograph. Yes.
And where are those incisions?
You can see on the left arm. You can see on the right arm.
Can you also see on the neck area now, perhaps better in this photograph, where the neckline has receded?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see, I'm not sure if it's better vantage point in this photograph or not.
Okay. What is that that's sticking out from the neck area?
That's the spine. So those are the lower cervical spinal, the vertebrae, the bones of the spine that correspond to the lower part of the neck.
So if her body had been intact, would that not then have had all of the skin up to her chin, essentially?
Yes.
Is that present in that last photograph? That skin?
No, no, that's absent there.
Okay. I'm now directing your attention to December 9th of 2022. Did you conduct a second portion of the autopsy in this case?
Yes.
What did you perform the autopsy on that date?
I'm sorry?
What portion of her remains did you perform the autopsy on that date?
Oh yeah, the head and then the upper portion of the neck that remain attached to the head.
What is depicted in slide 191? And what exhibit number is that?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, this is exhibit number 1.48. And this is a placard. It basically shows the same thing as that we saw in the previous placard, except the date is different. The date is now lists December the 9th, 2022.
And presumably, if you had all of these pieces on the same day, would you perform the autopsy simultaneously?
Yes.
Did you have them all on the same day?
No.
Is that why there's a lapse in time?
Yes.
When you received the head, was that received separately?
Yes.
And was that also received in a sealed condition? If you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Okay.
Do you
Yeah.
need to, sir?
Yeah. I'm looking at my notes. Yeah, I've got that. It was received in a body bag with a tag indicating an unidentified body from Liberty County.
Okay. And on December 9th, would this placard have been made by whom?
By the staff at the Coastal Medical Examiner's Office.
Did they assist you?
Yes.
Okay. I assume you don't make your own plaques normally.
No, not normally.
Okay. I'm now directing your attention to slide 192. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
Yes, this is State's Exhibit 1.49.
Okay. And states 1.49, what's depicted there?
Yeah, so this is the body bag. Again, the zippers are closed. You can see the seal here, the red seal, and then you can see the handwritten labels on the attached to the zipper, attached to the zippers of the closed body bag.
Directing your attention to slide 194. What exhibit number is that?
1.50.
What's depicted here?
This is the decedent's head, and so you can see on the left side of there's her hair, and then on the right side her face. It's it's a little hard to make out because her face is covered in mud. So it's a dark color, similar to the color of the hair.
I'm now turning you to slide 195. What exhibit number is that?
1.51.
What vantage point does this provide?
This is the face. So we're looking at her face, and you can see it's still discolored with dark. It's got mud on it.
Can you tell anything about her eyes?
Well, her left eye, you can see the surface of her left eye, and the cornea appears clouded, which is a change that occurs as a part of postmortem decomposition.
Can you explain to the jury what happens, if anything, with respect to eye color during decomposition?
Well, eye color after death can change, and so it's not necessarily a reliable indicator of the color of the eyes during life. And with decomposition, you can get clouding of the corneas, so so you may not be able to identify at all the color of the eyes.
Did there come a time when you cleaned off her face and head?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next slide, slide number 196. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.52.
What, if anything, did you observe about her face?
Yeah, there's discoloration on the face. The discoloration on the face in various areas is consistent with change of postmortem decomposition. She did have some discoloration in her eyes, in the white portion of her eyes, the sclera. It was unclear to me if that discoloration was related to decomposition or was related to trauma.
I'm directing your attention now to slide 203. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.53.
What's depicted on the right part of her face?
Yeah, so there's two defects in the scalp. We've pulled the scalp back. This is the very forward part of the scalp. So very close to the forehead. It looks like the forehead here, but we've pulled the scalp away so that the injuries are visible. And you can see these two defects in the skin there. These are two of a total of 9 similar appearing defects that are present on the scalp, including here on the right frontal area, also on the top of the scalp on the left side and near the midline and on the back of the scalp. These appear to be lacerations. The decomposition makes it a little challenging to sometimes distinguish between incisions and lacerations. Incisions are defects caused by a sharp object. Lacerations are defects caused by a non-sharp object, a blunt object. These appear to be most likely laceration. There's a little bit of irregularity associated with it. And in some of these, there is tissue bridging when we look in the depth. That's a feature that we see in lacerations, but not in incisions. So this appears to be 2 of 9 lacerations that are present on the scalp. And there's discoloration here that represents contusion. It's not clear from the external examination that it's contusion, but when we opened the head and reflected the scalp, looked at the undersurface of the scalp, it was clear that there was a significant amount of contusion or bruising in the area where these lacerations were located.
Would that be consistent with being struck?
Yes.
And you said a laceration was blunt as opposed to a cut, correct?
Yes.
I'm looking at slide 204. Is that what exhibit?
Exhibit 1.54.
And would that be the closer version of what you just described?
Yes.
Is that how you were able to see the irregularity you just described? Meaning
yes.
Not from a cut versus a laceration?
Yes.
I'm now looking at slide 206. Can you tell us what exhibit number?
Yeah, this is 1.55.
And was there any observations to the left side of her face or skull?
Yeah, there's discoloration. There's some discoloration here on the left side of the face, including in the left forehead. I could not identify these to be injuries. These areas of discoloration are consistent with change of postmortem decomposition.
And I'm now at slide number 207. What exhibit number?
1.56.
Would that be the area that you indicated was decomposition and not an actual injury?
It did, yes, it did appear to be postmortem decomposition.
I'm looking now at slide number 225. Can you tell us what exhibit number?
Uh, 1.57.
What is depicted here?
So this is the scalp. And what we've done is we've removed all the scalp hair so that we can better evaluate the scalp surface and see what injuries may be present. And you can see we're looking at sort of the back of the head, really. The top of the head is towards the right side of the screen. The sort of the top of the neck is on the left side of the screen. And the right ear is at the bottom of the screen. The left ear is at the top of the screen. So you can see over the left side of the scalp and midline scalp, there's multiple lacerations. These are similar in appearance to the two that we saw on the right forehead. So a total of 9, and these here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this photograph. Some of these lacerations were full thickness, meaning they went all the way through the scalp to the underlying skull, and some of them were partial thickness.
Was there any damage to the skull itself that you were able to observe at any point during the autopsy?
One of the laceration on the back of the one that's the farthest on the left, shown here in the photograph, that one, there was a 1/4 inch defect in the surface of the skull that was consistent with a skull fracture.
I'm now looking at the slide that is labeled X-ray 2. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is exhibit 1.58.
Would it be fair to say that this is an X-ray?
Yes.
Does this demonstrate anything with respect to the femurs?
Yes.
What does it show?
Yeah, you can see with the proximal part of the femurs, the upper part of the femurs are present and go into the hip socket like femurs normally do, but you can see where they've been cut only a short distance from the hip joint.
And how is the hip joint kept in place? Meaning, is there tissue that keeps it in place? Is it a bone that keeps it in place? How does your leg stay attached?
Yeah, it's a whole joint apparatus with cartilage and soft tissue and bone all together that holds it in place.
And so would it be fair to say that you could cut through the tissue without cutting through the bone to remove the leg? And what I mean by that is the bone itself doesn't have to be cut, does it?
That's correct. You could potentially remove the leg without cutting through the femur.
I'm now showing you X-ray number 3. What exhibit is that for you?
It is 1.59.
And which leg does this display? Is it clear or is that not clear?
It's not. It appears to be the right leg.
Okay.
Yes, based on the R in the top left-hand corner of the X-ray.
Okay. And X-ray number 4, the next slide, what exhibit is that?
This is 1.60.
And what is depicted here?
And this is one of the legs.
Is that an X-ray also?
Yes.
Does that show the distal or the lower portion of both of the leg X-rays where the femur is?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What part of the femur does that show?
Yeah, so the part of the femur here is most of the femur, but the very upper part of the femur is absent because it's been severed.
And with respect to X-ray 5, what's depicted in what exhibit rather is that for you first?
1.61.
Okay, and what is depicted here?
And this is an X-ray of the head and the upper portion of the neck.
You can, Madam Clerk, can we turn that off, please?
Moving on from the exhibits. What are we turning off?
Thank you.
The Elmo
Doctor,
projector.
so those images, would it be fair to say that those were images all that you took in connection with performing your autopsy?
Yeah. All of these photographs that we've looked at today were some of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll take a short break. Go ahead.
Comfort break, chat. I think the jury or somebody was asking for a break. So it seems like she can at this point and might, we'll see if she actually does and will, after pointing out all these different things and all the different photos, getting them off the screen now to get into a discussion. Well, medical examiner, can you tell us your findings? What were you able to determine? And if you ask me, I feel like she's being confusing on purpose because she already knows.
We'll take about a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Ron.
She already knows that, this medical examiner didn't make a clear-cut finding that's going to support her somewhat theory of this case, right? And with the injuries that we are noting, it seems like where he's able to talk about discoloration, he's concluding for the most part that it's from the decomposition process. And when he can't conclude that, he's typically saying, I can't conclude that it's anything else either. But there are a few things that he notated. Superficial cuts. We have an incision on both the left and the right arms. We have blunt impact to the left side of the head. Then there's some left forehead stuff going on, but he says he can't really identify that that's actually an injury. It could just be consistent with postmortem decomposition. Then he says it's hard to tell the difference between incisions and lacerations. So that's going to be a time, I'm sure, on cross-examination. Different lacerations around the skull, different thicknesses found around the skull. But it wasn't really clear on post-mortem or pre-mortem. And then, so that skull fracture. If you have all of this going on, something that popped into my head is if the closest thing, and we heard the state fixate on this, the skull fracture in the back of the head during opening statements, we just heard it mentioned by the medical examiner, but we know they don't end up ruling a specific cause of death. If there's just one impact to the back of the head, but we went through all these pictures to show all of these other things where the majority of the time this medical examiner is saying, well, that discoloration is just consistent with decomposition. So we can't say that it's from an injury. Isn't it a little bit weird that there's only one thing to the back of the head? Because remember, this is charges of intentional killing and then also trying to move the body parts and hide the body after the fact. It's a different case if you can't prove that somebody intentionally killed somebody. And I just feel like a lot of this is trying to create distance around the possibility that, let's say Kassotis hides this body. But what if she overdosed on something? What if she fell back and hit her head? So let's show all of these other pictures, and maybe she'll tie it together some way that I'll change my mind on what I'm saying right now. But all of this confusion, plus what she did with the toxicologist, how she really wanted to establish that, oh my gosh, how do you say it? The Benadryl, that the Benadryl concentration, the diphenhydramine, was only the 2.9 whatever, and it was supposed to be 34 for it to be what they would consider a lethal dose on its own. But they only test a part of the liver. The medical examiner doesn't send along any of the fluids that they collected or other organs for the toxicologist to do testing on. When they could have, and they could have found out other information that could have focused them in on other potential things that were going on. Is this a point of confusion to steer the jury to just assume, because these pictures are so gross, that the murder was committed, that the cause of death was a murder? I just thought it was very confusing. And maybe the confusion is intentional. That's just me trying to give a strategic benefit of the doubt. But maybe it's just confusing because it's confusing. So I don't know. Yeah, and Betsy, and that's the thing, if they haven't established how she died, how can she prove it was intentional? I mean, I ultimately think it's an uphill battle, right? Why would somebody, if somebody died, I think, why would somebody, just postulating as a pretend juror, why would somebody go through all of this trouble if somebody died accidentally? Why wouldn't they just call 911 and say this is what happened, right? You have to, I think, getting a jury to that point, let's say this was completely accidental and this guy did do the cover up. So earlier we played the game that he's guilty of everything is charged. Let's play the food for thought game. He's guilty of trying to get rid of the body, but he didn't do the killing. He just came home and she was dead. He didn't know what happened, but he thought he'd get in trouble for it. He's still on trial for the murder. And imagine being the defense attorney and having to convince a jury, like, hey, I know all these pictures look crazy. How could this ever happen to a person? But those gross things that you just saw, maybe you should attribute that to an accident. And that's not the theory that Doug is approaching. Doug is volunteering a theory that, hey, they were scared of this Jim McIntyre and other individuals. And it's not his burden to, disprove the state's theory. But once you offer a theory, now the jury could be fixated on it and want to know. And I'm going to play into that. I personally want to know who this Jim McIntyre is. The name was put out there, and now I want to know. Now I want to know. I need Doug to deliver because he volunteered it. So, yeah, just a little food for thought experiment there. It just seems weird that they've got this one definitive blunt injury to the back of the head. They don't have a determined cause of death. And we went through all of those pictures and it was like most of them were just, oh, I'm looking at that. What do you see? Well, that looks consistent with decomposition. So let's see. Yeah, Bree says, I'm agreeing with you, Kat. There is no proving who or what killed her, just haven't proven it. And again, I think another problem is the state steered us towards this futon theory with the Savannah house and the way they presented it in opening statements. Weird, sketchy thing. Defendant's doing weird, sketchy things, going to Home Depot. We have his car, and we know there's blood in this home where they were. But lo and behold, they hadn't actually been in that home for months when it was tested. And it seems like we're going to find more information once we get to some testing and lab results. But it's Mindy's blood, not a lot of blood, not what would be consistent with somebody being killed and dismembered in that location. Because he's also being charged with transporting the parts after the fact. So, like, where is everything happening? They could ultimately decide that, maybe if they say he killed her in the woods and then decided to leave one part here and then walk somewhere else with the other parts, the jury might say, look, that one transporting a part of the body. No, no. It's just weird. I'm just so unclear about the theory. But at the end of the day, I think, how are you going to get the jury over? Car's there. Phone says he's there. GPS says he's there. It's a huge, huge, huge uphill battle. Because if not the defendant, then who? Let's see. YP Kamshik says, I would have asked the ME how many dismemberment autopsies he's done, or people found days later decomposing autopsies. And what I think something I had to remind myself is this autopsy, they recovered the body shortly after what they're estimating to be the time of the murder that they're alleging Kassotis committed. But then they're also relying so much on so many of the issues. Maybe decomposition got in the way of us being able to see the obvious injuries inflicted by the defendant that caused Mindy's tragic death. It's a little difficult for me to see why they're working that both ways. Yeah, they didn't have an ID for her body for quite some time. But they found her a few days after. They found the parts of her body a few days after when they say she was killed. So, yeah, Detective Mary, I don't know. Has the case ever gone that way? What's the potential exposure if he's found guilty of dismemberment but not the homicide? Yeah, I don't know. And would that be some type of like emotional distress, like an intentional infliction type pursuit because you delayed us getting to justice and finding out what happened to our loved one? Interesting question. I have no idea. Let's see. Yeah, Mara. Yeah. Is Jim coming more from Kassotis? Yep. I have questions about Jim. Doug put it in the air for me. Doug's got to deliver on that one. Let's see. How did the state prove that the defendant killed her and dismembered her with a knife, which we all know is impossible? Well, I wouldn't say it's impossible. But if they can't tell us where the dismemberment happened, like let's say, for example, the theory, and that's why I don't think they want to lock themselves into a theory, because it's an if that, then this is a problem. So if we end up thinking that these Rubbermaid containers transported stuff that was still together and the dismemberment happened in the woods, where we also find this knife that we're insisting ties this crime to the defendant. But that knife would take someone a much longer time, especially going direct through the femur, to get all the completed dismemberment done. Then was he actually in that environment long enough to do it? It's not like he was there for hours and hours. Ashley, we did watch the Mahendra Patel, the null pros. So that was awesome news. And guys, again, the camera cut off as soon as Mahendra Patel's hearing concluded. But Kayla Bumpus also got a dismissal for her client. So yeah, ultimately, Cass, I think the knife is a red herring, and that's the thing. It could be maybe someone else had it and threw it in the bush, and what they found in that near that area, like the 650 feet away, is unrelated to all of this. Like that knife could have found itself there, and Kassotis could also have been the one bringing these body parts and putting them in these places, and the two could actually be unrelated entirely. But they end up finding this knife at someone. Maybe someone was walking, they don't want it anymore, so they're like, all right, let's litter. Same way we'll throw the beer cans on the ground. And then the flip side, Cass had also said earlier, these attempted, what seems to look like an attempted cutting in the humerus, in the arms. What if it was like a battery operated cutting tool, runs out of battery midway, and then it's like, well, gotta do what we gotta do. But they don't have tool mark matches. And again, ultimately, all of these things, I'm playing the food for thought, but ultimately, there's the jury could be sitting there going, if not him, then who? Doesn't really matter to us. Maybe we should be asked to consider the elements. But maybe it doesn't really matter to us if we don't know if it happened near that futon in that Savannah property. But we're confident that this guy did it, right? So that's why I keep saying it's an extremely uphill battle for Doug. But yeah, so the defendant is he was a prosecutor. He's a former naval JAG officer, has his JD. But I don't think, like, after his service tenure that he was practicing. I don't think he was like a civil or criminal attorney in the regular world with us regular people. Yep, that too, YP. The Emmy didn't explain how limbs were cut off. You can tell if it's a knife or a saw. And what I thought was interesting is we heard in opening all of this, there's no neck, so you can't tell about strangulation. But now with this witness on the stand, the state was trying to, now, today, with this witness on the stand, after telling us in opening that this man couldn't make a conclusion about the neck when he had the body parts in front of him physically doing the autopsy, doing the actual physical examination of the evidence. Why are you asking him questions now to look at an image of the neck to try to make a determination if there's something visible there? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. So Mara says he must have some money since he got a $1.5 million divorce settlement. And I think we were told in openings that, and I didn't hear that until we rewatched it today, that they're going to show us how he got that money. Not specifically this $1.5 million that was then awarded in a judgment, but some amount of money where that would explain him buying a Ford Explorer in cash. So we're supposed to see, and they do have bank records submitted in evidence. So we'll probably, I'm looking forward to Tracy Sands taking the stand, because I think we'll hear a lot about these little missing gaps, these knowledge gaps, and maybe more gaps will be created. Who knows when Tracy Sands gets on the stand. And again, that one major thing I'm looking to hear is the surprise. We were promised that this defendant told investigators, Tracy Sands, I turned my GPS off. That's a big promise. And if the detective gets up there and isn't fully credible and we don't have an audio, like we don't have a recording of that interview, I'll personally feel like that's a big question, a big problem for the state. If we get up there and we have a video played and it's the defendant looking apparently shocked, sounding shocked, saying, I thought I turned off my GPS right after being told we tracked your car. All the way. All chances, I think, of an acquittal would be all the way gone. So, oh, it's a 1-year anniversary for Flesh of the Gods being K&W gang. That's amazing. Shout out to Flesh of the Gods. I don't even know anything about the case Flesh of the Gods is covering. The Coy case. I just saw guilty in your thumbnail. I'm so behind on some of the cases, catching up on things. 12 months is so amazing. Thanks so much, Flesh of the Gods. Not only one of my favorite people on YouTube, but just super, super awesome person. Ooh, good question, Roblox. Roblox says, would you rather be a prosecutor or defense attorney? Well, we got the judge back.
I think they're ready, so if they're ready, bring them on in.
Bringing them out. I think from a business perspective, I think being a prosecutor first gives you a way to survive long enough to afford to be a defense attorney. I don't think many people can just jump into private practice. But when you're a prosecutor, you have certain guarantees about your own financial security, and you can start getting into the field. So as much as I would like to work in post-conviction work if I ever became a lawyer rather than a trial attorney, I wouldn't really want to do trial work on either side, personally myself. In this case, if you mean in this case, Roblox, and let us know what you would want to do. In this case, I don't know. I think I'm not at a point with the prosecution where I'm like, oh, they shouldn't have brought these charges. They shouldn't have brought this case. I'm not at a point with the defense where it's like, why are you trying? I think it'd be easier to be a prosecutor in this case. I don't know if they said something.
Doctor, can you explain to the jury what the difference is between a post-mortem
They're back, but they're on the seal.
antemortem injury?
Antemortem injury is an injury that occurs during life while someone is alive. A postmortem injury is an injury that occurs after they had already died.
Are you able to distinguish between post-mortem and antemortem injuries?
Started with that.
Often, but not always.
Okay. Were you able to determine in this case whether or not the dismemberment was antemortem or postmortem?
Not definitively from the autopsy alone, but it's presumed that a situation like this, that the dismemberment is very likely postmortem as a result of trying to make the body more easy to hide and dispose of.
Okay. And in a dismemberment, specifically in the area, and I'm going to approach somewhat, where it involves the femur, are there any particular vessels or veins in the body that are relevant in the area surrounding the femur?
Yes.
What are those?
Yes, so there's large blood vessels that carry blood basically from the heart. You have blood vessels that go out to all parts of the body to carry blood to all the tissue in the body. And there's large blood vessels in both the arms and the legs, larger in the legs than in the arm. The leg is larger than the arms, but they're large blood vessels that travel down the leg to provide blood, and they also have blood vessels that bring blood back the other way. Arteries carry blood away from the heart to the tissues. Veins are blood vessels that carry blood from the tissues back to the heart. So there are large blood vessels in the upper parts of the thighs, the femoral artery and the femoral vein, and in the arms as well, and in the shoulder region, the brachial artery and brachial vein.
And those arteries that you're describing, both in the legs, are there any in the neck?
Yes.
Any particular arteries that would be relevant in terms of large amounts of blood coursing through that area?
Yes, yeah. The largest blood vessels that go to and from the neck are the carotid arteries and the jugular veins.
And if any of those were to be severed, meaning the femoral or the carotid or any of those that you've just described as, quote, the larger vessels, what would the effect of that be to the blood within them?
Yeah, well, if a person's alive, when you cut those vessels, there'll be a very large amount of bleeding from those vessels.
And if a person is dead, how does that impact it?
You would have less bleeding for sure because you don't have an active blood pressure. You know, when you're alive, you have a heart pumping blood all around the body, and there's active blood pressure. When the person has died, then there's no blood being pumped around. So now any movement of the blood in the vessels draining out or whatnot will be via gravity.
So gravity does still apply, though, correct?
Yes.
So, for example, if I were to lift physically a limb that had been severed, would blood potentially come out of the artery even if they were not still alive?
I would expect so, yes.
Okay. What about a torso with 2 legs removed? Would that bleed?
I would expect so, yes.
Even if the bleeding was in the form of potentially gravity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How much blood is there in the human body?
For an average sized person, about 5 liters.
And if you're bigger, for lack of a nice way to phrase that, would there be more blood?
Yes.
Okay, so 5 liters approximately. Can you tell us what that means in America standard?
Yeah, so a liter is about a quart. So 5 liters would be approximately, a liter is approximately a quart. So 5 liters would be approximately 5 quarts.
Okay. And how many quarts make a gallon?
4 quarts.
Okay, so we're talking about just over a gallon of blood, correct me if I'm wrong, or a gallon and a quart.
Yes, approximately.
Okay. And so if a person were to be dismembered and moved, you would still expect to potentially see blood that had been drained from the body due to gravity.
Yes.
Is it possible to interfere with that blood being observed, perhaps in the form of tarps or some other mechanism?
Yes.
And do you have any way of knowing when you look at a body when the blood left the body? What I mean is when you get a body at autopsy in the condition you received it in, do you have any idea when the blood left the body?
No, I mean, what I could say is I can say that the lacerations to the scalp were sustained when the decedent was alive, and I would expect a significant amount of bleeding from those wounds. As far as from post-mortem cutting of the body, could you repeat the question?
What I'm simply trying to ask is there a time stamp basically on when the blood may have left her person?
Yeah, if you're asking, do I know at what point after she passed away were her limbs severed and blood drained from the body? I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any idea when she died? Exactly.
Well, I can't, from the autopsy, I can't state specifically when she died. I would use usually investigative means are the most accurate way of determining when a person died. So in this case, I would use investigative means, including in this case, a forensic entomologist was used. I would use that information along with investigation of the case.
Okay. So there are lots of TV shows nowadays that have doctors constantly being asked, when did she die? Can you tell this jury within a 2-hour window when she passed away?
No.
And with respect to her body, did you collect any samples? We talked about those bloodstain cards, but did you take any samples to send off to toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. What did you send them, if you recall?
Yeah, they were, and I'll look at my autopsy report copy here. We sent left chest fluid, gastric contents, liver, spleen, and kidney.
Okay. And of those samples, you said gastric contents, liver, spleen, and kidney. Was the liver, spleen, and kidney tissue?
Yes, it was.
Did you send any actual blood,
No.
meaning live blood?
No.
When I say live, I mean liquid is what I'm referring to.
No, we were not able to.
Why not?
There wasn't, we weren't able to obtain enough blood to be able to send for toxicology testing.
Is that because she didn't have any?
Yeah, it's because, the blood that she had left was not accessible by us. There may have been small amounts in very small blood vessels, but in the larger blood vessels where we collect blood from, where we're able to collect blood from, we were unable to. The lower leg being cut would have resulted in all the blood draining out. That's one area we get blood from, the upper thigh and the pelvis region. And then we also obtain blood from around the heart. And due to animal predation, the upper part of the heart was missing in this case. So there was no significant amount of blood. We could get enough blood for blood cards, but we couldn't get enough blood to do any meaningful toxicology testing. That's usually our first choice sample to test is the blood.
So did you try?
We attempted to get blood, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the explanation or difference is between cause of death and manner of death?
Yeah, the cause of death is the very specific thing that results in the death. And there's many, many different types of causes of death. You can have traumatic causes of death, such as gunshot wounds, stab wounds, strangulation, blunt force injuries. You can have natural disease causes of death like stroke, heart attack, hypertensive heart disease, cancer. So there's very, very many different types of causes of death. For manner of death is a classification system that we have. And here in Georgia, we have 5 options for manner of death. So the options are all deaths have to fall into one of these 5 categories. And these categories are: 1, a natural. Basically, if somebody dies as a result of a natural disease process, such as a heart attack or cancer, that's a natural death. Another choice we have is accident. So if a person dies under accidental circumstances, and common examples we see of accidental circumstances are people that die in car accidents and people that die from accidental drug overdoses, where they have a drug overdose, but they weren't attempting to take their own life. Another choice we have is suicide. So if a person basically takes their own life by their own actions, then that's a suicide. The 4th choice we have is homicide. And homicide is basically a death caused by the actions of another individual, usually where there's intent to injure. And then if we can't decide whether the death is natural, accident, suicide, or homicide, we have the option for calling it undetermined.
And in this case, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
Traumatic injuries?
And were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
So by determining homicide, did you rule out the other 4 options you just described?
Yes.
Now, doctor, during the course of your findings, did you determine whether or not the victim ever was identified?
Yes.
And did you ultimately determine if she had been?
Yes, she was identified.
Did you ultimately issue some secondary report concerning that?
Yes.
What does that mean? How do you do that?
Yes. So in this case, it was determined primarily through DNA testing, the identity of the decedent. And then what we'll do is we'll put a report in our lab information system, basically stating that the body has been identified and indicate who it is identified as.
Did you issue such a report in this case?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to introduce State's Exhibit 1.68. This would be a certified copy of the Georgia death certificate for Mindi Nevin Kassotis.
Any objection? No objection. All right, it's admitted.
I wonder if we'll get crossed.
And again, doctor, you don't do the
she's winding
DNA
down.
that made that determination, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated at some point that you had tested and opened her body. Did you also happen to have an opportunity to examine her uterus?
Yes.
Did you determine if she was pregnant?
There's no evidence of pregnancy.
And if she had an estimated due date of January of 2023, and she was allegedly found on December 2nd of 2022, be fair to say that's very far along in the gestation period of a human being?
Yes.
Would you expect to find a fetus at that point?
Yes.
And did you find anything that would be indicative of the fact that she was pregnant at the time of her death?
No.
I have just one moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr.
Oh, we're getting crossed today. Doug's got to deal with that pregnancy thing. Maybe not with this witness in particular, but maybe getting to you.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Did
Lehman.
you look?
Good afternoon.
I know you've had a long day, so I won't keep you long. My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm Mr. Kassotis' lawyer in this case. I'd like to return for a moment to the lacerations on the scalp. You found 9 lacerations, correct?
Yes.
And those lacerations, you believe, were caused by a blunt object.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how heavy that object would have been? Anything at all about the object other than that it's a blunt object?
Yes, it would have to be something with a significant amount of weight. It would have to be a heavy enough object to where if it impacted the head, had the potential to putting a defect in the scalp that goes to the full thickness of the scalp.
And the scalp is heavily vascularized, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what vascularized means?
Yeah. So it means that there's a lot of blood vessels, a lot of blood flow that goes to the scalp. So if you have a scalp injury, you're likely to potentially have a significant amount of bleeding, what appears to be a large amount of blood.
So with a single laceration to the scalp, one that does the extent of damage that you've described, you would expect to see a great amount of blood, correct?
Potentially you could, yes.
What about with 2 lacerations?
You would expect even more.
And with 9?
Yeah, even more so. Yes, you'd expect, I would expect the scene where the incident occurred to be, have more than a small amount of blood.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No,
I'm sorry. May I just?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence.
Yes.
Kassotis with a request.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Can the doctor be excused?
No objection from the state.
All right, thank you, doctor. Safe travels.
Yeah, I was thinking somebody.
That's it for tonight.
Okay, all right.
No witnesses, so we're wrapping up. The head injury, the state's theory is this futon because the cushion, when they looked at it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete the testimony for today. Again, I caution you not to listen, watch, or access any media reports regarding this trial. Again, we appreciate your cooperation in that regard. So have a good evening. And again, we'll see you at 8:45 in the morning. I'm going to go a little early because of the school traffic. So I hope you're able to do the same. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, so they're wrapping up there. I think, and Doug got some stuff on the record, but you'll actually see, I'm sure, him bring it out either with other witnesses or in closing statements where he can make an argument. He can't just make his arguments through his questions. But imagine this piecing together. The state is trying to get this murder proven by saying, look, we have this house in Savannah with this futon cushion with this blood stain. Doug asked that witness, Brett Dickerson, the GBI, would that amount of blood that you found, would that be consistent with blah, 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 blah? No, it was a relatively small amount of blood. Well, and we're getting to this blunt force impact to the back of the head, where there was also a laceration. If you get injured in the head, you should be bleeding a lot. A lot of blood flows through your head. Well, if the state's theory is head was bashed behind the back of this couch, blood spatters above, there's a stain on the futon pillow where it was positioned at that point, well, there'd be a lot more blood. So piecing the details together that came from 2 different witnesses, I predict that that's where Doug's going to make an argument about, well, whatever happened at that apartment wasn't what caused Mindy's death. So, and again, I think it was problematic for the state to focus in on that. It doesn't mean that they can't prove their case without this Savannah Airbnb property with the futon and people that have been in and out ever since. I think they could still get a guilty verdict without that. But because they focused in on it so much, it's just kind of like, why? And when you have me thinking why, now I'm moving away from where you're trying to take me. Oh, you can tell I play Stardew Valley, or at least watch videos about it. I think that guy Nick is out of here, but I think he said he's played that too. But since this popped up, I've thought about doing getting the chat together to do a video game type of playthrough. I don't know the game, something that obviously more than one person could play at a time. But maybe we can find like a fundraiser one day and around the holidays do like a fundraising gaming chat hangout stream. I think that'd be pretty cool. And then yeah, the shovel thing is interesting. What are we doing with the shovel? Like maybe that explains the back of the head, an impact that would cause also possibly a laceration. And then let's do a vote. Let's do a vote. Are we, because I think we're still in the state's case in chief. What are the chances of conviction here? And for simplicity's sake, not like conviction on one count, conviction on something that would carry serious time, one of the serious charges, not just like the jury finds that he was responsible for moving one body part and one only, like realistically a conviction where they believe the state's theory of the case. I think the chances are pretty high. I really think the chances for the state getting a conviction here are very, very high. As much as I talk about things that cause me to have questions, I still think a lot of juries start with, we're here. We're here because they have evidence of this thing actually happening. And the defense has to chip away at that the best they can. While you guys are voting, anywhere you guys want to go hang out, since we're done a little bit early, and we can see what other people are doing. Let's see. Okay, and Dizzy says the shovel was purchased weeks before her death. And these are the witnesses, and a lot of this could come in through Tracy Sands, the detective. But the opening statement from if we have an accordion, right? The opening statement from the state would have me believe that all of these different circumstantial pieces of evidence are connected like this. But as we move through with different witnesses, again, we're still in the state's case in chief, the accordion's spreading out a little bit. It's not like this. It's not like you ever have a toy accordion and like the piece pops off from the actual accordion part. We're not there. We're not all the way there yet. But the state promised this. And it's moving apart. It's moving apart. They made it seem like everything was purchased so close in time. Everything happened right here and right now. There's no other explanation. You guys are saying 50-50. GB says in a case like this, always. And I think that's the really tough part about something that's so gruesome. That no matter what the evidence is, when something's gruesome, that's a burden, a hurdle for a defendant always. Because people want to give victims justice. I want to see victims have justice. I'm just cautious about thinking that the prosecution always gets the right person. We got 90% from other people's drama. Mara says, as of now, high chances. Sabatis is a good 80% at least. C. Adam Scott says 85, 10, 5, parentheses hung. Okay, I thought Trakisha was going to say hung, but she said high chance, high chance. Betsy, based on how juries act, 90% chance. Has the state proven this case for me? At about 10%. Yep, and I like this way of thinking about it, like where I'm at, what we think what a jury will do. Yeah, in YP, we're going to get to the vehicle GPS stuff. I don't know exactly what they're going to introduce with that, and maybe not just his vehicle, but his phone device. So there we go. Peter, you said something great earlier in the chat too. Peter says innocence equals the absence of facts required to convict someone based on a criminal statute. Ian, is your shed organized? We learned today that many people have unorganized sheds. So, oh yeah, this is a good one. So I can't redirect over there because it's like a standalone video. But Factual Lie just dropped the link to Jim, not Jim McIntyre, but Jim Happily Angry Lawyer, part 3 of the It Was an Amazing Time series, looking at the fun times over in Fulton County and the YSL trial. This part was on Jimmy Winfrey and the charges against him that ultimately the outcome with the final plea. So go check that out. He's been breaking it down really, really well. You'll learn a lot listening over there. And again, he's doing the work. He's still representing Monktunk. So keep your ears peeled for an update on that. Jermaine says guilty, too much evidence. And it's that kind of evidence that people are like, how do you explain that away? Like, it's your GPS, your phone, and you know the person, right? It's not just some random, why would you go after that person? Sabata also says, but also the main evidence from the state is his purchase, is it not? I mean, they've talked about the tracking and his shock, but we have yet to see the examination. Yep. And again, I think a lot of it's going to come down to, did Tracy Sands, how did Tracy Sands' work go? Is everything documented, or do we rely on their interpretation of what they were learning about the case as they did the investigation? And do we find that credible? Have a good one, Dizzy. Thanks for hanging out. And I don't know. I'll roulette us. I will find, again, click this link. I can't send you guys over to a standalone video. We can only redirect to lives or like upcoming things that are scheduled in the back room, which is a cool feature, but it's kind of limited in how it's set up. We do have the Sheila Agee case. So we could do that. Get that plugged in. And then see you guys tomorrow morning. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. since it looks like they just have the jury get there at 8:45, but don't actually kick up they don't have mess to deal with in the mornings like some of the other trials we've watched. Thanks for hanging out and for being, you guys role play as the jury. You guys make a ton of considerations. You guys remember things. We had people going back and listening to what was said earlier to make sure we were hearing things right. And I love doing this all as a chat. So thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one and see you tomorrow.